Chapter 801 Swing. Hidden Death Valley was bustling far more than usual in recent days. After all, the time of the progress examination was closing in rapidly. At this time, only a few days remained until the assessment began, and a few details about how it would be held were posted for all to see. Whether it was the lowest students who were still at second class to those emperors and paragons who stood at the very peak, everyone was eagerly awaiting the time of the test. After all, this progress examination was more than just a simple test. It was a stage for geniuses to prove themselves and compete against each other for resources and status. The progress examination was akin to a festival for these practitioners who put strength and training above all else. Within his residence in Star City, Atticus looked over the information provided. As he was a paragon himself, the amount he could view was far greater than the normal genius. So this year's progress examination will take place in the Celestial Realm. Even Atticus had never entered the Celestial Realm. After all, it was one of the most mysterious and bountiful small realms present on Death Emperor's star. The Celestial Realm had only been opened twice since the Academy's founding, but the mere mention of it was enough to get anyone's blood boiling. The Celestial Realm is rumored to be the small realm with the most treasures and legacies on Death Emperor's star. Even the seniors who entered during the first and second explorations weren't able to uncover the realm's secrets or even traverse the entire thing. Atticus furrowed his brows in thought. Naturally, he was just as excited as anyone else to enter this mystical realm. Just thinking about the godly artifacts, techniques, and resources that had been retrieved from the Celestial Realm previously made him drool. Roalphapa Dialphanos OM, however, he didn't want to enter blindly. Especially when the realm in question was covered in such a thick veil of mysticism, it was impossible for him to not be wary. They only released this information now, 3 days before the progress examination begins. For Atticus, 3 days were enough time to get a general overview of the past Celestial Realm expeditions, but concrete details would be difficult to find. As for those geniuses without high status, it was nigh impossible for them to do the same. They say that background is also a talent. Atticus closed the holographic windows hovering in front of him and stood from his seat, walking out of his home and gazing at hidden Death Valley's landscape that was sprawled before him. The emperors and paragons had been progressing at a rapid pace, becoming much stronger in a short period of time. Competing against them would be well worth it. However, there were a few wild cards in this time's progress examination. The one Atticus focused on was naturally the one he introduced to the Academy. Damien Void. Last I heard, he was sent to war as punishment for killing the Bloodlaw clan's people. Atticus couldn't forget their first battle. The first time he'd ever seen such a tremendous talent who didn't originate from a major sect or clan. Comparing that battle to Damien's last before he left for war, his progress was insane. Atticus didn't even think it was possible to become so strong in such a short period of time. But the genius who'd already proved him wrong multiple times, just what kind of show would he put on this time? Frankly, Atticus couldn't wait. 3 days passed quickly. The day of the progress examination arrived before anyone could be prepared for it. All Hidden Death Valley students stood on the streets of the Academy, their attention directed to the sky above. There, the director and the 11 Zodiacs stood domineeringly, their imposing aura blanketing the entire Academy space. The director opened his mouth to speak, projecting his booming voice with mana. Students, the time has come for you to set yourselves apart from your peers and soar into the sky. The progress examination is not merely a test of your qualifications to remain in the Academy. It is a test of whether or not you are worthy of ascending the steps of godhood in the future. This year, the unfathomable Celestial Realm has opened once more, and we have decided to allow you, our Hidden Death Valley geniuses, to explore it personally. The details of the exam will be provided once you enter the realm. Your Academy emblems will lead you to complete all the tasks necessary to get a passing grade, and after you've completed these tasks, it is up to you when you wish to leave. A unified cry resounded through the Academy. fighting spirit burned the atmosphere with its fearsome blaze as every genius present prepared themselves to sacrifice their lives for opportunity. The director smiled from his position in the air. "Good. I can feel your determination from here. Now go forth." The director summoned his mana and covered the entire academy in a thick web. The 11 zodiacs behind him moved as well, forming a strange pattern and creating a myriad of seals with their hands, summoning a grand formation onto the academy. A titanic array diagram appeared in the air, and a film of blue light enveloped the academy. Spatial fluctuations resonated and shook the atmosphere as disciples began to disappear in groups of many hundreds at a time. Among the geniuses who were waiting to be transported to the celestial realm, a small commotion broke out. Boom! The chaotic spatial fluctuations in a certain part of Star City coalesced and caused the atmosphere to shatter. A black hole leading to the chaotic void began to consume everything around it, until a change took place. Crack! It was so abrupt that the surrounding geniuses didn't even have a chance to properly process the situation. The suction force of the black hole reversed and blew fierce winds into the vicinity. Pwah! A strangely human noise came from the black hole as an object shot out and slammed into the ground. From the smoke, a man rose. He dusted off his dirted uniform and looked around, scratching his head sheepishly when he understood the situation. Damien swept his hand through the air and calmed the chaotic spatial fluctuations around him. In the next instant, he felt a calm aura of spatial mana covering him. In that last moment before his body was teleported into the celestial realm, he had a thought. Chapter 802 Swing. Rumble. This time's spatial travel wasn't as peaceful as Damien's usual trip. The instant he was swallowed by the spatial mana, he was met with a furious array of spatial storms and terrifying phenomena that could rip any normal genius to pieces with ease. However, was Damien ever a normal genius? Shoo-shoo. Damien brushed off the spatial confusion like it was nothing, shooing away the terrifying storms with a single movement of his hand. The spatial essence that flowed from his body naturally was enough to repel these storms, but they were obnoxious, so Damien personally took action to disperse them. Perhaps he still had a lot to learn, but just dealing with spatial storms in the chaotic void was nothing for him at this point. This trip to the celestial realm would be a peaceful adventure, nothing like the chaos and destruction of war. Achieving this situation was Damien's current goal. Eventually, he reached the end of what should have been a perilous journey, arriving in the realm as he was intended. His body materialized within a quiet jungle, sky-reaching trees surrounding him in every direction. It's truly beautiful. Damien swept through the information provided through his academy emblem. He was provided the same amount of information as any other emperor, though it was a surprise that he was even taken into consideration. I didn't really have time to inform anyone of my return. It was nice to know that he had the director's trust, even if it was only a basic level of respect. Nevertheless, there was no need to think about the director at the moment. Matters with him could be settled once the exam ended. Pialfan 1. 3 months in this realm to complete all the tasks provided. The holographic screens in his eyes shifted, showcasing a list of multiple tasks accompanied by point values. The lowest level tasks are just herb gathering missions and the likes. After that, there are beast subjugations, which are also relatively easy. As for the harder tasks, explore the Mystic Emperor's tomb and return alive. 5,500 points. Travel to the East Jade Sea and find the heart of the sea. 4,700 points. Explore an unmarked territory and provide a detailed overview of its structure. 2,500, 10,000 points, according to the information. The number of points a genius needed for their exam to be marked complete wholly depended on their own power level, as measured by the Academy, through their stay within its walls. For some weaker geniuses, only 100 points were needed to pass. This amounted to merely a few herb-gathering missions. As for Damien, points obtained, 0/25,000, a colossal sum that'd take multiple extreme difficulty missions to achieve. Damien clicked his tongue in annoyance. He definitely hadn't shown the Academy enough achievements for them to put him on the same level as their strongest paragons. Hell, did Atticus even receive a number as big as his? Damien massaged his forehead and sighed. In the end, what was a little bit of adventure to him? If he was being arrogant, he could even call himself the king of adventure. Oomph. Damien harumphed defiantly and scrolled through the extreme difficulty task list. 3 months, right? But Damien's frown became more pronounced the further he scrolled. All of these tasks are fucking long. Even the travel times alone are multiple days long, especially since the terrain is unfamiliar. He sighed and clicked his tongue for the umpteenth time. Fuck. For now, let me discern where I am. After that, I can cross-reference with the map and see what tasks are most suitable for my goal. Damien flew into the air above the trees to observe his position. The second he did, his brow raised curiously. What Damien thought was a far-reaching jungle was merely a match of jungle-like terrain only a few tens of kilometers in size. This terrain was a small island within the greater realm. The sky was bluer than blue and filled with drifting clouds. Around the small jungle island was water so clear that it couldn't be told apart from the sky, making it feel as if the island itself was floating in the sky. Apart from this island, there was only one more piece of land. It was another small island several hundred kilometers away. Unlike the jungle island, it was completely unpopulated by all but one structure, a small and humble cottage. Don't tell me I stumbled into the den of some prehistoric old monster who's been cultivating in seclusion since the ancient era. Clearly, Damien was not in the celestial realm. But when in doubt, Damien moved towards the hut without hesitation and landed on the island. Completely different from when he saw it from a distance. He noticed that there were a variety of accommodations around the cottage, such as multiple patio space and outdoor rotundas to host guests in. Damien curiously walked around the cottage and even directly entered it, but he couldn't find any signs of life in the vicinity. It was clean, and despite the lack of life aura, the cottage itself was lively. It was generously decorated and even had a bookshelf with countless titles lining it. HM? Exploration of the Universal Law. The True Value of Space-Time. Celestial Class for Dummies. Damien picked up a random book on the shelf and started reading, quickly becoming enamored in the esoteric theories that were shared through its text. Before he realized it, an entire day passed as he read. By the time he finished the book and looked out the window, darkness had already dawned on the small realm. I should probably Something beyond the window suddenly caught Damien's eye. It was a small and nondescript swing hanging from a tree, the type of swing a child would have in their front yard. Damien felt a pang in his heart as he looked at it. A vague memory surfaced in his mind. His eyes widened. Wait, it's the swing you used to love so much when you were little. A voice came from behind. Damien flinched. He realized that even after hearing the voice, he still couldn't sense its owner's existence. But there was no way he wouldn't recognize that voice. It had been 20 years since he'd last heard it. He slowly turned around. The figure of a man was revealed to him, a man that looked almost identical to himself. Damien's eyes turned cold. After so long, they were finally meeting again. Father. Chapter 803 Destiny. Father. The man standing there had short black hair and deep blue eyes. He didn't look older than 35 and had a roguish and rugged aura around him that was similar to yet contrasted with Damien's own aura. Damien closed his eyes and massaged his forehead before opening them back up to check whether or not he was hallucinating. Unfortunately, that man was still standing there when he checked the third, fourth, and even fifth time. Damien turned around and began walking without turning back. Wait. The man materialized in Damien's path and waved his hands in a panic. Damien rolled his eyes. And, I don't know, maybe some shock or something. Damien stared at the man with a dead fish gaze. Was this really the father he knew? If you spring up on me like this before I can even get acclimated to the small realm, how am I supposed to be all surprised? Aha! The man scratched his head in shame and glanced away. Eagles Nova 1. Damien walked around him and continued without hesitation. He was going to leave this island, leave this realm, and continue living his life as if this encounter never happened. Damien's body flashed and disappeared from the island, leaving only his sorrowful father behind. Damien berated himself inwardly. He was no longer an angsty teen who only harbored hatred for his father. During his journey, he'd seen countless hints that his father's situation was far more complicated than he originally thought. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to accept this fact wholeheartedly after seeing the man himself. All those bottled-up emotions rushed to his head and controlled his actions. Because of how unexpected the situation was, he was even more susceptible to these urges. Wasn't that madness? It wasn't that he never heard his father's name. His mother didn't mention him much, but she at least told him that much. The name she'd told Damien was Michael, but presently, Damien no longer believed in this name. The secretive man who descended on a world of mortals, had a child, and left without telling anyone surely wouldn't reveal his true name during the process. Fuck! Just how is he supposed to process this? Damien sat silently on the jungle island without moving. He listened to the brushing wind amongst the trees and the quiet chirping of birds coming from the distance. He tried to calm his mind in this peaceful climate, but, he clutched his chest in pain. Breathing was hard. He gasped for breath, but the air didn't seem to go to his lungs. It was suffocating. It felt like an empty void was forming in his heart and sucking his feelings into it, churning violently and regurgitating his emotions after a full round of chaotically messing with them. Thoughts didn't form in his head during this time. The desire to be calm was present, but it couldn't gain any ground against this agonizing tightness in his chest. A panic attack. After coming so far, he was having a panic attack after meeting his father. It was embarrassing. He thought he'd already conquered all his trauma, but clearly, some things slipped through the cracks. The only reason Damien was able to converse normally with his father for those few seconds they spoke was his burning desire to never be weak in front of the man who abandoned him. But in reality, he was in pain. How dare he? How dare he appear here after so long, acting as if nothing happened? Did he not understand the pain he caused his family? Damien took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and entered a meditative state as best as he could, becoming in tune with the world and blocking out his surroundings. This world was mystical. Its laws were far vaguer than the outside world, yet it felt complete in an ethereal and unexplainable way. This mystery and the slight chaos he felt in the atmospheric fluctuations calmed Damien down more than any peace could. Even the universe could feel turmoil. Even the universe had problems it couldn't solve, and even if it mobilized its residents, these problems couldn't be solved. The difference between Damien and the universe was that he had free will. When a problem that seemed impossible appeared before him, he could break through it as long as he put in enough effort. At least, that's what he believed for the majority of his life. At the end of the day, all things needed balance, including the mind and body. Perhaps the constantly growing mental stress toll on Damien's head was affecting him, making his past trauma worse when it finally decided to strike him. There was a need to view the situation rationally, and Damien didn't have the time to calm down before doing so. The mind prison took effect, and Damien's eyes turned cold. If he was here merely to visit the son he abandoned, he wouldn't have done so in such a fashion. At this critical juncture, where the war was tilted in nobody's favor and the universe's denizens needed to take initiative, this visit was too coincidental. It was a possibility, but if that was truly the reason for his return, Damien had no need to entertain him. While it was more annoying if this was the reason, it wasn't necessarily something Damien could avoid. He needed to hear the man out. In the end, the reason doesn't matter. That man was the answer to many of Damien's questions, not just about his origins, but also the universe as a whole. He couldn't sacrifice such a great opportunity because of his negative feelings. But suppressing them is almost impossible. The mind prison was an esoteric concept that Damien learned to naturally control over time. He was able to separate portions of his emotions and ego as he pleased to entrap, making the level of indifference he displayed differ based on the situation. In this situation, all feelings and emotions were thrown into the prison. A cold and indifferent Damien stood in reality, his purple eyes dull and robotic. He walked across the jungle island and flew across the sea to arrive at the cottage. The man's visage was still present there, unmoving from his position when Damien left. He spoke when he saw Damien approaching, in a far softer tone than before. However, Damien didn't respond. After landing on the ground, he stared the man directly in his eyes and wasted no time. Chapter 804 Destiny. Damien's father stood silently, staring into his son's eyes. They were a beautiful purple color that reminded him of a long-lost love. But at the moment, they didn't gleam with life like a human's eyes. These were the dead eyes of a puppet, an object without free will. He felt an unimaginable pain in his heart. His own child, his own flesh and blood, couldn't face him without taking such measures. He knew this day would come, the day when he met his son again after so many years. He was truly excited to see his growth and reunite with him, but it seemed his thinking was far too wishful. The wrongs he'd committed in the past, regardless of the reasoning behind them, had lasting consequences that he'd need to slowly compensate for. He sighed to himself. In this situation, he didn't have any right to act fatherly. Besides, he didn't have enough time for that. Damien nodded. It was good to finally know the name of the man who birthed him after 28 years of existence. Those were the words Damien didn't want to hear. The same bullshit that was always spouted. He hated people who withheld knowledge off such a flimsy personal judgment without taking into account his own desires. However, Damien couldn't rebut that statement. Gods, these impossible existences that Damien could only fantasize about. His father was one of them? Though it wasn't said outright, it was more than slightly implied. If Damien didn't understand this obvious nuance, his brain would have been utterly useless. He shut off his extraneous thoughts and focused on Dante's words. Who I am, I cannot tell you quite yet. Dante's eyes were incredibly solemn as he spoke. As for you, is there anything to say that you don't know? You are my son, the heir to my legacy, and the most gifted genius in the entirety of existence. He gazed at Damien in admiration. The young man didn't look older than 30, yet he already had such achievements. The fluctuation of space-time, of samsara, and even of something far more ethereal that even Dante himself couldn't place his finger on. With all of these combined, regardless of Damien's weak base level, his combat power was approaching the peak of 4th class. A son like this was everything he could have ever asked for. It was a shame that he couldn't preside over his growth. Countless years ago, I arrived in this universe to escape my enemies and coincidentally made my way to the planet known as Earth. It was a happy life, living mundanely in a world where mana didn't even exist. It felt like I could throw away all my worries and live comfortably for once, unbothered by the innumerable problems waiting for me in the heavenly world. After all, a lower world can't even handle the aura of a single god. Dante looked down with a melancholic smile. I really didn't want to leave. If I had a choice, I would have done everything in my power to stay with you and quietly protect the world as you grew. I will not say it was a mistake to have you. Even though I haven't been present to watch you grow, I've been dearly awaiting our reunion for decades. However, it was a mistake to have you at that time. He looked up at Damien, but found no response from the latter. He remained standing with the same utterly indifferent gaze as before. Dante smiled wryly. He couldn't even see his son's emotions. Wasn't this too cruel? But his son was coping in the best way he knew how. Trying to stop him would only further ruin their relationship. He needed to give the young man time. Others, however, weren't willing to wait. The universe needed you, and you were birthed for that purpose. You were born with a seed of destiny in your body, and throughout your life, I'm sure you've been entangled in the universe's fate, whether consensually or not. Perhaps even my leaving was something the universe foresaw, for with my guidance, you wouldn't have lived a life that tied you to this universe. But I guess I'm just rambling. I merely wish for you to understand that there were countless nuances behind your birth, things you will need to slowly unravel with time? Damien questioned. It was his first reaction since Dante began his speech. Dante smiled regretfully. Despite the completeness of this form, it is but a projection I've sent to meet with you. A friend who reads the tides of fate gave me a location and a time. If not for him, I wouldn't have been able to contact you at all. Damien asked again. Dante answered calmly. For one, a god cannot exist in the lower universe in any form for too long. The universal law of the heavenly world will strike us down if we try. As for the second reason, his expression turned solemn. An explosion went off in Damien's mind. An unknown feeling broke free from the barrier of the mind prison and filled his brain. That father that seemed so unreachable, the one who claimed himself a god whose mere aura was enough to destroy a planet. That very same man was imprisoned and suppressed to a level where even a few minutes of conversation required him to risk his life. Suddenly, a portion of the raging chaos clouding Damien's thought process cleared up. If Dante was risking so much just to come speak with him. Chapter 805 Destiny. Ask me anything. This was Dante's declaration. As long as he was able to help, he would do everything he could with the few minutes he had. Damien furrowed his brows. In this situation, there were many things he wanted to ask about, but he needed to pick and choose. I would like to know more about the heavenly world, but I doubt he'll tell me. If so, I should prioritize things that will help more in the short run. There were a few items left on the list after Damien narrowed it down, but the number was far less than it was before. And as he finalized his questions, his mind also calmed. Once Damien realized that the Dante void he was currently talking to was a projection, he was able to cope much easier. After all, this was a fake image of his father. Back on Apiron, during the illusion trial of the Eternal Secret Realm's legacy tombs, Damien faced another face of his father like this one. As long as he thought of this avatar as a more advanced version of that projection, his mind didn't feel so chaotic. He was able to put his feelings aside and focus on what was important. As such, his first question was simple. The most imminent threat and the great enemy Damien had been facing since the beginning of his journey. Now that they'd gotten a hold of some of his secrets, he couldn't go without information on them. Noxide, Dante muttered with a distant look. Well, even I am not completely aware of the Nox's origins. From what I learned through my travels long ago, the Nox's homeworld is a mysterious land in the abyss called Alcatra. Dante went on to explain everything he knew about Nox society to Damien. For the most part, it didn't vary much from the information Zura learned through her bloodline memories. The Nox were cannibals who grew stronger by devouring their own kin, and they had a unique species trait to pass bloodline memories down through generations to raise higher Nox to full intelligence and train them. The hierarchy of Nox society was strange. From what Dante knew, there weren't many different distinctions. All lesser Nox were regarded the same, as nothing more than cannon fodder to send to battle when necessary. The higher Nox who'd yet to completely develop their intelligence were only slightly above these lesser Nox. Because of their lack of intuitive ability, they couldn't be used to carry out complex orders. Higher Nox could follow two routes to gain status after their intelligence was established. Firstly, they could follow a path of blood to grow in strength on the battlefield. And secondly, they could follow the path of scholars, becoming supreme geniuses that stood above the heavens with their minds alone. This fact was especially surprising to Damien. The Nox he'd met so far were all following the slaughter path, which was natural since they were participating in the war. Those Nox who followed the scholar path, even considering the Nox's surprise element, taking an entire sector before reinforcements could arrive was unfathomable. It wasn't a feat that could be accomplished with power alone. There must have been a genius strategist behind that attack. As for the matters of Eden, I don't know whether the scholars have a greater plan or if they took their hands off the situation for now. The scholar path was difficult to cultivate and could only show its true prowess in the later realms. Most likely, the scholar controlling the current war was a demigod, perhaps even at the emperor level. Emperors were the highest authorities of the Nox, only standing below the dark god, the spiritual god that the Nox worshipped. Its existence had yet to be proven. Under the emperors were lords like Plague Lord, and the Nox under them were usually not assigned status until they arrived on the battlefield. There was no such thing as long-term camaraderie amongst the Nox. At any moment, they were willing to turn against their allies for more power, especially since, in some sense, they were all a single massive entity. Their reproduction method is unknown and extremely mysterious, but with the way they're able to merge after death and be reborn, I believe that they have a system akin to a hive mind, at least until the demigod level, Dante said. Damien sighed as he learned more and more about the Nox. The existence and habits of their race were so peculiar that it genuinely stumped his brain. He felt like he wouldn't be able to fully understand them unless he went to Alcatraz himself. But that wasn't something he could do quite yet. He had to join the war front as soon as possible, and after about a year or so, the Grand Assembly would start, and he'd finally be able to reunite with his loved ones. At least until that reunion was properly over, he couldn't leave for an indiscernible amount of time to find Alcatraz. Damien closed his eyes and processed everything he learned. If there was one thing that was certain, it was that the Nox's laws were in fact based on death laws, but they themselves weren't a variant of death laws. There was something deeper that needed to be investigated, especially with the existence of such a strange system like demonic providence. This type of power simply didn't exist in nature. That means it isn't a product of grand heaven's boundary, which operates on a natural law. Does the abyss have its own universal law? Or maybe there is some other secret in the abyss that I've yet to discover? Now that I think about it, the abyssal corridor that originally dragged me to the divine realm also seems to have a connection to the abyss. Damien shook his head lightly and cleared his thoughts. With the memories I devoured on Calypto and Zara's help, I should be able to get a clearer picture based on the foundation Dante has given me. I think, Dante commented with a smile. Damien nodded. This is more than enough information for now. Ah, Dyer, you say? It can truly be called that. Pests like them are the hardest to get rid of, and even after you get rid of them, they always find a way to come back. Dante said with an odd smile. He snapped out of his strange daze soon and returned to the topic at hand. Damien hesitated for a second. Dante's eyes widened, and a grin spread across his face. His excitement seemed to soar higher than the heavens. After all, he'd been waiting too long to give his son a lesson. Chapter 806 Destiny. A lesson of 5 minutes. Just how much could be accomplished within its duration? Unexpectedly, the answer was quite a lot when Damien was involved. Immediately after Damien asked Dante for aid, the latter didn't hesitate to enter wandering old master mode to tutor him. It started simple. Dante was the origin of Damien's spatial talent and an expert who far exceeded him in this capacity at the moment. The first thing he did was check Damien's current comprehension. Damien revealed his ability to manipulate dimensions and even showcased his progress with space-time laws, giving Dante an endless wave of surprises. I'd sensed the fluctuations of space-time from him, but I didn't expect he'd reached such a level. Dante was beaming with pride already after this first check, but his pride only became more and more exaggerated with time. Damien was an extremely fast learner, and his comprehension ability was far greater than anything Dante had ever seen. The nuances behind the celestial class were many, and it was difficult for the normal spatial expert to understand them. This was mainly because the average spatial expert could never touch upon the intrinsic level of dimensional manipulation necessary to reach the peak of the class. Damien naturally wasn't like them. Since he was already so established in the realm of dimensions, Dante had an extremely easy time teaching him to go further with his class. Damien smiled and clenched his fist as he listened to Dante speak. Binding worlds and utilizing world force are just the most basic abilities of a celestial. At this level, they can be considered minorly accomplished. Dante stopped and faced Damien, bringing his palm up and showcasing a small world that was floating there. A celestial is a dominator. Dante snapped his finger, and the terrain of the world on his palm changed. Rocky mountains collapsed into rivers, and the seas rose into towering cliffs. With another snap of the finger, Damien and Dante were transported into the world. All the miniature changes Damien watched like a god just a moment ago were being shown to him from the perspective of a mortal. Celestials are not merely overseers, but also entities closer to the universe than any other. At the peak of our class, the universe we've bound on the outside. Dante's avatar split into tens, hundreds, and even thousands of copies of itself. Each one emitted a fearsome aura, as if each was as heavy as a celestial body. Dante smiled, and his clones transformed in a small world similar to the one he'd shown previously. Every single one was a world Dante had bound before, and every world was capable of producing an avatar of him. Damien's mouth was agape in astonishment. Cloning techniques naturally existed, but never to this degree. And the fact that each clone held the strength of a planet. Damien could truly become a one-man army if he could master this ability. His eyes sparkled with curiosity and desire. Dante chuckled when he saw him. "Don't get too excited yet." Suddenly, Dante's expression turned solemn. Because we Celestials are so in tune with the universe, we are able to sense things that others can't. Damien's eyes widened once more. "I'll take that as a yes," Dante said with a smile. The flow is an ethereal concept, and it is one of the rawest materializations of the universal will, and perhaps even a greater force. However, do not be fooled by illusions of grandeur. The risk of following this path is greater than the reward. Damien's eyes hardened. This wasn't a truth he expected to hear. He'd been feeling the call of the flow for many years now, and while he ignored it because he didn't have enough information to follow it, he'd always been of the mind that he'd get to the root of it one day. He asked melancholically. However, Dante shook his head in refusal. "How could I tell my own son to give up on his dreams of the peak? Merely, I wish to warn you. Follow the flow, comprehend it, and escape its clutches so you can rule it. Never, and I repeat, never, allow the flow to envelop you and drag you forward." Damien nodded seriously, internalizing everything Dante said. Before he knew it, he was conversing casually with the man as if his hatred didn't exist in the first place. And honestly, it didn't. What Damien was feeling were merely vestiges of his past emotions, ghosts of trauma that tried to haunt him even after he slayed them. He didn't need to overcome this trauma again. He merely needed a reason to quell its screams. Dante's attitude during their interaction built this reason in Damien's heart. He could tell. This man was an asshole, an absolute tool who left his family, regardless of the reason. But at the same time, he was a father, Damien's father. It was evident that he was being conscious of Damien's feelings as he spoke, and from the way he entertained all of Damien's questions, it was clear that he wanted to make up for his past mistakes. Eggless novels C. Perhaps the time of reconciliation wasn't now, but Damien didn't think it'd be impossible in the future. The only problem was, Dante was completely unserious, domineering, and uncaring of anyone but himself. He was a braggart that tried to sneak hints of his achievements into every conversation they had. This trait was annoying, sure, but it also gave Damien a clearer picture of who his father was. Dante Void was far more active in the lower universe than he'd expected, and it was clear that many vestiges of his past actions were left in Grand Heaven's boundary. While it was too much to say they were legacies left for Damien specifically, it was true that only he knew of many of their existences. Unfortunately, Tom decided to act as Damien's enemy once more. 5 minutes felt like an eternity to Damien, but at the end of the day, they were only 5 minutes. They would eventually reach their end. Dante's body began to fade mid-conversation. His lecture on Celestials had already ended, and the father-son pair were merely having idle conversation at this time. Was it sad that this was Damien's favorite part of their encounter so far? The stories of the Sea Kingdom of Elatria, the San WRM tribe of Ahar, and the many other civilizations Dante had visited in his time, Damien truly was enjoying listening to them. Those were the words he wanted to hear the least. His head hung downcast. Dante smiled sorrowfully. He was glad that his son still cared for him enough to react like this at his departure, but the act of departing tore his soul apart. "I wish I could stay." Dante's voice became softer with every word. Dante suddenly shouted, causing Damien's head to snap towards him. A man's will is his greatest quality. Never bow your head, never submit, and always fight until the very last breath. Dante's eyes were serious and filled with pain. His fading body didn't allow him to say the goodbye he wanted to say, so he instead said everything he could in the time he had. With barely any time remaining, Dante stood stalwart. A final roar left his mouth. Dante's projection dispersed into the air with those words. The powerful reverberation of his voice continued to spread through the small realm, echoing endlessly. Damien's eyes hardened, and his gaze turned cold. Our Void Palace, huh? That damn bastard was leaving a trail of breadcrumbs until the very end. But a new goal, a god who needed a beating, renewed determination, and Damien gently touched his chest. Before his father vanished, he'd flicked a speck of something magical into his body. Damien could feel a new sense of power coursing through his body, mirroring his renewed purpose. It was time for him to dominate and conquer, just as Dante said. Damien Void. This would become a name that provoked only fear and reverence from now on. Chapter 807 Ants. Damien stood alone in the small realm, and while he'd just made a major promise to himself, he didn't quite have a method to leave this realm and enter the true celestial realm. Damien thought wryly as he plopped down in one of the outdoor rotundas surrounding the small hut. Perhaps his mind was still too confused from the sudden encounter that had just ended. Despite how long it felt, his father's avatar had only been present for around 20 minutes, and Damien spent half of those minutes building his courage to actually face the man. He shook his head and stopped berating himself. It was yet another pointless action. Now that his father was gone again, Damien found himself bearing a different weight than before. That projection had answers, but couldn't give them to me. It was an insane goal, especially considering that Dante's enemies were all gods, but Damien didn't shirk away from it. Instead, he embraced his newfound destiny. A path forward was always important to have. A practitioner could wander aimlessly for countless years if they veered off their path, perhaps never finding their way back. Of course, everyone's path was of their own creation, but many refused to follow the path that their destiny and efforts culminated, and many more strayed from their paths for more dire reasons. Damien lost his path when he was forced into the divine realm, but as he connected further with the war and became more active in the universe, he found the path before him becoming clearer and clearer. Dante gave Damien the final piece he needed to complete that puzzle. A rough framework formed in Damien's mind. But currently, the progress examination is still ongoing. I have 3 months. Damien's eyes sharpened. He made the decision to leave Hidden Death Valley before even returning, but he didn't know how to use the 3 months of buffer he had before he could exit the celestial realm. It's not ideal to gain more power at the moment, especially since I still have to stabilize my samsara intent and internalize the new power Dante granted me. I also need to implement the new celestial methods he taught me. Besides, there could be no opportunity greater than a gift from a god himself. Damien looked into the night sky with a small grin on his face. In the next second, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was in Thievel. The clean atmosphere around him cleansed his soul, and the feeling of control in his hands refreshed his mind. But his goal today wasn't refreshment. He teleported once more and appeared inside an isolated log cabin in the woods somewhere in the world. Here, only a single resident stayed. He asked with a smile. The woman living in the cabin replied sarcastically, "Come on now. If you really felt that way, you would have tried rebelling already." Eagles Nova 1. The woman turned her head towards Damien, revealing her beautiful features. She was none other than Bianca, the bloodlock slave he'd fought during his 10th match in the King bracket. Damien thought wryly. That day in the battle arena, Damien didn't have a single thought of killing her. His showy usage of dimensional severance and the disappearance of her life signature were merely facades he set to fool the public. At that time, he'd viewed the Bloodlock clan as a major enemy, and he couldn't let the enemy realize he'd caught himself an informant. Could he? So, Bianca asked, changing the subject. Ah, that. Bianca rolled her eyes. I only predicted the course of action that Revis would take. Damien chuckled at her blatant disregard for his words. Ha, I'm just messing with you. Truth be told, the forces he sent after me probably died before they could even reach me. Bianca sighed. Many months ago, Damien visited Bianca to inquire about the Bloodlock clan situation. At that time, the former enforcer warned him that Revis would likely send an assassination squad after him, since he would finally be away from the Academy's protection. Unfortunately, Damien never had the chance to meet this assassination squad. During the first few months of the mission, their lack of contact was likely because the assassination squad landed on a different continent than them. After that, however, did Park Jinho and them secretly deal with them? It wasn't impossible. The knocks on Calypto were all high-level, with even a few late-stage fourth-class beings among them. For an assassination squad built to take out an early-level fourth class, this level of threat was evidently too much. Damien's thoughts swam as Bianca reiterated what she'd told him months prior when he first visited her. Convincing her to be an informant didn't take long considering her situation. Her only worry was a certain blood seal that prevented her from spreading information, but due to the sanctuary's existence being wholly separate from the real plane, the seal couldn't affect her inside. This was the same principle Damien used to recruit Lucius. Nevertheless, according to Bianca, Revis Bloodlock was never the type of person to take a grudge lying down. Since Damien was still alive after offending him, the arrogant young master would take any necessary measures to take him down. The problem is, you destroyed so many forces at the Emperor Bone Sea that his actions were being watched by his father. He wasn't going to get any more second chances if he messed up again. Damien rubbed his chin in thought. Still, the forces he has access to shouldn't be insanely powerful, right? Rather than power, it's more a matter of numbers. My position as an enforcer wasn't high or low, so I only know a little bit. Damien smiled at her revelation. It was absolutely impossible for Revis to bring an extreme peak fourth-class servant into the celestial realm with him. And without that extreme peak master, Damien grinned savagely. Revis lost his use after the events of Calypto. Damien didn't need a whetstone to grow anymore. Therefore, it was finally time to clean up the trash, after he figured out how to leave the small realm. Chapter 808 Ants. A splash of water was accompanied by a gasp for air as a figure surfaced in an ocean in the middle of nowhere. Damien exclaimed. He didn't care about his current predicament at all. After all, he finally made his way out of that damn small realm. Damien clicked his tongue and flew out of the ocean as he thought about the extremely annoying escape route he had to take. When Damien used the all-seeing eyes to observe the realm's foundation, he found an extremely complicated set of steps engraved in the formation that'd allow the small realm to reconnect with the rest of the celestial realm. However, never did Damien think it'd be such an intensive process. Hell, even ignoring the sheer mental torture it was to untangle the small realm's foundation. When he finally succeeded, the realm collapsed in on itself. The small jungle island sunk to the bottom of the ocean. The cabin island disappeared entirely, and the ocean between the two islands recombined with the actual ocean existing in the celestial realm. Naturally, Damien was dragged into the whirlpool and sinkhole hell that formed afterward while the two bodies of water merged. It was only now, many hours later, that he'd made his way out of that predicament. The waters around him were dyed red with blood, and countless corpses were intermittently surfacing amongst the waves, proof of Damien's fierce battle to return to the surface. Damien looked down at these corpses lamentably. I want to devour them, but I have to contain myself. Even putting aside the fact that I don't want to get stronger quite yet, I can't carelessly devour whatever I want anymore. Egglesnell Devour became a far more intrinsic skill after his baptism. Now, it could devour memories and even world cores if necessary. A power like this couldn't be used on mere sea creatures without complete intelligence. Their memories would only clog Damien's mind and take up space needlessly. Damien shook his head and sighed as he moved away from the bloodied ocean area. Damien received a very handy tool from Bianca before he left Thevel. It was a talisman that could contact Revis Bloodlock from any distance, no holds barred. This type of talisman was incredibly rare, and usually would only be seen among the most trusted confidants of an expert. The only reason Bianca had one was because of her cannon fodder status. Nevertheless, this cruelty currently acted in his favor. Even if he didn't get force-summoned, Damien could track the fluctuation from the talisman and follow it through space to find Revis. He thought with a smile. Damien spread his awareness and teleported multiple tens of thousands of kilometers at a time, finally reaching land after 3 tries. The first thing he did was pull out the map that the Academy provided. Of course, he landed in an unexplored territory. If things were easy for him, would he even be Damien Void? Well, it's more accurate to say that the universe is trying to make things hard for me. In reality, how could this faze him? Damien teleported like a madman, covering hundreds of thousands and even millions of kilometers without breaking a sweat. Because he wasn't interested in it, the territory below him passed his perception without any oddities, but Damien knew better than anyone just how many legacies were hidden within this area. My awareness caught at least a few legacy tombs, and when it comes to natural treasures, they're present in droves. While he admired the realm, Damien kept a portion of his attention on the talisman in his hand. Just ringing Revis with this talisman would make his approach too obvious, so Damien didn't choose this method. Instead, he intermittently sent small pulses of mana through the talisman and followed the general direction the signal flew in. The method reminded him of his endless quests as a mortal to find the end of a certain video game. Damien eventually made his way across millions of miles, an amount of space that he didn't expect to be present in this secret realm. Rather than a realm, this was closer to a small universe in itself. Either way, Damien would have to come back to Death Emperor's Star. After all, a large number of his father's legacies were left on this planet. He said he used this place as a cemetery, but I don't know how that makes any sense when he's alive and well, and none of his enemies were buried here. Damien shook off his father's nonsense and sighed. He was happy to have so much more to do, but at the same time, he could clearly feel the weight of his responsibilities due to how heavy they'd become. Damien's eyes snapped in a certain direction. There, only a few thousand kilometers away, was the end point of the talisman signal. Damien smiled in anticipation. His body disappeared into the distance. As for his plans, even the creator himself couldn't predict the wicked thoughts in the purple-eyed genius mind. Hurry up! An arrogant voice resounded through the valley that the group was traveling through. There were over 20 of them in total, with one man situated in a palanquin in their center. This man was naturally Revis Bloodlock, the third prince of the Bloodlock clan who was extremely aggravated at all times in recent days. How could he not be? Everything he tried ended in failure. The first time, he sent a number of fourth-class lackeys to take care of a pest, but they never returned. As for the pest, he survived like a cockroach and rose to prominence. But while Revis was scraping his mind for ideas of how to deal with him, that pest went and made himself an enemy of the entire school, and eventually got himself banished to war for an unknown period of time. Another group of assassins was sent to take advantage of this opportunity. Unlike the previous group, there was no room for error this time. The assassins were all extremely skilled forces that absolutely could not be used as cannon fodder. Revis didn't have a choice but to mobilize them. All of his cannon fodder had already been used up, yet, even with all their accolades, even the second assassination attempt failed, and the reason was the assassination squad was never able to approach their target. Revis didn't even care to hear the rest of their report. He didn't care about the why, only that the mission had failed. Thus, these 20-something assassins were forced into the celestial realm like pawns. This is my last chance. Revis' head spun wildly as he tried to think of a way to locate Damien. BZZT. Damn it, it happened again. Revis kept feeling a strange buzzing from his spatial ring, but no matter how he checked, he could never find its source. It was aggravating him, and he was already in a bad mood because of Damien. So when all sound vanished from the surroundings and the sky suddenly became cloudy, Revis was too enveloped in his own useless rage to even notice. Chapter 809 ants. The sky turned gray. Swirling clouds formed from thin air and gathered into a thick canopy spanning countless tens of kilometers. It was instant. A group of 20-something people came to a halt, warily watching their surroundings. A man shouted, "This is either a natural phenomenon of the secret realm or an attack." Many silent affirmations were given as the group surveyed the surroundings. However, no matter how they spread their awareness, they weren't able to find a trace of a perpetrator. Crackle. Black and silver lightning crackled through the clouds. Rain began to pour. Kaboom! A hurried exclamation was followed by a shattering sound as lightning struck the ground. The terrifying force of nature drilled into the ground and formed a massive crater almost as large as the storm itself. Bodies flew through the air as the group stabilized themselves and moved away from the explosion. "Get in formation!" The same man shouted once more, making his status evident. The group followed his order and rapidly fled the area, palanquin in tow. However, the storm didn't leave them alone. Bang! 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 Bolts of harrowing lightning struck behind them constantly as the storm followed their movements. The shockwaves from the resulting explosions pushed against their backs, both helping them in their escape and slowly injuring them further. Damn it! The leader halted his flight and stared at the storm. Even though the lightning bolts struck with the strength of a late-stage fourth-class being, it wouldn't be too difficult to avoid them if they worked as a group. Get into formation. Split into 2 teams and form 2 lines of defense. First group, follow my command to fend off the lightning. The group leader gave out a barrage of orders that were quickly followed. The group formed a barrier with the palanquin at their center, intent on protecting it at all costs. "Franklin," Revis shouted from within the palanquin, not bothered to even observe the situation for himself. "Everything is fine, young master. We are merely being targeted by a natural phenomenon." Franklin, the leader, calmly replied while facing down the storm. "Something doesn't feel right," he thought with a frown. For a natural phenomenon, the storm's movements were too intentional. Even now, the lightning halted while he conversed with the young master. No natural phenomenon would do such a thing. Franklin's eyes narrowed. If they were being targeted, the enemy was someone far exceeding them in power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay so perfectly concealed from the group's perception. Franklin decided. At the moment, the immediate threat was more pressing. As long as he remained on guard for the enemy. Franklin's eyes snapped open. Or rather, he rapidly blinked his eyes to make sure they were open. Total darkness. Since what had enveloped them. The crackling thunder of the storm could still be heard from above, but all sight was blocked from an unknown point in time. Franklin immediately mobilized his mana and lunged for the palanquin. If the enemy was so skilled, then the young master would be... Franklin coughed out a mouthful of blood and keeled over. He couldn't feel its existence. No. Franklin clutched his throat, his eyes bulging out of his head from the suffocating pain in his body. It was being torn apart from the inside. The mana within him was raging and rebelling, rapidly destroying his mana system and targeting his organs. Franklin gagged and tried to drag his body forward, not even realizing that at some point he'd been transferred from the sky to the ground. He moved his bloodied body and finally caught sight of the palanquin and the demonic purple eyes of the being standing atop it. A devil. Franklin took his last breath. The mana in his heart rebelled and bursted, killing him instantly. And the 20-something companions he once had all suffered the same fate as him. Good. My attainments in void comprehension are much more substantial than they were before. It seems that understanding the universe to a greater extent through my celestial class supports my comprehension. Damien casually took his time to arrange his thoughts from atop Revis Bloodlock's palanquin. Storm was a trait he'd had for a very long time, but with his lightning losing its value over time, Damien didn't quite have a use for it anymore. This time, he'd merely used it to lure the enemy in a certain direction. The main reason for the assassination squad's rapid deaths was Damien's void comprehension. The two concepts he'd comprehended, the breath of all things and the breath of nothingness, were base abilities of the void, but actually represented grand concepts that needed to be deeply explored before they could be considered wholly comprehended. From the breath of nothingness, Damien obtained the ability to destroy, manipulate, and erase. The abilities of the breath of nothingness tended to lean towards the spiritual or conceptual aspects, rather than the material ones. Damien's previous ability to alter Beck Wugen's memories could also be attributed to this ability, though he didn't know it at the time. Control over all material things was a grand concept in theory, but Damien couldn't harness the absolute dominance of this ability with his current comprehension. However, controlling the mana of these unsuspecting assassins was a minor task. They were weaker than him, after all. MMPH. Damien snapped out of his thoughts and looked below him where the strange sound were coming from. My bad. Damien smiled at the passenger of the palanquin, a miserable Revis bloodlock who was currently bound and gagged by chains made of space itself. Did you enjoy the show? Puh, Damien Void, you trash. Revis immediately screeched upon regaining his ability to talk. Damien responded sarcastically. You? Hold my life in your hands? Revis let out a fierce battle cry and galvanized his mana, flaring his aura to its limit as he tried to formulate blood mana in the air. Damien watched him blandly. The void curtain that surrounded them was like an enhanced domain. All mana was under Damien's control, and even those stronger than him would feel pressured by this nigh-absolute ability. Revis Bloodlock? Even the fact that Damien considered him an opponent in the past was a great honor. Now, the two simply couldn't be compared. At this time, Revis seemed to finally realize the situation he was in. His face paled, but at the same time, a slightly crazed smile spread from his lips. Damien Void, ha 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 ha. If you kill me, you're dead. My father won't let you off. Ha ha. Damien's eyes turned mocking. The fish had finally taken a bait. Chapter 8, 10 Ants. Your father. Damien taunted openly, and Revis reacted just as a dumb dog would. Late stage 4th class? Don't joke with me. My father is an extreme peak master, and my grandfather is the immortal blood Azura himself. Damien Void, if you let me go now, I will forgive your sins, and you won't be targeted by the Bloodlock clan anymore. Revis' words were both mocking and sincere at the same time. Threatening Damien with his family's power before offering a mana oath for trust was exactly the carrot-and-stick method that leaders tended to use on their lackeys. However, Damien was no lackey. He seemed to have forgotten something after getting caught up in the moment. Damien grinned. Revis, my friend, it seems you don't have any use after all. Revis' eyes widened. Damien's grin turned savage. In truth, Revis' efforts to sabotage him were all in vain and never actually succeeded in inhibiting him. Revis himself was trash, only able to bully the weak. Damien truly could leave Revis alive and allow him to return to the Bloodlock clan. This way, he'd be subjected to an endless stream of assassins and other experts before the actual high-ranking figures of the clan moved. This, of course, would provide Damien with apt material for growth and combat practice, but it was unneeded at the moment. The knots were far better punching bags. On the other hand, if Damien killed Revis here, if so, he had to make a scene. I heard that these big clans have various methods to find out who killed their disciples. The demigod-level influences can create soul lamps since a demigod has control over that esoteric concept, but I heard they have a few more surefire methods. Among them, runes and restrictions that could transmit the last scenes before one's death to another party. Damien cracked his knuckles with anticipation. It had been a long time since he was able to torture someone. Revis Bloodlock, the young genius, could only lament his fate making an enemy of someone like Damien. The cycle of night and day in the celestial realm was completely disproportionate to the real plane. The nights were far, far longer, almost endless. A certain soul felt this eternity far more than his peers. His screams resounded through a lonely mountain valley. They were visceral screams, almost as gruesome as the squelching sound of his body being slowly picked apart. Damien thought curiously as he watched the proceedings. Heal, A white light streamed from his finger and entered Revis' body, healing a portion of his injuries. This should be the last bit. I don't know how much the Bloodlaw clan will be able to see once the feed gets transmitted back. As night turned to day, Damien realized he'd already tortured Revis Bloodlock for over 40 hours. The man's spirit was long broken, and his consciousness was barely being maintained by Damien's healing. It's quite the poor sight. Damien shrugged and walked over to Revis' body, shooing away the vulture beasts as he did so. Ugh, Yusu, Damien snorted, trying to hold back his laughter. Well, it was his fault for expecting cohesive word from a blob of meat that didn't even have a proper mouth anymore. Damien smiled warmly and slashed his hand out, severing Revis' last string of life force and sending him into the cycle of reincarnation. Hey, to whoever is watching this, my name is Damien, and, well, what else can I say? I'm a bit camera shy. It looks like we'll be seeing each other often after this, so I just want to say I look forward to our first meeting. Damien flashed a toothy grin at the transmission signal that formlessly exited Revis' body, and in the next instant, he watched that formless transmission signal fizzle as it tried to exit the celestial realm's barrier. Damien rubbed his nose awkwardly. Looks like it'll have trouble reaching the Bloodlaw clan until the celestial realm reopens. What a shame, after all that effort I put into my acting. He let out an exaggerated sigh of melancholy, but inwardly, he was widely grinning. Good. This means I have 3 months to get the fuck out of here before the Bloodlaw clan catches up. His overall plan was a little on the crazy side. He couldn't face an extreme peak 4th class with his current strength, yet he went and provoked one anyway. He was hoping he'd get to have a few experiences at war before the Bloodlaw clan's people found him. At that point, he'd be ready to take whatever came to him. A 3-month respite was actually a heavenly blessed opportunity for Damien. I can accomplish the final task I wanted to take care of before leaving the academy and then leave. By the time the Bloodlaw clan arrives here, I'll be long gone. The smile on Damien's face had gone through a myriad of changes since the beginning of this interaction, and now that it was ending, that same smile looked particularly mischievous. He soon vanished into the void, leaving behind a mountain valley filled with corpses. However, strangely enough, the most important of them was missing entirely. 3 months passed rapidly, especially for those in the celestial realm. Despite participating in countless perilous adventures in this time frame, those who'd experienced the realm's mystical properties and endless rewards were naturally enamored by it. Unfortunately, staying past one's welcome was impossible. The celestial realm's opening was random and had only opened 3 times in the past 100,000 years. Getting trapped inside was a death sentence no matter how one looked at it. Disciples poured out of the secret realm entrance in droves. Their disciple badges flashed with various colors that showcased their progress and the results of their examination. But unlike a usual progress examination, nobody was focused on their results when they exited. After all, an utterly inconceivable rumor had been spreading recently. It was a rumor about a mysterious genius who made his advent in the celestial realm. It was said that he could leap millions of kilometers in a single bound, summon the winds and rain with a thought, and even wholly erase his enemies from existence. It was a terrifying rumor, but a rumor that had no validity behind it. At least at the beginning, a second round of rumors began circulating afterwards. That same genius, the terrifying entity that most had chalked up to fiction, was a true monster. After all, that person's existence was confirmed. Every emperor and paragon of Hidden Death Valley had been defeated. It didn't matter their level or elemental comprehension. As long as they were below the extreme peak of 4th class, they were suppressed without exception. The mysterious genius who achieved this feat vanished after completing his round of challenges. There was no name for him on Heaven's list. His identity became an utmost mystery of Hidden Death Valley. However, these geniuses refused to forget his feats. The number 1 spot on Heaven's list was filled by a new name, a name fit for someone who could dominate the rankings of Heaven in a single string of challenges. 1. Heavenly King. Atticus looked at the ranking wryly. He cracked his shoulder and winced in pain. It was an old injury at this point, but it still hurt like hell. He knew from the start that that man would become something great. But to think it happened so soon. Atticus smiled lightly. The Heavenly King or the Saint King? Just which one would win in the end? Atticus wanted to be there for that moment, and he was unresigned to being a mere spectator. When we meet again, I won't let you thrash me like that. Atticus' eyes hardened. Egglesnoll, that guy, disappeared after causing such a scene, likely headed somewhere he could become an even greater monster. In that case, Atticus would become a monster too. He was absolutely determined to do so. He was one of many affected by the sudden appearance of such a heaven-defying genius, though his case was far more severe since he knew the man personally. From the weakest disciples to those emperors and paragons who'd faced humiliation under the purple-eyed demon's hand, all geniuses of hidden Death Valley were spurred into action. The director watched this change take place from above. He smiled to himself. I've helped you as much as I can. Your identity is now only known in this academy as the Heavenly King. Damien Void never returned from Calypto, so go, run wild as you please, and become the ruler of heaven that you were meant to be. Chapter 811 Enlist. A lonely voice rang out in the midst of nothingness, the owner of that voice floating alone in the endless night. At this time, only a month had passed since Damien's meeting with his father. The deeds of the Heavenly King had yet to be made known, but the string of challenges had been completed only a single day ago. It only took Damien a single month to locate and defeat a majority of hidden Death Valley's emperors and paragons. The Academy emblem was especially helpful for this task, but more than anything, the Celestial Realm provided Damien a nearly endless space to abuse his teleportation for movement. It was an extremely refreshing experience to travel millions of kilometers unrestrained, and this experience also led him to find other challengers at an extremely rapid pace. By the time the month ended and Damien finished beating up his peers, he'd already seen everything the Celestial Realm had to offer. Damien had no idea just what kind of stir he'd cause in hidden Death Valley after news of his feats leaked, but it was definitely a shame that he couldn't see it. In the 2 months before the progress examination came to its true end, he needed to establish himself in Heaven's army and prepare for what was to come next. The director owes me a few favors, so he should take care of the aftermath. If there was one match Damien enjoyed more than the rest, it was his battle with Atticus. As the two were friends to an extent, they fought for an entire day and night without rest, merely testing each other's skills and enjoying the battle rather than thirsting for blood. Damien grinned. He couldn't help but anticipate their next meeting. But until then, I'm closing in on them. If I'm not mistaken, a large portion of Heaven's army is still in Throa's vicinity. Heaven's army did have a central headquarters. However, it was located in Hephaestus, the Dwarven domain. Hephaestus was the technological hub of the universe. Only in Hephaestus could one find teleportation arrays that could connect directly to any other part of the universe. For the sake of efficiency in the mobilization of troops and fortification of the headquarters defense, the Dwarven domain was the most obvious choice. Unfortunately, Hephaestus was on the complete opposite side of the universe from Eden. If Damien wanted to get there, even with his speed, it'd take at least a few months. Damien sighed to himself. His body passed through the ruined remains of Eden. Everywhere he went, he saw destroyed worlds and debris from the chaotic warfare that had been taking place in this realm for many years already. It's really a shame. A mere few years to destroy an entire sector, a place where countless quintillions of existences are housed. When Damien first heard of Eden's condition, he thought the reports were exaggerated. He assumed that along the way, he'd be able to find at least a few safe worlds or dead stars to bind. This, however, was merely his wishful thinking. Eden was truly destroyed, only slightly better than the Elven domain, which was turned into a complete dead zone. Damien's body rematerialized in the void once more, and finally, he saw activity in front of him. Countless starships and troops moved about through the starry sky. A plethora of temporary base camps had been formed on the remains of the surrounding planets. Among them, There were even a few celestial bodies that survived. Sensing the familiar fluctuation of world force, Damien smiled. He was glad that at least a few seeds could survive. As long as they existed, nothing would remain destroyed forever. Damien maneuvered through the ordered chaos uninhibited. Since Heaven's army was originally a coalition of forces, nobody doubted his identity. It wasn't rare to see strangers among the troops. He eventually found his way to an open area in the starry sky. In the distance, the debris of a wrecked planet floated like rings around a shining blue world core. Those were the remains of Thro. The temptation to swallow that world core naturally rose in Damien's heart, but now he suppressed it. I should find the highest authorities. Damien's head turned in a certain direction, and his body moved thereafter. He teleported until he was only a few hundreds of kilometers from Thro's world core. Here, two massive auras flared in the distance. Within a second, the owners of those auras arrived in front of Damien. This is a restricted area, the man on the right said. Damien responded succinctly, but he was inwardly marveling a bit. After all, the late-stage fourth-class beings before him were positioned as mere guards. How could he not be surprised? Nevertheless, these guards clearly didn't take well to his answer. Unless you have been authorized, you will not be allowed entry, the same man coldly said, raising his spear at Damien. Damien sighed and scratched his head. This is going to become an annoying interaction if I let it keep going. I have two options from here. Either he could cause a scene and gain the attention of those extreme peak masters, or he could turn around and join a smaller force before slowly working his way up to a prominent position. Unfortunately, I don't have the time or patience for that. I guess I'll have to. A distant voice echoed in the ears of the three present. The guards who were just seconds away from pouncing on Damien suddenly backed down, glaring at him intimidatingly before making way for him. Damien quirked his head curiously, but didn't make a fuss. If his purpose was being achieved more efficiently, why would he complain? He followed the aura fluctuation from the voice just then until he arrived at a small dead star floating amongst Throa's debris. This is... Damien's eyes widened yet again. Spatial expansion magic spanning an entire dead star is impressive regardless of how small the star is. He felt a small tug as space changed its wavelength. The scenery around him changed as well, almost as if the dead star was transformed into an entirely different realm. Oh, Damien was definitely looking for an expert when he came to Thro, but this exceeded his expectations by a landslide. Chapter 8:12 Enlist. A sprawling sea of green spanned an infinite distance, filled with vibrant life, aura completely unlike what one would expect from a dead star. In the midst of that everlasting field was an ancient temple-like building. Damien didn't walk into the temple. Rather, he moved around it and found the courtyard attached to its rear. This was the place he was to go. The courtyard was fenced off, but Damien could clearly feel the vast aura being emitted from the being within. He stood at the door in contemplation, unknowing of whether he should enter or not. If the existence beyond the door was hostile, he'd be in serious trouble. What are you hesitating for? That being's voice resounded once more. Damien sighed and pushed the door open, entering the courtyard. He scanned its interior, appreciating the calm, naturalistic aesthetic of the area, before his eyes finally caught the owner of the voice. Damien nodded on instinct before shaking his head profusely. Oh, The woman smiled and shook her head, dropping the matter. It wasn't surprising for him to react like he did. After all, everyone did the first time they met her. Despite the fact that she was an extreme peak fourth-class master, she looked no older than 12 or 13 years old. Don't mind my current state. It is but a consequence of using power beyond my abilities, she stated. Anyway, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Damien Void, the most famous genius in the universe at the moment. Damien's eyes sharpened. There is no use pretending in front of me, boy. Spatial abilities are rare enough alone, but purple eyes that signify nobility are even rarer. Damien frowned. He didn't know how valid her reasoning was, but it was true that he couldn't hide his identity from her. Well, it wasn't as if he was trying to hide in the first place, merely. He said with a sigh. The woman chuckled. The woman smiled. It was a surprise seeing this man appear before her like this, but it wasn't a bad thing at all. Rather, she was quite interested in his reason for coming. A genius like him could go anywhere in the universe with his current reputation. By all measures, he should have been taking advantage of his status to climb the dimensional leaderboard. But instead, he came to the battlefield. If his reasoning was as she thought it was. Boy, my name is Priscilla Adelaire. I am one of the high commanders of this army. This time, it was Damien's turn to be shocked. It wasn't strange for names to be repeated in a universe of this scale. There were probably millions of different Adelaires without any connection to each other. This Priscilla was likely a case like this, with no relation to Rose at all. But if it turned out to not be the case, Damien shook off the nonsensical thought and replied to Priscilla's words. Since you know who I am, then it makes things much simpler. I am here to fight. It's as easy as that. Priscilla's brow raised in curiosity. Do I need any grand reason? I want to fight, kill, and become stronger. Priscilla smiled. She was extremely pleased that she noticed him before those other old ghosts could get their hands on him. He met her expectations and even exceeded them to an extent. Saying that every practitioner had this motivation wasn't a lie, but Damien downplayed it heavily. Sure, every practitioner had the desire for strength, but not every practitioner was willing to devote themselves wholeheartedly to it. Damien wasn't like these people. Priscilla could clearly see it in his eyes. It was evident based on his current actions. For the sake of strength, he was willing to throw himself into war, even though he could just as well use the dimensional leaderboard to slowly and safely grow. It was motivation to the extent of insanity. Because for this type of person, death was merely a measure of their unworthiness. They were indifferent in front of it because if it happened, it was because they deserved it. They simply weren't strong enough. This type of motivation was the qualification of a genius, but also the reason that countless geniuses died before they could bloom into their strength. Nevertheless, who was Priscilla to crush the ambitions of a rising star? Rather, she wanted to push him forward and see how he could grow. After all, I'm considering him for the successor position of the demon-sealing pantheon. Priscilla's lips spread into a small grin. If you are intent on following this path, then I will not stop you. Why? There are multiple reasons. Firstly, do you think I'll let a wild card like you into the field without at least an observer on you? Secondly, you need a method to stay connected to Heaven's army. Geniuses like you tend to be lone wolves, so working with a squad will be difficult unless you have someone who can help you acclimate. I will personally pick a companion that won't burden you. Damien furrowed his brows in thought. He didn't know why Priscilla was being so direct about the fact that she didn't trust him and wanted to observe him, but he did appreciate her transparency. Also, not everything she's saying is wrong. It's true that without Zura's existence and mediation, my relationship with the Stargazer squad probably wouldn't have improved in the slightest. He didn't like admitting that he was an edgy loner, but his past actions didn't let him run from the truth. I don't have any ulterior motives, so there's really no need to worry about an observer. Besides personal discomfort, there were no visible cons to having a capable companion. Fine, I'll accept your terms. Damien sighed in defeat. Mamai, if I remember correctly, you came from humble origins. TCH, who wouldn't? Priscilla conceded with a smile. Do not worry. You will receive treatment matching your strength. This is how Heaven's army has always operated. However, your benefits will come later. First, let's talk about where you will be deployed. Priscilla trailed off with a mysterious smile as she summoned an array of holographic windows between her and Damien. Chapter 8:13 Enlist. Damien sat in a provided accommodation and sighed to himself as he thought back to the previous conversation. He'd already finished finalizing the terms of his agreement with Priscilla, and she'd already chosen the perfect place for his deployment. Only, that woman's personality wasn't something Damien could handle. Damien rolled over in bed and flicked his finger through the air, summoning a holographic window. The so-called edge of existence was the border of the known universe. Beyond this land was the murky abyss that no practitioner had ever survived. What was curious about the edge of existence was that rather than a portion of space or even a collection of planets, It was a massive flat land made of unknown material. It was essentially a solid ring that encircled the universe. Even the width of this ring was countless millions of kilometers long. The length didn't even need to be mentioned. This massive battlefield was the true war zone against the Nox. It was the first line of defense that protected the universe from outside invasion. The existence of Ion only made the Nox's rapid conquest of two sectors even stranger. Damien sighed, considering the Nox's usual methods. There were bound to be traitors everywhere, even within places like hidden Death Valley or Heaven's Army. It's been a while since I've last dealt with traitors. In fairness, a good portion of Damien's time in the Divine Realm had been spent on Death Emperor Star, where traitors were almost non-existent, but it was still strange that he didn't meet any on Calypto. When we reach a scale this big, there's no way the traitors will be split into individual groups like they were in the human domain. So far, Damien had heard nothing about such an organization, but he didn't doubt its existence at all. And if there was anywhere he'd find them, it would definitely be Ion. After all, what were traitors good for if not sneaking their allies through enemy lines? That Priscilla is making me wait here while she finds a companion for me. After his conversation with Priscilla, Damien realized that it was impossible for him to abuse his space-time abilities in Ion. His identity had become too well known after Calypto's incidents, and after people found out about his previous feat of dominating the dimensional leaderboard, the fervor surrounding his name only became fiercer. Damien crossed his legs and began meditating. Unknowingly, 3 days passed before a knock on his door woke him. A maidservant said from beyond the door. Understood, Damien responded as he opened it. The maidservant bowed and led him to Priscilla's courtyard. When Damien entered, he was almost suffocated by the latent aura filling the surroundings. Comaine, excuse the suddenness of my invitation, but the others wish to see you as well. Yeah, sure. Damien slowly calmed his blood and glanced at the multitude of figures filling the room. Right, there were over 15 characters in the room at the moment, all of them with the strength of extreme peak 4th class. Damien asked, "Pwah?" An old man burst out in response. "Kid, my name is Sterling Asterin, but you may know me better as the Fallen Star Holy Master." Damien's eyes widened. It's a mistake many people make, so I don't blame you. Our demigod ancestor doesn't interfere with the mundane world much, and all sect duties are relegated to me. I see. Damien nodded in understanding. It made sense if an illustrious demigod didn't want to deal with menial tasks. They likely had a long road of comprehension to embark on, so they focused on training more often than not. According to Revis' memory, Blood Azura Holy Land is led personally by the immortal Blood Azura. Damien concluded his thoughts and listened to the introductions of the rest of the present experts. As expected, each and every one of them held a position with at least the power of a Holy Land High Elder. These were Heaven's Army's high commanders. It was a position that couldn't just be achieved through extreme peak 4th class strength, but also required dignity, wisdom, and leadership that was acknowledged by the common soldiers and higher-ups alike. And for some reason, they all lined up just to meet Damien. Damien awkwardly returned their greetings and participated in their sophistries for a period of time, inwardly lamenting the fact that he decided to come. It was only many hours later when the experts left Damien alone with Priscilla once more. Damien let out a tired sigh and plopped down on a nearby sofa. Acting so relaxed around me, boy. Should I have respect for a senior who forced me to entertain that bullshit? Damien rolled his eyes before turning to look at Priscilla. So have you found a companion yet? Priscilla smiled mysteriously. Worry not. I have already found a perfect companion for you. Damien sighed in relief. If you're saying they're reliable, I'll trust you for now, but this itchy feeling is really pissing me off. Damien didn't know much about Priscilla, but Revis did. More accurately, Revis had a vague memory of the demon-sealing pantheon that Priscilla belonged to. It was a mysterious influence of which nobody knew the location or members. Only a single demon-sealing pantheon member would come to light in every generation, leading the universe in the war effort with their techniques made specially to restrict and kill the Nox. Even if Priscilla herself was a fox, her position meant that she'd at least follow through when she needed to. Then, pseudo-banquet is a bit too posh of a description, but indeed, that, and to tell you that your companion is en route. Then I'll be taking my leave, Damien said as he stood up. Priscilla smiled but didn't stop him from leaving. She had plenty of time to play with Damien before determining his worth. She didn't have to rush at all. Fua. Priscilla flopped onto a nearby couch and sighed out loud. Before Damien arrived, she'd made a bet with the other high commanders. If she won, they wouldn't try to poach Damien from her for 3 months, but if she lost, they could do as they pleased and she couldn't interfere. Naturally, she won the bet, and quite simple at that. She couldn't help but laugh when she thought about it. It was a simple prompt, yet not even a single high commander could accomplish it. All they had to do was successfully probe Damien. If they could determine his level through this probe, they would win. But as Priscilla found only a few days earlier, such a feat was impossible even for an extreme peak 4th class being, regardless of how many revolutions they'd completed. Priscilla smiled to herself. Chapter 814 Enlist. Damien stood up from meditative posture and stretched his body. An entire week passed since he started staying in this strange Dead Star realm, and his companion had finally arrived. Damien cracked his knuckles and prepared for a fight as he headed back to Priscilla's courtyard. He knew for certain that finding a companion that could match his age and accomplishments was impossible, so he was curious about the type of person Priscilla recruited. Is it some old monster? The walk to Priscilla's courtyard was practically ingrained in Damien's mind at this point, so he was able to reach it without a hitch. When he entered, he was disappointed by the lack of companion in the room. He questioned with a frown. Ha, calm down. No need to be so hostile. Your companion is here. They just went to pay respects to the other high commanders before you arrived. Priscilla motioned toward the chair across from her at the table she sat at. On the table was a Go board which seemed to be actively in play, though Priscilla didn't have any company. It was a game that never got to finish. Priscilla asked. Damien shrugged and walked over. He played a little bit of Go on Earth, but not enough to be considered good. Go was a game that emphasized push and pull. To take initiative and hand it over intentionally, Damien was never intelligent enough to make these calls. But it wasn't like the aggressive approach never worked. He sat down with Priscilla and started the game, placing his first piece. Priscilla asked. Damien and Priscilla took turns making moves, blocking each other while also trying to gain the advantage. However, as Damien already stated, he was never good at games like this one. He focused too much on his own side, and before he even realized it, Priscilla had created a complex web that left him with no choice but defeat. He said with a sigh, "Oh," Priscilla responded mysteriously. "And by that you mean, I'm sure you already know." Priscilla shrugged and moved the pieces off the board, starting a new game. Go is very interesting to play as a high commander on the battlefield. In a situation where all routes are cut off, what options are left? Priscilla placed her piece with a wry smile. In Go, the situation changes based on the player. Some will admit defeat the moment they sense their loss, refusing to continue the game. Some will try to find a way to win even knowing their impending loss, but still give up in the end. Some will beg for a rematch without fail, acting like starved dogs. Her eyes raised and met Damien's. It's good to know that you are this type of person. However, this type of person is always the first to die. Her expression turned solemn. You are a spatial expert. Your skill in fleeing is unparalleled under the demigod level, even if it means you must abandon your companions. You must survive. Damien silently returned her moves, refusing to comment on her words. His actions would depend on the situation. He couldn't promise anything, nor could he shoulder the weight of the universe. I'll move how I wish to move. If anyone inhibits that, before Damien could think further, a knock resounded from the courtyard door. It looks like your companion has finally arrived, Priscilla said. With her invitation, the person beyond the door stepped into the courtyard. Their form was revealed. The woman was around 5 feet 6 inches in height. Her hair was medium length and so dark it almost looked black, but the way it glinted with deep blue in the sunlight made it evident that it barely wasn't. She had green eyes that reminded Damien of the endless abundance of life, and her overall stature was so composed that she almost blended in with nature. "Greetings, Senior." The woman bowed to Priscilla as she spoke, refusing to move from the doorway. "Même, comme siete." The woman walked over to the table and bowed towards Damien. Well met," Damien muttered offhandedly. "Her level is—" "Boy, don't focus too much on Wuhan's level," Priscilla interrupted him, before he could come to any conclusions. "If you want to talk about raw power, Wuhan definitely can't match you. But in terms of combat effectiveness..." Shimin Wuhan nodded and faced Damien. She formed a set of seals with her hand, and immediately the laws of heaven and earth shifted. "Oh ho!" Damien whistled inwardly, impressed. Surrounding him currently was a powerful array that Damien didn't know the identity of. From what he could tell, it both restrained the enemy and sapped their mana to slowly weaken and kill them. This array isn't bad. It can be deployed instantly, and it has enough power to affect anyone under late-stage 4th class. Damien commented. Shimin Wuhan was near the peak of mid-stage 4th class, so her having this level of ability wasn't surprising. Of course, she definitely proved that she would be useful. Only, Damien didn't need someone who could only show their use in specific situations. He was a bit disappointed in what she'd shown so far. "I apologize, young master," Shimin Wuhan said without a change of expression. Her hand seals changed, and the laws of heaven and earth changed along with them. The nature of the array completely reversed. Damien felt an unknown strength filling his body. His mana became denser, and he even felt an improvement in his comprehension ability. His entire being had been elevated as if he'd jumped 20 or 30 levels in an instant. Priscilla smiled at his bewilderment. Damien's eyes sharpened. Even the greatest supporters couldn't strengthen other people's abilities to an extent that actually mattered. It was simply impossible to maneuver mana in a way that empowered someone else without consciously controlling it. But at that point, the technique would be no different than puppeteering. Buff-type supporters were rare to the point where they weren't even highly sought after because rarely anyone knew of their existence. Now that one was standing before Damien, he thought while hiding his satisfaction. Damien didn't need help in combat. He didn't need a defensive type either, since his body was the greatest possible defense. All in all, Damien was a one-man army that couldn't be interfered with. But if the other party wasn't interfering, but was rather enhancing his abilities. Indeed, Priscilla wasn't lying when she said she found a supporter that perfectly suited Damien. With said supporter in tow, Damien could finally set off for Ion. It was time to start a new journey, a new adventure that had spread his name far and wide. Damien had been on the cusp of adventure so many times that he thought this feeling would have numbed by now. But he couldn't even pay attention to Priscilla's words. The anticipation was killing him. The itch in his body to utterly destroy and conquer all things. He couldn't wait to fulfill it. Chapter 8:15 Enlist. After conversing with Priscilla for a bit longer, Damien immediately left for Ion with Shimin Wuhan in tow. The Dead Star itself was only a temporary base, mostly held together by the magic and skills of those residing on it, so there wasn't a direct teleportation station to Ion nearby. However, there were more than a few in Soul World, a sector whose border was mere days away from Thoreau. Overall, the travel time wouldn't be too long. Damien would reach Ion within a week, but a week was enough time for plenty to happen. Damien mainly used this week to learn more about Shimin Wuhan and Ion. For the first matter, rather than Shimin Wuhan herself, Damien was naturally more interested in her ability. As someone immensely familiar with the natural law, he held an immense curiosity towards her ability, which seemed to break it. However, the reality of her power was different from what Damien expected. The nature of her mana itself was different. When Damien observed her body, he noticed that the ambient mana she absorbed would go through some sort of change the instant it entered her body, becoming wholly different from its original property. Of course, a normal practitioner could also change the nature of mana to match their elements, but this was actually a completely different process. Regardless of their similarities, the fact that one happened consciously while the other happened naturally was a major differentiator. On top of that, Shimin Wuhan's mana didn't align with any of the laws Damien knew of. Even when he asked her what law she practiced, she couldn't answer him. To her, law comprehension came as naturally as breathing. While she practiced and refined her formation art, her mana continued to mature subconsciously. It was the only way to describe her. As someone who also held this title, Damien did his best to uncover the secrets behind her mysterious identity. But of course, a week wasn't nearly enough time to solve a mystery that stumped even high commanders like Priscilla. Luckily, this week allowed Damien to get acclimated to Ion's power structure. Ion was also a prime piece of land, and it wasn't a small number of sects trying to capture it. The Nox were a threat to the universe as a whole, which was the only reason these forces didn't fiercely clash for hegemony. The most important fact that Damien found out was the power level of Ion, rather than its structure. The term Extreme Peak 4th Class didn't matter at all in Ion. After all, there were an uncountable number of Extreme Peak experts present there. After seeing the absurd numbers and the information Priscilla provided, Damien personally went to ask Shimin Wuhan about its validity. In that moment, Damien's worldview was unexpectedly widened once again. He thought to himself. Damien thought he already understood the true vastness of the universe, but his opinion was skewed by what he'd seen. A majority of the universe's forces were in Ion. As Priscilla said, Ion was the true battlefield. When the sparks of war were just barely lighting up the starry sky, a vast portion of the universe's experts were deployed to Eden to act as a first, and hopefully last, line of defense. If it wasn't for these experts, the universe might have fallen before Damien could even enter the divine realm. The experts that would have been considered at the very peak of the universe were present in Ion in the billions. Granted, Ion is, ironically, the largest celestial body in the universe with its length. Naturally, not all Extreme Peak 4th Class beings were the same. The Extreme Peak of 4th Class was merely what every single being who reached level 399 was called. The next step was a step onto the path of godhood, and, depending on how close one was to taking the step, one's power would be drastically different. The new stages of Extreme Peak 4th Class were titled as revolutions, because completing each one felt like another revolution through life, an entirely new journey from level 1 to 399. High commanders like Priscilla were at the 6th of 9 revolutions. Above them were only executioners at the 7th or 8th revolution and supremes at the 9th revolution. Below the high commanders were normal commanders with strength ranging from the 3rd to 5th revolution. And below even them were millennium generals from the 1st and 2nd revolutions. Practitioners who'd yet to reach the extreme peak stage were delegated as regular soldiers. And just as the Nox did, Heaven's Army would assign roles based on the situation. But most people travel with their sects and organizations. This was why the carrot and stick reward system implemented for the war was perfect. Achievements became tangible as rewards accompanied them. And these prideful sect disciples and practitioners became dogs with their tails wagging at the prospect. Just as all of Damien's prior affiliations had done, a new one would provide him a canopy to use in case of emergencies. However, in Ion, there likely wasn't a situation where he could earn the right to move freely. I can move with Shimin Wuhan alone, but I do need a base camp to return to in case anything happens. Damien sighed. Interacting with people was much harder than slaughtering Nox, but doing it properly made life far easier. Nevertheless, the week passed rapidly with Damien busying himself with information gathering and training. Many millions of kilometers of travel and 3 long-distance teleportation arrays later, the destination was finally in sight. As Priscilla described it, it truly was the end of existence. The glimmering specks of light decorating the starry sky were non-existent on the other side of Ion. The sky was pitch black, and moving too far into enemy territory meant entering the abyss. It was a place with a desolate atmosphere that could be felt from afar, and a bloodthirst with the same effect. Damien's eyes hardened. Realization about where he'd taken himself set in. This was a place where survival and benefits mattered more than all else. In a war zone that protected humanity, the concept of humanity was entirely lacking. Damien steeled himself. The days ahead would mirror this atmosphere. He closed his eyes and calmed his boiling emotions, reopening them with indifference oozing from his pupils. He declared it without leaving room for arguments. He grabbed on Shimin Wuhan's army and flashed away. In the next moment, the duo appeared in the sky above the cracked reddish-purple desert that was Ion. Damien deeply breathed in the blood-soaked air, and a spark of reddish-black mana flashed across his pupils. Chapter 816 Enlist. Of the influences making up Heaven's Army's forces in Ion, there were a few powerful options that Damien could join for his plans. There were two types of influences at the edge of existence. The first was more traditional. These influences were tight-knit and loyal groups who stuck together regardless of the cost. The disciples of these influences tended to have a great deal of pride in their affiliations and would do anything they could for said affiliation's survival. The second type was far more unorthodox. These influences were massive in scale, having operations spanning the entire universal road that made up the edge of existence. On such a scale, it was impossible to mimic the traditions and bonds of orthodox sections. These influences took a more mercenary-like approach with their disciples, but maintained a base level of tradition that made it hard to classify them as mercenary organizations. Of these, Damien would of course rather join the latter. Even if his freedom would still be restricted, he'd be able to act independently with much more ease within a looser power structure. Considering this, along with distance and time constraints, Damien narrowed his options down to 3 organizations with branches nearby where he and Shimin Wuhan arrived: Iron Fortress, Hope Organization, and Sanctuary. As he'd learned before, regardless of their loose structure, these influences had their own doctrines. Their tendencies were partially reflected in their names, but that wasn't enough to judge them. Otherwise, Damien would have long taken the Hope Organization off his list. With Ion's gargantuan size, every few 100 million kilometers signified a different domain with a different atmosphere. Since Damien entered from Soul World, he was in a section of Ion called the Blood-Drenched Wilderness. This area is well known for its beast population. It's said that millions of corrupted beasts and lesser Nox roam these lands. Damien and Shimin Wuhan moved with efficiency since the latter didn't complain about spatial travel at all. Within a few minutes, they'd made it to the Hope Organization branch, the closest of the 3 to their location. It wasn't bad when he first walked in. The building was structured similarly to the Adventurers Guild branches on Apeiron, so Damien actually had high hopes. But show mercy to your enemies is one of their golden rules. This rule only applied to non-Nox or Nox-affiliated enemies, but Damien couldn't accept it regardless. Even a single act of mercy can come back to bite you later. Damien shook his head. Of Iron Fortress and Sanctuary, neither immediately made Damien want to reject. His partiality to Sanctuary definitely came into play when he went to make a decision on where to go next. However, rumble. The ground quaked. Damien's eyes narrowed. Damien grabbed Shimin Wuhan and teleported to the source of the tremors, hiding their bodies with Dimension once they arrived. Damien spread his awareness and watched the battle in great detail. From what he could see, there was a multitude of forces present. Among them, the 3, or rather 2, he was contemplating joining. I should stay back for now and observe them. The enemy was a Nox force consisting of many thousands of higher Nox and an exponentially larger number of minions. The number of 3rd class and below fighters on the battlefield was low, but the number of 4th classes made it negligible. A portion of the Allied forces' troops was delegated specifically to hold off the Horde and barrage it with wide-range attacks. Interesting. The Iron Fortress members are fighting much more individualistically than the Sanctuary members. As Damien observed, he was able to pick apart the strengths and weaknesses of both parties. Iron Fortress was far better in terms of raw power, but their lack of cohesiveness brought their efficiency down by many points. In terms of moral character, the Sanctuary members seemed more willing to aid their allies than Iron Fortress members, though Damien didn't know whether this was a good or a bad thing. Even then, it becomes a deciding factor when comparing the two. Damien joked inwardly. After meeting his father, he could finally accept the immense longing for family and belonging hidden deep in his heart. It always subconsciously influenced his decisions, but now that he was conscious of it, he didn't know how to feel. Whatever. Everything is temporary anyway, but it's better to make friends. Joining Celestial Star Palace allowed Damien to meet Tianyang and somehow earn the protection of a demigod. Even if all other examples were ignored, this alone was enough to justify Damien's desire to form bonds. But at the same time, I'll have to visit their guild branch before making a concrete decision. I really hope our interests align, but if they don't, Damien sighed and smiled wryly when he read through Sanctuary's code. Other than basic human decency type rules, they didn't actually have many restrictions. It was a pretty convincing slogan, especially considering that it even had the ability to reel Damien in. He left the battlefield after observing for a few minutes and went straight to Sanctuary, expecting nothing but disappointment. What he received was the complete opposite. Despite the fact that they advised their members to form squads, they didn't force it. People who wanted to travel solo were also welcome, but they had to sign a different contract since their safety wasn't nearly as guaranteed. It's just a matter of resources. According to the contract, 40% of the resources I gather will be taken by the guild, but I'll be compensated with achievement points to use on Heaven's Army rewards. There was no need for hesitation. Damien and Shiman Wuhan walked to the front desk of the Sanctuary branch and immediately joined the guild, signing the mana contract that bound them to it. The receptionist lady said, "Now that you've become official guild members, there are a few protocols you need to remember. As stated in the contract, you'll be able to move at your own discretion. However, if the guild issues a summons, participation is mandatory. Failure to comply will break the contract terms, thus crippling you through the restriction." Chapter 8:17, First Move. The receptionist rambled off a spiel of common information that every guild member should know as she handed over the duo's guild identification plaques. While these battles happened often as well, it wasn't strange to see small scuffles everywhere, and even areas where the environment resembled a lawless zone more than a battlefield. For newbies who've just arrived at the edge of existence, it was recommended to slowly acclimate by taking on smaller extermination missions with a full squad before moving onto large-scale operations with more people. Of course, Damien paid no mind to this advice. I can kill as I please, but if I follow the receptionist's advice, I'll be stuck as a common soldier who can't participate in anything extraordinary. Damien grinned as he looked at the mission list. The lowest level missions were essentially training missions, merely consisting of tasks on the level of defeating a group of 10 lesser Nox. Moving up from there, the number and strength of the Nox to be killed increased slowly, until at the very extreme, there were even missions to assassinate Nox avatars. Blade Lord, Poison Lord, Insect Lord, there are over 15 Nox avatars on this list. Damien frowned as he scrolled to a more suitable portion of the list. His frown soon turned back into a grin. Nice. It looks like they've scouted out a couple of strongholds, but haven't been able to take them down yet. Nox strongholds were present in droves on Ion. Logistically, the only valid reason for their hesitation was the number of late-stage fourth-class beings, but this problem could be solved with just a bit of planning. The true reason for their lack of action was just as always: politics and sophistry. Nox strongholds were extremely useful strategic points that every guild wanted for themselves. These strongholds usually had a large number of resources stored within, and their positioning allowed Heaven's Army to use them to claim more land on Ion. This momentum was incredibly important for the war effort, so not only would the majority benefit, the conquerors of the stronghold would gain control over the resources found there. Everybody won, that is, if they could agree on who conquered the stronghold. Every guild wanted to hoard the resources, which led to a stalemate where nobody touched the strongholds for fear of forming enmity with the other forces in the vicinity. Damien smiled mischievously. He didn't accept the mission, but as he already saw the coordinates of the strongholds, he had no need to. He didn't come to Ion for Sanctuary or Heaven's Army's rewards. He came for blood. His body flashed several 100,000 kilometers away from the guild branch, with Shimin Wuhan in tow. Within a few hours, they arrived at the first stronghold. Damien spread his awareness and activated his all-seeing eyes. The numbers are mostly as expected. The number of early and mid-stage fourth-class beings is more than what was estimated, but it should be doable. As for the late-stage fourth classes, Damien glanced at Shimin Wuhan. If it came down to it, he could use this as an opportunity to test her power. "Stay here and observe for now," Damien told her. Shimin Wuhan nodded with a slight bow, backing away and standing in the air on her own. Damien turned his attention back to the stronghold. It was big, really big. There are at least a few million lesser Nox in there, not to mention the thousands of higher Nox. It was like the battle on Calypto all over again. But this time, Damien flicked his hand into the air and pointed his finger at the stronghold. Celestial mana gathered in the air. Boom! A wave of power spread from Damien's body. The sky went black. The weather didn't change. A sun remained in the sky, but the sky went dark regardless. Something gargantuan appeared there, casting a shadow over the heavens. Several tens of thousands of kilometers in diameter was the celestial body that manifested in the air. It hovered there for a moment. The Nox below began to notice it. As their gazes turned upward, Shimin Wuhan's eyes widened. The planetary body fell through the sky with speed not matching its side. An extreme gravity acted upon its surface, causing it to burn as it resisted the repelling force, preventing it from slamming into iron. But no repelling force could match the weight of a planet. Boom! The fortress collapsed, the earth collapsed, the sky collapsed. The rumbling impact of the massive construct resounded for several tens of thousands of miles. The shockwaves that spread incinerated countless lesser Nox, and injured a large number of higher Nox as well. It was a beautiful scene of destruction that deserved further description, but Damien didn't wait long enough to admire the blooming, chaotic aftermath of his attack. He charged. His body disappeared and reappeared among the chaos. Pure white mana coated his body, and murky black mana swirled around his arms and legs. Damien bared his fangs. Bang! The air exploded under the weight of his acceleration. With pure speed alone, he arrived in front of the nearest higher Nox and directly sliced him in half. The Nox's body dissolved into ink, but before it could slink away to rejoin with its peers, a deathly spike pierced its body and melted it into nothingness. Damien's eyes turned. His gaze was followed by proverbial lightning as he scouted a group of 10 targets not too far away from each other. A panther? A cheetah? No. The speed at which he moved had already entered the realm of legends, mirroring the mythical Kuan Pong. Bang! 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 The impact of his fists was silent. The claws and sickles of death wordlessly encroached upon these unfortunate Nox and reaped their lives. However, each step he took caused space to tremble and shatter. The sound preceded his movements, yet the Nox couldn't avoid him. It was a terrifying prospect. A fury of blood overtook the crumbling fortress. As the cosmic manifestation faded out of existence, the total number of survivors finally became countable. Millions of lesser Nox? It didn't matter their number. Anyone under 4th class was instantly incinerated by the impact and following shockwaves. Of the higher Nox, most of the early-stage beings were heavily injured. The mid-stage beings weren't as injured, but they didn't have nearly enough power to compete with Damien and the high-stage beings. Damien tore through the remaining early and mid-stage Nox as fast as he could. The tide of death that he spread continued to grow, and as it did, the residue of his murky black mana layered together and formed a mist that followed Damien's movements. The second the mist covered the entirety of the stronghold's area, Damien dictated his enemy's fate. Chapter 8:18, First Move. Heads flew. Sickles made from the surrounding mist appeared on the neck of every living Nox present in the area. Before they could even react, their heads had been separated from their bodies. The mist pressed down against the earth, swallowing up the inky remains of the Nox and disallowing them from being reborn. The Nox didn't deserve rebirth, whether it was through their own convoluted method or the true cycle of samsara. Damien's attention turned outward. There were still 10 left alive. 10 higher knocks for him to kill. It's only 10 here, but it's in the hundreds in some of the other fortresses. Right now, kill, eat, evolve. His old slogan came back to prominence. A savage grin spread across Damien's face. Ha ha, cool me. He recklessly threw his body forward and confronted the late-stage fourth-class knocks. Damien yelled raucously as he formed a set of seals with his hands. Countless separated dimensions clouded iron space. These dimensional cages were infinitely stacked on top of each other, forming Russian nesting dolls with thousands of layers. On top of that, the attack itself was supported by the breath of all things. A number of exclamations rang out when the 9 trapped late-stage fourth-class knocks understood their situations, yet before they could even try to escape, Damien was long gone. "You're the first," Damien stated to the last untrapped knocks. Contrary to what the others believed, Damien never disappeared. Rather, he dragged his first target into an alternate dimension so deeply woven into the fabric of space that it couldn't be recognized by anyone other than another expert. He and the last knocks were still very much in the vicinity of the rest. The higher knocks said. Damien smirked. He flashed forward and slashed out, using his hand as a blade aimed to decapitate the enemy. The higher knocks quickly dodged to the side before he was hit, but just as he turned to regain his balance, bang, 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 black mana bullets exploded all around his body, scattering death energy that tried to enter his system and corrode him. "Ah!" The higher knocks exclaimed mockingly. He mobilized his own corrosive mana, quickly dissolving Damien's. Damien's voice sounded from behind the higher knocks. He felt cold metal on his head. Bang! A bullet fired, filled with pure white light that contrasted the previous black bullets. The bullet submerged into the higher Nox's head like a powerless light ball and disappeared. The higher Nox immediately flared his aura and got away from Damien, warily raising his defense. The Nox began dancing. His form was ferocious and warlike, completely belligerent, unlike the usual graceful dance postures one expected to see. His every move summoned a tide of mana, a tide that only became exponentially greater with every step he took. The higher Nox's roar was the key. The attack he'd been building was released, forming a massive saucer of disgusting black mana that swirled in the air. Come. Upon the Nox's command, the saucer spun even faster and blobs of inky black mana dropped from its surface, landing on the floor and deforming into strange creatures. Their cries were cacophonous, almost breaking Damien's ears as he retreated. The strange creatures weren't Nox, nor were they mere mana constructs. Damien had no idea their identity, but he could confirm that they were true independent life forms that unhesitantly obeyed the higher Nox's commands. Damien charged into the fray once more. With Hell in one hand and Freya in the other, one representing death and the other life, he was judge, jury, and executioner on the battlefield. He was the true adjudicator of fate. Using the twin moons, as well as his close combat skills, Damien went into battle with the strange creatures. As he did so, he carefully observed their patterns and strength. How fun! These are like game mobs with set patterns and sequences, but their power isn't a joke. Crack! Damien smiled wryly as his ribs shattered. A frog-like creature slammed its head into him, but instead of being fleshy like a toad, it was like a cement gargoyle slammed into Damien's body. Damien shook slightly as his healing factor kicked in. Without hesitation, he charged back into the field. Against a group, this providence will be incredibly useful. Not only are there tank types like that frog, there are even long-range damage dealers and even attackers with specialized skills. Damien smiled as he became more interested in the strange ability. At that moment, bang, crack, Damien turned around and slammed his fist upward, directly shattering the higher Nox's ribs. As the man went flying across the space, Damien flashed and appeared above him. Boom! Space shattered. Damien descended with the weight of a meteor, picking up speed until his feet collided with the higher Nox's flying body and slammed the man into the ground below. Boom! 2 consecutive explosions, and the multitude of cracking and squelching sounds that came from the higher Nox's body were enough to understand the damage that had been done. I don't want to play with you for a bit longer, but your friends will escape if I delay too much. This first higher Nox had solid skill, but was completely unsuited for fighting Damien. His army was powerful, but how could they do any lasting damage to someone who could heal nearly instantaneously? Damien smiled slightly. It was an ironic situation where his strength was only enough to compete with late-stage beings, but his vitality could put him among the experts. I shouldn't get too careless. Regardless of how heaven-defying transcendent regeneration is, it isn't omnipotent. Damien reaffirmed his cautiousness as he slammed his foot down on the higher Nox's head. A dark cloud of void mana consumed the body thereafter. Damien frowned as he felt the changes in his body. It's a shame. It doesn't look like I can inherit demonic providences. The only way to find out was to fight. Damien snapped his finger and summoned the next higher Nox into the separate dimension. It was possible since the dimension itself was connected to the dimensional cages he made prior. The grin alighting his face was wider than ever. Chapter 819 First Move. The second higher Nox's demonic providence gave his mana the property of lightning. The third higher Nox gained the ability to add vibration to his mana and increase its penetrative power. The fourth could use flames of hell, black and corrosive, inextinguishable by most means. Each demonic providence was different, and the skill with which each higher Nox handled their providence also differed. Unlike the first higher Nox, who couldn't properly show the power of his summon army, each consecutive opponent showed Damien more skill and more technique, completely different from the Nox he'd fought before. However, no matter what they did, their power could never match Sebastian's. That butler's fist skills were probably a demonic providence. Damien got extremely lucky in his battle with Sebastian and won in the end, but luck wasn't a skill. Luck wasn't something that could be controlled. So why would Damien bank on luck? He'd rather increase his skill, so the same situation never took place again. He said through heavy breaths. 9 late-stage higher Nox had been defeated so far, and Damien's level had seen a solid increase. Now that he was facing his final opponent, it would be a lie to say he wasn't somewhat exhausted. Using only samsara intent is difficult. I can't fight with the same mobility and firepower I have using space-time, yet since I haven't refined my skills in practical combat. Since there weren't any observers around, Damien cheated slightly by using his spatial advantages to compensate for his weaknesses, but that could be done no more. Improvement wouldn't happen without struggle. He said coldly. The higher Nox didn't move, however, and continued to observe Damien instead. You are a strange human. Despite acting against us, you smell the same as us. The higher Nox stated with a strange smile. Damien scoffed. Bang! His body shot forward and arrived before the higher Nox in a mere instant. He swung his fists at his opponent with all of his strength, pouring death mana into his every attack. Bang! 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 The higher Nox swiftly weaved through the storm of punches, slightly moving his arms to block and redirect the force elsewhere. Every movement of his body was skilled and planned, leaving Damien no room to land a hit. The Nox shouted. Bang! His fist roared through the air and collided with Damien's. The impact force of the two fists sent a shockwave several kilometers into the distance. Damien gritted his teeth and pushed the muscles in his arm to their maximum output. His fist clashed against the Nox's, fighting a fierce game of tug-of-war to determine the final winner. At that moment, bang! A gunshot boomed through space. The higher Nox's body went flying. A pure white light penetrated his skin and entered his circuits. Damien grinned. It was the same trick he'd used on the first Nox and every opponent that came after him. It was Damien's secret to success. He threw himself forward with a grin on his face, following the Nox's flight path. The Nox stabilized himself immediately and glared at Damien with cold eyes. His body suddenly jerked. A gold and black light surrounded him, and a strange, wholly demonic aura radiated from his every movement. The higher Nox punched out before Damien could even reach his vicinity. Bang! Space shattered. The foundation of Damien's isolated dimension shook under the force of the punch. Damien's body flew backwards, blood pooling in his mouth. He exclaimed inwardly. Whether it was the initial impact or the following shockwave, neither touched Damien's body. Yet he was still injured? To ignore the restraints of space and attack, and exponentially increase one's base power. This demonic providence was clearly on a different level from those prior. Aha, I see how it is. Damien hit his fist against his palm in realization. You must be a pretty big guy, right? The higher Nox grinned evilly. That's right. I am Jared, the heavenly demon general. If you manage to kill me, you'll invite calamity onto your race. He asked mockingly. Damien raised his brow. Lose. Damien's current expression was far eviler than Jared's, causing a shiver to run down the latter's spine. This human, his brow twitched. The enemy was not only powerful, but also insane. In that case, ha ha ha. Damien arrived before the higher Nox in an instant and punched out. Bang, 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 bang. Damien immediately entered close combat with the enemy. His fist struck out like lightning, aiming at his opponent's every weak spot. However, he was currently facing someone who outstripped him in physical strength. Crack! The shattering of Damien's wrists and hand bones was so loud and visceral that both fighters cringed, but neither stopped their movements. Damien's arm moved rapidly to block Jared's punch, shattering in the process. In the time it took for that movement to be executed, Damien was already swinging his shattered fist again. And by the time the fist reached Jared's body, it was already healed. Boom! A death mana-laced blow invaded Jared's defense and shot him into the distance. The latent mana of the blow invaded his system and began corrupting his mana system. Jared moved his own mana to repel Damien's invading mana, but the moment he checked his internals, his ashen gray face turned pale white. T this W what? Damien grinned. Jared roared. Damien's grin widened. Unexpectedly, the process worked faster than it did on any of the previous Nox. He asked. The higher Nox backed away, spouting nonsense. Aha, so it really was like that. Perhaps in a normal situation, this not-so-intimidating man named Jared could use other means to supplement his lost vitality so it didn't affect his battle capacity. But what if? What if something within him was actively sucking away his vitality? What if he was fighting against an opponent who comprehended the laws of life and death? Was it using a skill that doubled the rate at which his vitality drained just asking for death? Chapter 8, 21st Move. The battle lost its excitement after Damien's plan was set into motion. The vitality-sucking life bullet put Jared in a situation where, as long as the battle was prolonged, his defeat was inevitable. And what was Damien, if not an infinite killing machine? His mana endlessly replenished from the ambient mana in the surroundings, at a rate far faster than any normal fourth class could achieve. This mana supplemented his recovery and allowed his body to heal nigh instantly. Infinite body and infinite mana, the concepts that Damien was partially embodying, were both terrifying. If he could truly raise himself to that level and bring his mind to the same level, Damien threw his fist out and summoned Hell and Freya. The two guns blasted without pause, filling the entire isolated dimension with deathly mana. Explosions of death mana caused withering, and concentrated bursts of it caused corrosion. These two concepts together made it impossible for Jared's body to remain unaffected, especially since every hit he took accelerated the rate at which his vitality was sucked. This was the true trap Damien laid with life and death mana. It was the temporary solution he'd envisioned to fight until he could use his techniques more intricately. In short, he drained the enemy until they were dry, regardless of how long it took. Eventually, even Jared's heavenly demon body couldn't hold on. The black and gold light weakened and fizzled out, and the effect of Damien's attacks on Jared's body heightened to an extreme degree. Damien threw another punch, but something was different about this one. The death mana around his fist swirled like a cyclone. In the midst of the strange wind cannon shape was a chaotic ball of life mana that seemed ready to burst at any moment. Purgatory Cannon, a variation of 7 stars encircling the moon using samsara intent. The life mana in the center of the cyclone was a bomb. The second it came in contact with the repelling force of death mana and the natural flow that it created. Boom! White and black light blinded all vision. The isolated dimension shook and started collapsing. As for Jared, half of the higher Nox's body had been blown away by the attack. Ha ha! The man stood clutching the half of his chest he had left. Beads of sweat dripped down his brow, mixing with the blood staining his body to create a visceral picture. Jared roared. His eyes turned red. His body began to transform, mutating into something terrifying. Shing! A sword pierced the higher Nox's forehead. The transformation fell apart before it could finish. Damien swallowed his enemy's body with no other thought in mind. Even the demon dragon form was impossible to use in real combat nowadays, unless it was activated beforehand. The time needed to transform might have only been a few milliseconds, but too much could happen in this time frame when fourth-class beings were concerned. For instance, death. Jared's memories flowed into Damien's head, broken into incoherent fragments that mirrored the falling spatial fragments formed by the collapsing, isolated dimension. Damien flashed away, reappearing in reality. If he was alone, it would have been impossible. Damien appeared next to Shimin Wuhin and nodded his head. It was my pleasure. Damien smiled wryly. He tried to get her to stop calling him young master, but she refused. But it was true that her innovative thinking helped Damien win this battle. It took roughly 3 hours to kill the higher Nox one at a time, and the only reason he was able to properly separate them was because of Shimin Wuhin's help. If she didn't use her ability to enhance the strength of Damien's dimensional cages, even with the enhancements he made to the ability, he couldn't trap 10 late-stage fourth classes and still have the peace of mind to battle for 3 hours straight. It's time for us to go, he said out loud. Taking Shimin Wuhin along, he returned to the Sanctuary Guild branch. In his wake was only a destroyed fortress. The destruction spanned tens of thousands of miles, and the only reason it wasn't worse was because Damien took the battle into an isolated dimension before fighting the strongest enemies. Nevertheless, the scene couldn't stay isolated for long. The routine patrols around the surrounding Nox strongholds noticed the complete disappearance of one relatively soon. On the same day it was destroyed, a punitive force was sent from Iron Fortress, Hope Organization, and Sanctuary to investigate the scene. The atmosphere was intense as the branch managers of the 3 guilds sat across from each other at a table. We have been holding off on stronghold subjugation due to an unspoken agreement between our forces, but I never expected someone would be brazen enough to destroy a stronghold entirely. A man growled. He had light blonde hair and a body optimized for combat. He wore thick knight armor and carried a double-edged sword on his waist, signifying his occupation. This man was the branch manager of Hope Organization's blood-drenched wilderness branch, Gene Brightman. Sitting opposed to him was a large man and an icy beauty. The man was truly an Iron Fortress in human form, named Gerald. As for the woman, she was mysterious and didn't speak much, but her identity as the Sanctuary Guild's branch manager couldn't be doubted. Her name was Rillia Sturhaven. The minimum requirement to become a branch manager was to be a Millennium General, but it was speculated that her power was even above this realm. There is nothing to say. Iron Fortress as well. The two voiced their agreement with Gene. However, the man himself wasn't happy. He gritted his teeth in frustration. There is nobody other than the 3 of us who can waste a stronghold thoroughly and quietly. This wasn't a train of thought unique to him. In fact, the other 2 branch managers were thinking the exact same thing. While they remained amicable on the surface, a storm was brewing between them. Someone destroyed a stronghold. Not just conquering, but total annihilation. This meant that the resources and strategic advantages gained by capturing the stronghold were both ruined. This was nothing but a loss from the guild's perspectives. However, regardless of who did it, the fact that it was done still stood. There were 2 more Nox strongholds in the vicinity of the 3 guilds. Before these strongholds could be destroyed or captured by the force who decided to move, the others needed to move first. Proverbial sparks flew through the air. The war that had been stalled for so long due to personal interests was finally getting back on track, all because of the actions of a man who hadn't even been in Ion for an entire day yet. Chapter 8:21 Domino. Ion's massive size didn't need to be mentioned multiple times to be realized. Even in width, it was greater in size than the area of many planets. With this kind of space, especially with half of the battlefield sunken in the abyss, it was natural for there to be countless pockets of space that remained undiscovered by Heaven's army. An aged figure sat like a monk in one of these spatial pockets. For the first time in many hundreds of years, his eyes opened. The man's ancient voice echoed through the small cave he occupied, slightly cracking the walls. With the second instance of speech, the cave collapsed entirely. The old man reappeared in the void of Ion, easily flicking away the spatial collapse caused by his actions. The 9th revolution nears the end of its cycle, and the path of godhood opens its doors. The old man took out a strange black and red talisman, burning it in the next instant. Let the juniors fight amongst themselves. His gaze pierced the bounds of reality, traveling millions of kilometers in the distance. A familiar scent. He shook his head to regain focus. Regardless of the matters of existence, he could not and would not interfere. It was close. He could feel the welcoming embrace of divinity on the horizon. The day that Jihad reached divinity, his body moved millions of miles in an instant, not through spatial teleportation, but through pure force of movement. His gaze panned the surroundings before his body moved, disappearing into a new spatial pocket in which he would stay for a few hundred more years. In his wake, only a single phrase was left resounding through the empty abyss. A black and red talisman burned. Rather, multiple burned in many different locations across the blood-drenched wilderness and nearby areas. The heavenly demon body no longer has an owner. As the demonic providence's commandments allow, the person who kills the heavenly demon candidate's killer will inherit the heavenly demon body. These 2 messages came together to every Nox stronghold and camp within several million kilometers. Suddenly, many eyes turned to the blood-drenched wilderness. Just who was the heavenly demon candidate's killer? Rapid investigations only brought back uncertainty, as if the killer vanished into thin air. This was especially alarming for those in other territories. To hide oneself so well required a specific level of skill that only existed in extreme peak masters. It was best to wait. After all, weren't there 2 Nox strongholds in the blood-drenched wilderness aside from the one the heavenly demon candidate controlled? Those 2 strongholds would be the perfect lure, and at the same time, the killer's response to these strongholds' existence would reveal much about their personality and strength. However, before these things could be ascertained, the 2 Nox strongholds needed to be pushed into action. And if it was instigators one was looking for, Ion was a place where they thrived and a place where they gathered. Pressure was an extremely strong force, especially when coming from powerful entity. The pressure and tension caused by the black and red talisman were already high since only the strongest experts were permitted to use them. However, immediately after this pressure appeared, countless forces in the surrounding areas exerted their own power on the blood-drenched wilderness as well. At first, it was just Nox forces, yet, once Heaven's army learned of the situation, they also pushed their forces to war. It wasn't just a matter of revealing the heavenly demon candidate's killer, who became an extremely important target of protection for Heaven's army, but also capitalizing on the current frenzy to push the war forward. After all, the higher-ups of Heaven's army also weren't happy with the level of politics on the battlefield. In a war of this size, such petty struggles couldn't be allowed. Ion's massive size was the main problem. With how thinly the army was spread, it was impossible to exert total control over it. This control needed to be spread amongst guild branch managers and others of their same level. But these are the exact people who caused discord to spread through the war zone. If the flames of war blazed brightly once more, the space for petty squabbles decreased heavily, and people would be forced to remember their allegiance. The two Nox strongholds were both in full preparation mode. One stronghold had 100 late-stage fourth classes, while the other had over 500. The destroyed stronghold was only so weak because it was new. The heavenly demon candidate was scheduled to begin his advent from the stronghold, but it was destroyed before he even got a chance. And in the end, the man himself died a pitiful death without even being able to leave his last words. The other two strongholds didn't have any plans to follow him to purgatory. Prepare for war. Before those humans can invade us, we must conquer them. A gray-skinned man stood on a platform above an army of millions. His aura radiated strongly, filling his troops with a strong sense of loyalty. After all, this man wasn't originally part of their forces. He was sent from elsewhere, only joining them in the last few days. But this man was an extreme peak fourth-class master at the Fourth Revolution, a true commander. Re-Aoea. The furious war cry of those troops rang out powerfully. Their numbers covered countless thousands of kilometers. The forces of two strongholds together were marching under this man's lead. And their destination, they made a beeline for Grand Heaven's boundaries, half of Ion. Just as the man said, they would initiate war before war enveloped them. And I will acquire the heavenly demon body and truly become invincible. The Nox commander grinned wickedly from behind his massive army. The estimated time of their first encounter with the enemy was a mere 3 days. Damien sat in a bed within Sanctuary's guild branch and chewed on a stalk of grass. Shimin Wuhin sat silently on a chair to the side. The duo had been waiting aimlessly for almost an entire week now, but it seemed that Damien's forethought was spot on this time. Damien smiled as he thought back to the message he received a few hours earlier. A guild summon was issued. Tomorrow morning, all forces were to gather and march towards the abyss to crush the Nox army. This is a joint operation that's being led by the 3 guild branch heads, but many more forces are joining than expected. Damien glanced out the window at the dreary scenery of the blood-drenched wilderness. I wonder how these individualistic forces will collide in a major operation like this. It wouldn't be long before tomorrow came. The part of foot soldier will be played for now, but when the time was right. Chapter 8:22 Domino. The distinction between night and day in Ion was strange, but the night did eventually pass. Although the darkness of night wasn't necessarily a concept existing in a flat plane like Ion. The sun and moon hung in the sky, but they only ever remained on the grand heaven's boundary half of Ion, given that the abyss would consume them instantly if they crossed into its territory. This strange situation led to both celestial bodies existing together at one time. The distinction between night and day was determined by which celestial body was closer to the Earth at a given point in time, as the two rotated around each other's axes. There were a true sun and moon dedicated to Ion, but since they traveled around the ring lengthwise, seeing them was a once-in-a-countless 100 years experience. When they met at the two extremes poles of Ion, mystical phenomena were said to occur. Damien thought to himself as he exited his room. His eyes widened in the next moment. The vast stretch of land that connected the 3 major guilds leading the war effort in this sector of Ion was now filled with various tents and facilities, meant to sort and organize the army before they were sent to war. Today's effort was large-scale, and the soldiers were meant to act like true soldiers. To verify that no kinks would hinder the army's success, various security checks and tests had to be taken before a soldier could be properly entered into the forming army. Damien passed through these checks with ease. He merely showed off his life and death laws a bit, and his strength and talent were proven. As for his identity, a strange formation scanned him to reveal that he was truly a human without an ounce of Nox mana in his system. These checks are good. Damien's eyes narrowed. He couldn't see it from where he stood, but he could definitely smell the scent of Nox mana coming from various locations in the vast campsite. I'll take care of them in the chaos. Damien was given a cavalry position, a place where he could stand at the forefront of the battle. He didn't know if it was Priscilla's meddling or the general's impression of his skills that landed him the position, but he didn't care either way. Cavalry usually ride horses, right? It didn't take long to find out. Damien arrived at the Roaring Dragon cavalry unit to which he was assigned and was immediately flabbergasted. More specifically, they were personal starships built for peak mobility. It was merely that their form happened to resemble the light cycles from a certain intellectual property popular on Earth. Since they're starships, they can definitely race through the stars. Damien's old nerd habits from his teenage years bubbled to the surface when he saw the beautiful machines. He couldn't help but walk over and admire them. Without touching, of course. A voice sounded from behind Damien, causing him to turn around. The visage of a large and densely built middle-aged man was revealed to his eyes. His skin was a dark bronze color, but his hair was pure white. This dichotomy, however, couldn't take its role as his most prominent feature. That position went to the horrific scar that started on his forehead and disappeared within the collar of his shirt. "My name is Ezio, and I'm the leader of this here Roaring Dragon Cavalry." Ezio flashed a large smile as he spoke. Damien was almost blinded by its light. "I'm Damien Void," he replied in kind. "Ha ha ha, good. Damien, let me give you some tips on controlling these babies, and then we'll take a few laps to acclimate you to the ride." Ezio's face was incredibly solemn by the time his words ended. Damien nodded with the same seriousness, completely understanding the importance of the small training he'd received before they departed. Any variable was a negative variable in an organized war like this. Ezio grinned. "Don't be so serious. Now is the time to get out all your laughs and enjoy yourself." Damien smiled wryly. This guy could really talk about death in such a casual manner. He obviously wasn't someone simple. He said, "Huh, Damien laughed awkwardly. He was just trying to be polite, but, well, his being polite skill was miles below level 0. Damien looked over at the storage of bikes. There were more than 400 in the warehouse, but only a little over 100 would be used. The Roaring Dragon Cavalry was the only one allowed to use this equipment, after all. Take your pick. Whichever bike calls out to you, choose it without hesitation. With Ezio's words of encouragement, Damien entered the warehouse and strolled through the rows of machines. They were all equally precious, but they all had minor differences. The ones who have owners, I can feel it clearly. Damien frowned. If so, he ironically wasn't feeling it at all. After 5 minutes of perusing, his opinion still remained the same. None of these bikes were for him. There was just something missing. Damien caught a glint in the corner of his eye. No, something called out to him. It wasn't far, but it wasn't within the warehouse. Damien immediately followed that slight sensation he felt until he arrived behind the warehouse at what seemed to be a junkyard. He questioned inwardly. Among the rusted metal and spare parts, there was one particular piece of machinery that was covered by a thick black cloth. "Aha, so you felt its call as well," Ezio said as he arrived nearby. Damien asked curiously. Ezio smiled. He moved forward and grabbed the cloth himself, pulling it away to reveal what was underneath. It was a sleek black color. Purple and red stripes decorated its surface, giving it a minimalistic yet impactful design. She's had multiple riders in the past, but none have been able to tame her. It radiated the aura of an untamed bull, yet held the same grace as a prancing gazelle. Its mere existence seemed to be a symbol of status and authority. Honestly, even we aren't aware of her origins. Vroom! The bike roared on its own as if it knew it was being praised. Ezio grinned and looked at Damien. "So how is it?" "Yeah, this was it. This was exactly what he was looking for." He didn't know what it was, but this bike had that certain something he craved. Damien grinned. Chapter 823 Domino. Vroom! The twin roars of a booming engine and a raucous man resounded together for countless kilometers. Whoosh! A blur of black zipped past those spectating the track, moving at speeds so high that even the eyes of many practitioners couldn't catch up to it. It had already been 5 minutes since this fiasco started, and at this point, it was drawing far too much attention from uninvolved parties to continue. "That's enough." Ezio's voice cut through the crowd's cheers and entered the driver's ears. The extreme speeds of the vehicle he was driving slowed almost instantaneously, and the machine cut through the air as if defying the laws of physics to drift until it parked mere meters away from Ezio. Even after dismounting the vehicle, the driver was laughing. How could he not? It had been a long time since Damien had such novel fun. Not only did you tame Atalantis in minutes, you even grew into a professional rider in the same span of time. Ezio teased with a grin as he slung his arm over Damien's shoulder. Haha, how could that be? Damien responded awkwardly. Damien shook his head with a smile. Is my riding up to par? Ezio rolled his eyes. Don't go fishing for compliments just because I gave you a few. Don't joke, Captain. Ha ha ha. Kid, you're a good one. Damien put his hand out and pushed a pulse of mana into his bike. Once the bike received his mana, it turned into a purple card slightly larger than a playing card for Damien to store on his body. Damien smiled as he put the card away. Really, this bike was everything a man could ever dream of. Horsepower wasn't even a worthy term for it with its speed that far outstripped that of sound. Its design was sleek, it sounded beautiful, it had countless conveniences for its rider, and it even had an anti-theft system of its own that killed those who tried to steal it. If it wasn't a man's dream, then just what was? To the outside world, Damien merely touched the bike's surface for a few minutes, and it accepted him. However, in reality, he fought a fierce battle against the bike system to earn its approval. The mana currents it emits for self-defense are pure and attributeless, but the way they snake up one's mana system to attack them is shocking. The fact that its abilities were a pure wonder of technology and mana engineering made its existence even greater. But its name? The bike was clearly named after the Greek goddess, Atalanta, who was deemed the fastest goddess in mythology. However, Damien wasn't a fan of the name. He was American, after all. Between Atlanta and Atlantis, there was no need for an Atalantis. Your name? Damien felt the card in his pocket. He felt the slim connection he created with the machine. His heart and soul intertwined with the machinery. His eyes gleamed. Damien could swear he felt the bike deflate in disappointment. He almost snorted. I'm kidding. I can't change the bike's original name, because that would be an insult to the creator. Since he wished to name his creation after a god, I can only abide by his will. Damien smiled a very concerning smile as he squeezed the purple card until the voice of rejection from within stopped. HM? Ezio asked. Everything's fine, Damien responded. Well, good then. Damien and Ezio finally arrived at their final location, a small campground a few hundred meters away where a group of around 20 were merrily chatting and laughing. Oi! Ezio immediately charged over when he saw them, slamming his fist down on the nearest man's head. Run! Someone shouted. Someone else replied. Bonk! The furious bonk of a bottle bouncing off the fleeing man's head rang out, sending a shiver down the rest's spines. As the man fell to the ground with his butt sticking in the air, Ezio turned around with red eyes and an evil grin. Everyone remained silent. The silence continued. Everyone scattered. You fuckers. Rea Iowa. Roars of approval came from the distance as the men ran away from the now charging Ezio. As for Damien, he watched from the sidelines with a wry expression on his face. Damien grinned. If anything, you wouldn't get bored traveling with them. And really, if he thought about it, that was all that mattered. Time rushed by. Damien was introduced to the squad, all of whom had been caught by Ezio, and while they wanted to invite him to drink with them, time didn't allow such a thing. The checks and security measures ended within the first few hours of the day. A few hours after that, the army was completely organized. Millions had been separated into countless different divisions and trees, connecting further and further as one went higher up the power ladder. And once these two essential steps had been completed, there was no more need to stay in the camp. The march began. Day one was the harshest. The entire length of the march could be added up to at least 500,000 kilometers. If they wanted to meet the Nox army before they could invade the Grand Heavens boundary half of Ion, they needed to move around 200,000 kilometers a day. To people of Damien's level, 200,000 kilometers was chump change. However, for the third-class beings who enlisted, it was absolute torture. People collapsed like flies, and no matter how hard the medical division worked, it was impossible to save everyone. In the blood-drenched wilderness, the migration of these powerful practitioners was no different than the migration of mortals on a manaless world. Even with their strength, they couldn't avoid deaths during the journey. On the first day alone, 5,000 died, and that toll only grew with every new day that passed. Chapter 8:24 Domino. Compared to the rest of the army, the Roaring Dragon Cavalry was particularly lucky. Unlike the other cavalry units, they didn't use beast mounts. Since their mounts were entirely electronic, they didn't need rest. They only needed their riders' mana to recharge to peak condition. As such, a position on the Roaring Dragon Cavalry actually became an extremely coveted role. People would approach the group every few hours in hopes of earning a chance. Naturally, they were all turned away. When Damien asked Ezio his reasoning, the latter's response was simple. So, then, why was Damien sent to this cavalry? That was what he concluded by the time the second day rolled around. Even with his skills, it was impossible for him to be assigned to such a prestigious unit without credibility. The hints were too various to be coincidental, and though Ezio was a master of hiding his emotions behind a friendly smile, his buddies weren't so skilled. It didn't matter how good of a driver Damien was. If he couldn't cooperate properly with the rest of the cavalry, he was useless. Ironically, his expertise would rather be a hindrance than a help. Damien never moved for the sake of others, nor did he care what others thought about him. But that didn't mean he wanted to be perceived negatively by those he respected. Soldiers like those who surrounded Ezio were honorable and great. They were the heroes protecting the universe from invasion. This by itself was enough to earn Damien's respect, let alone their amiability and general charisma. Damien didn't have any plans of being a side character during this war, but before he made any major moves, he hated people who thought themselves heroes and acted without care for the consequences of their actions in a serious situation like this. He wouldn't become one, regardless of his goals. Throughout the entire 3-day journey to the battlefield, Damien kept mostly to himself. He didn't socialize not because of the pressure, but because he was more focused on other matters. Familiarizing himself with his own power, with Blackie's power, and with the interactions between the cavalry members. This was how he kept himself busy. I can't know their battle habits through observation alone, but I can at least get a gist of how they handle themselves and their positions. Those 3 days passed far faster than one would expect from such a grueling march. The atmosphere was tense, but light-hearted undertones did permeate the army. Today would be the final day of many of their lives. If so, what was the purpose of living it so strictly? At least, this was how things remained until the vast plain where the battle would be held came into sight. Tension rose. The ambience changed. Heaven's army appeared on the war front. Countless thousands of kilometers away was a sea of blackness drenched in killing intent, the Nox army. Jean, Rilia, and Gerald, the 3 guild branch leaders, stood at the front of the army with cold eyes. Isensa trubling aura, Rilia cumanta. The 2 men beside her nodded grimly. This is an unforeseen circumstance, Gerald added, confirming Rilia's thoughts. Jean asked. Rilia shot him a glance. The rumors about me are largely blown out of proportion. Then the 3 of us together? Jean's eyes hardened at Rilia's revelation. If the 3 of them had to work together against the commander, how would they deal with the countless late-stage 4th-class Nox in the army? We cannot recklessly call for war, Gerald said with a frown. You are right. However, I doubt a Nox army will kindly receive our delegation. But the foot soldiers, Jean gave in quickly. His morals couldn't overcome his desire for victory. Despite his somewhat greedy nature, he truly did care about the war effort. Rilia's voice was an inviolable commandment. Facing the black tide that was slowly approaching from the distance, Heaven's army moved as well. It was a slow and deliberate movement. Every single one of their steps contained grand momentum that layered like waves every time another step was taken. By the time they arrived within a few kilometers of the enemy, They sounded like a stampede of ferocious beasts. Boom! 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 3 stomps marked the halting of their movement. This moment was also when they finally took in the full scale of the enemy's forces. Millions were not large enough to describe the sheer number of existences. A majority of them were weak and mindless slaves, but that didn't change the impossible number they made up. By heaven's will, their unhesitant roars shook space itself. The challenge in front of them was just one of many. As soldiers of Heaven's army, they would absolutely make the universe proud. But the Nox army remained unfazed. Ho ho ho! A voice came from behind the sea of black. Within an instant, a man appeared across from the 3 branch managers. I didn't expect to receive such a welcome. The man smiled wickedly as he spoke. It was clear that he was here for war. He didn't care about any sort of banter, sophistry, or politics. Relia gritted her teeth. This type of person who put their own will over any benefits was the hardest to deal with. In fact, it was almost impossible to reason with them. Umans. The words he spouted were utter nonsense. How were they supposed to hand over someone whose identity still hadn't been uncovered? Relia looked to her left. Jean nodded solemnly, her head turned right. Gerald's bloodthirsty gaze never moved from the Nox commander named Arish. Hugh. She could feel the breath of desire from the army behind her. The thick killing intent they formed, and the even thicker hatred for the Nox that they held was suffocating. She felt like she'd get swallowed by their momentum if she didn't catch herself. That's when she realized it. Once their reins were released, nothing would stop their march. In that case, she closed her eyes and steeled her mind. She ignored the provocative remarks of the Nox commander before her. And finally, she roared with all her might and dropped those reins. In the next instant, boom, the horses truly rampaged. Chapter 825 war 1. The dark maroon earth spanned for as far as the eye could see and even further. Countless millions of miles of space were filled with silence for so many years. However, today that silence was broken. There were 2 battlefields currently in the blood-drenched wilderness. Both of these battlefields were equally ferocious, but there were vast differences between them. The first battlefield was filled with only mindless lesser Nox and third-class soldiers. These millions upon millions of forces clashed without any rhyme or reason, purely fighting until one side completely exterminated the other. The second battlefield was far more tactical. All 4th class and above soldiers were stationed here, and together, they followed the commands of their superiors to wage war in a far more standardized manner. Squads 1 to 10 charge from the front. Squads 11 to 50 circle to the sides and limit their movement. Commands were transferred down the line from the very top of the army. These commands were executed as perfectly as possible, all squads aiming for complete victory. The 50 different troops of foot soldiers did as they were ordered, rushing forward to clash with the Nox. The booming sounds of explosions filled the air as the 2 sides collided. However, these foot soldiers weren't meant to cause damage. Rather, they were a distraction, a deterrence, and a defense. With their thick lines holding back and caging the Nox, it was hard for the enemy army to move as they pleased, even with the vast flat land they occupied. Countless beasts rose into the air. These beasts carried all cavalry units besides the roaring dragon unit. As their fierce roads filled the sky, the battlefield immediately became more chaotic. The striking power of a 4th-class soldier wasn't to be underestimated. Even the weakest of them could affect land on a continental scale. When they were placed in such a small close-quarters battle like this, they weren't able to show their whole power without harming or interfering with those around them. This was the main caveat of power from an organized power's perspective. The stronger one was, the less they'd cooperate with others, as their personal power began to resemble an army alone. However, just as there were problems, there were solutions. Thousands of 4th-class Nox attacked the lines of foot soldiers before them, showering them with terrible attacks of blackness and corrosion. But of these attacks, not many made it through the defense. This roar condensed the thoughts and feelings of these frontline troops into 2 words. Their mana combined into one to create an impregnable fortress, at least for a period of time. Boom, 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 bang, bang. When the cavalry units appeared on the battlefield, the foot soldiers immediately retreated. In the next moment, the trembling and shaking of space became severe enough that it could be seen with the naked eye. The fierce aerial bombardment caused a strict separation between the Nox and Heaven's army, and at the same time, it drew the first blood in this battle. A Nox cried out in pain as his chest was pierced by a red beam of light. Before he could even melt and rebirth, he was struck again and completely evaporated. Ezio's shout rang through the ears of his squad members. It was finally their time to move. Zoom, 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 zoom. Suddenly, a number of strange starships peeled off from the main army and moved around the edges of the battlefield. Their roars were loud, but their auras were heavily concealed. In this chaotic battlefield, who could pay attention to a little extra noise? In fact, despite the sound of the engines, it was impossible to hear the air bikes in the current cacophony. We've in order to flank the enemy and take out a group of their experts. These beings are all late-stage Nox beings with demonic providence, so we must act with utmost safety. Damien, since you're new, don't participate in this first battle. Observe us, and if you truly think you've found a good opportunity, take it. Damien and the rest responded sternly as they followed Ezio's command. With the speed of their bikes, they made it to the enemy's flank within a few minutes. The squad halted. Ezio placed an isolation barrier around them, and for safety, Damien also secretly cloaked them in one with dimension. Ezio said while pointing at a certain Nox who stood at a height of several meters. That's our target. He is a late-stage Nox with a demonic providence of gigantification. His individual strength is already high, but everyone under him is also powerful. Damien looked over after listening to Ezio's speech and scanned the group of around 30 higher Nox. All late stage. Damien remained quiet as the squad began to move once more. Ezio listed off a number of formations and plans that Damien had no knowledge of as they did so, but it seemed fine since everyone else was on board. Within seconds, the assault began. Boom! A beam of light shot from Ezio's airbike. Like a needle piercing through reality, it concentrated to a point and shot between the giant Nox's eyebrows. The Nox turned around, sending the attack. However, it was too late. His massive cycloptic eye widened in shock. The beam went in the front of his forehead and came out the back. He collapsed to his knees. He immediately roared to alert his comrades, who moved to surround him thereafter. The roaring dragon cavalry finished their first flyby, at this time as well, returning to their starting position. Damien sat at their back in confusion. Only the single attack was fired, and by the time it was over, the enemy was alerted and the target wasn't even dead. Wait! As the squad moved again, Damien noticed something. A few of their members were missing. So that's how it was. Damien began to understand how the roaring dragon cavalry operated. He smiled. Now that he knew their approach, he could also contribute. But before that, it was time to let the plan play out in full. Just as Damien's thoughts reached their close, the group reappeared in the giant's vicinity. Ezio's shout was accompanied by the roars of engines. The cavalry charged. Damien's eyes widened. So this was a bloodbath. Even early-stage fourth-class Nox were being slain like chickens and dogs. But Damien quirked his head. Without waiting a single second longer, he charged into the battlefield. While everyone else focused on the external threats, he would cleanse the army from the inside and provide support. At least, until he was caught. Damien grinned. Chapter 826 war 2. The roaring dragon cavalry was truly a unit to be envied. Everywhere they moved, death followed, and regardless of how reckless and chaotic their approach seemed, they were in perfect harmony to the point where one questioned how many hundreds of years of practice it took to become so synchronized. Boom! A group of 3 Nox, fighting a member of the cavalry, suddenly had their heads blown off. An airbike sped by without stopping, and just as it stopped, the original fighter stuck his spear to the side without hesitation. Bang! A furious Nox being slammed into the outstretched spear, unable to stop in time. the Nox impaled itself. And if that wasn't humiliating enough, it was then swung around like a hammer to kill its peers until it died completely. In another section of the battlefield, two air bikes flew through the air as if partaking in a mating ritual. They spiraled up and dove down, seemingly ignoring the war below them entirely. A Nox being shouted. The roaring dragon cavalry was too strong. However, their strength came from machines. As long as their machines could be broken, a group of over 10 late-stage Nox shot into the air to confront those two. They kept their distance and carefully circled the pair. Just as the Nox gave the order to attack, the two roaring dragon cavalry members grinned at each other. Hell yeah. The two spread their arms and dropped off their air bikes, seemingly to avoid dying in the following explosion. The Nox didn't care about these drivers at all. They immediately went for the air bikes, seizing control of them. The head Nox said. His subordinate's face paled in the midst of his affirmation. The Nox asked. Those were the last words heard from the subordinate. In the next instant, his body was dragged along by a rogue air bike on a journey unlike any other. He screamed in fear as the world blurred around him. Before long, only a single target stood out in his vision. Ufta was the name of the Nox giant. At this rate, the only possible means of survival for this subordinate Nox was Ufta. He dragged the air bike's handles, desperately trying to swerve in the giant's direction. The action was actually far simpler than expected. From the distance, Ufta noticed the incoming air bike. His singular eye narrowed. Rather than human breath, he smelled his own people. His mind immediately went into confusion. As someone whose form mirrored a cyclops, his vision wasn't his best aspect. Rather, he usually used his sense of smell more than anything else. With his nose, he could differentiate a concoction of 1,000 smells into its base components easily. The sight of an air bike mixed with the smell of the Nox was jarring, making Ufta hesitate for a second, but it wasn't much time. Whether it was a Nox or a human, it was best to kill first and think later. He pulled his fist back as if loading a cannon. When the air bike was still several meters away, he'd already let loose his punch. Wait, wait. The subordinate Nox's futile shouts received no ears. The claws of death seemed to suffocate him as that fist got nearer and nearer to him. In the last second, vroom, an air bike shot forward. It was sleek black, but left purple and red streaks in its wake. It moved so fast that its presence could only be determined by the sound its speed produced. Damien solemnly focused on his flight path. He swerved through countless Nox and shot under the loose air bike. The world seemed to move in slow motion. Damien crossed under the air bike. He brushed his hand across its surface. The bike began to dematerialize. A card fell into Damien's hand. The eyes of every roaring dragon cavalry member widened at once. And at the same time, they furiously retreated. All in a spark of an instant as Damien was under that air bike, these events occurred. Before the instant could even end, Damien was already several meters away. What was left in the air was a subordinate Nox flying forward with the momentum of the air bike and a giant's fist that was already too far into its motion to stop. Boom! A terrifying shockwave spread as the fist moved forward, but without the air bike to take its impact, the force spread into the Nox army in the surroundings. They never expected an attack from within their own lines. With a commander presiding over the battle, it was impossible for the Nox to act as wantonly as usual. This drop in their usual cautiousness was fatal. The giant, Ufta's punch, instantly killed several hundred fourth-class Nox who'd yet to enter the late stages. Even many late-stage fourth-class Nox were injured in the process. Ezio accidentally exclaimed far louder than he'd meant to. It was almost to the point of being a roar itself. He couldn't help it. His blood was boiling. The original plan obviously didn't involve Damien, and even without his interference, a similar result would have come about. However, Damien's quick thinking and willingness to take risks allowed them to achieve an even greater result without sacrificing an air bike as the original plan provoked. Everyone charge. The Nox were confused by the sudden attack, and now that Ufta was also in a disoriented state, it was the perfect time to carpet bomb and slaughter. Therefore, That's exactly what they did. The Roaring Dragon cavalry clearly displayed why they were so renowned. Ufta was slain rapidly once the Nox's strong defense line was broken. With the Roaring Dragon squad coming together to fight him, who had no support, it was a minor task. After finishing it, they eliminated hundreds of Nox within a minute, and before anyone could catch their tail, they'd already retreated. "Ha ha ha! Damien, you damn dog!" Ezio exclaimed over their transmission channel. Damien responded with a smile. He took his time to enjoy the compliments of his fellow squad members as they rendezvoused a distance away from the battlefield. It didn't take much to earn their respect. Since Damien was truly a skilled fighter rather than a random newbie, there was absolutely no reason to hold prejudice against him. As such, the Roaring Dragon cavalry's further strategies always included Damien. The squad was amazing. This much became far more apparent when their current atmosphere was compared to the rest of the army. The Roaring Dragon cavalry support would definitely cause waves that supported the front line, but until then, it was a brutal battle. Thousands, hundreds of thousands died rapidly. When the two armies were compared, they weren't that different in strength. It was difficult for either side to gain an absolute advantage, but with the Nox having more troops, it was obvious who'd win if the fight was drawn out. Something needed to be done. If they could kill Aroish, the Nox commander, the tides would shift greatly in their favor. However, for them to kill a fourth revolution master, regardless of their combined strength, was a deathly task. Chapter 827 war 3. We must confront him as soon as possible. No, the Nox do not have the same emotions as we do. Morale is not a problem for the majority of their forces, so taking down the commander will not have the desired effect if done immediately. Jean sighed as he listened to the other two branch managers argue. Even if they knew how to proceed, they didn't know what method to use. There were various benefits to both of their methods. However, depending on the battle situation, both could end up producing negligible effects. The Roaring Dragon cavalry is pushing the back line, which has made the front line unstable as well. As long as we continue on this path, we will win, even if we suffer disastrous losses in the process. But of course, that was impossible. Needlessly sacrificing troops would do more harm than good in the long run. Then, the only real benefit of taking down the commander is morale and assurance for our side. The Nox wouldn't feel much at the loss of their commander, but Heaven's army would benefit immensely if the man died. After all, his mere presence was a variable on the battlefield. As long as the troops had to be wary of him, their combat effectiveness will be lowered to an extent. We can't rely on the Roaring Dragon cavalry too much. Jean finally spoke, cutting into the discussion. The two snapped their heads to look at him with two very different expressions. Let me explain my reasoning. After Jean explained his thought process, Rillia's gaze softened considerably. Her brow furrowed as she gave his idea some thought. It is true that we cannot predict the Nox reaction to the commander's death. Despite her words, Rillia still hesitated. Regardless of what they said, it was still a fourth revolution expert they were planning to face. This steeled her resolve as she spoke, knowing that she signed up for this kind of situation from the beginning. There were a lot of words that could be used to describe her, and not all of them were pleasant, but coward certainly wasn't on that list. Geralt nodded. Jean nodded. The three branch managers exited their tent and flew into the air. Jean bellowed. His mana raged into the surroundings, kicking up a whirlwind with its pressure. A second aura joined him from far away. The gray-skinned commander's visage became clear soon after. I didn't expect you would have the guts to challenge me, he exclaimed mockingly as he approached. Take it as a measure of our sincerity, Jean replied calmly, backing away. Arish grinned. His body turned into a black blur, appearing in front of Jean in an instant. Energy coalesced on his palm and condensed into an ethereal ball, which he pushed out furiously. Boom! Space shattered, and the entire sky seemed to explode with light. The force of the explosion immediately threw the three branch leaders into the air. However, they were able to put their defenses up in time to avoid injury. We can't focus on anyone else right now, Geralt yelled. He pulled his body back like a bowstring, stepping on the air as if it was material. The muscles in his body bulged with power as they sent a terrifying force down into his foot until, bang, he launched with the speed of a comet to meet Arish where he stood. A massive great axe appeared in Geralt's hands. He swung down as he moved, reaching the apex of the swing at the exact same moment he arrived in front of the enemy. Slash! The sound of the axe cutting through the air could be heard from several kilometers away. It collided with Arish's body and tore him apart, sending two halves flying in different directions. Geralt's eyes narrowed. In the next second, they widened as he rapidly made distance. Boom! Boom! The two halves exploded into terrific shockwaves that reverberated through the air. Crash! Geralt's mana defense broke. The shockwave slammed into his body and rattled his organs, sending him flying back, injured. Tui! Geralt spit out the blood pooling in his mouth and gritted his teeth. Even if it was only a single attack, it was more than enough for Geralt to gauge the strength difference between him and the enemy. It was massive. The 9 revolutions weren't merely termed revolutions for nothing. As the steps leading to the path of godhood, each revolution accounted for a massive jump in power, almost as if one was leaping in class rather than stages. Geralt glanced back at his 2 comrades who'd yet to move. They returned his glance with grim expressions. Truly, it would be impossible if the 3 of them didn't work together. A reading voice came from the void, not far away. The Nox commander Arish stepped into reality with a smug smile on his face. Forget about killing me. You can't even catch me. Rilia's staff immediately went into the air. The bright blue gem at its head shined with splendor as she cast a territorial magic spell. Under the sea, all beings were suppressed. No matter one's strength, one would inevitably reach a point where one could no longer continue deeper. This was the everlasting mystery of the oceans, and a concept that Rilia mirrored in her spells. A fierce current of water appeared in the air and encircled the battlefield. A thick suppression accompanied it, pushing down on space and nearly forcing it to compress. Arish smiled lightly. You think you can suppress me with this much? His hand flew out. He made a fist as if he was grabbing something, and the incorporeal space between his fingers solidified into a spear. Arish threw the spear lightly, and, at first, it didn't look like it was moving at all. However, it appeared before Geralt and Rilia instantaneously, as if teleporting. Black mana came from within the spear and corrupted its nigh-transparent form. Within a spark of a second, the spear bloomed into a blossoming lotus of blackness. Tendrils of mana shot out in all directions like fireworks, flying as far as they could before turning into a series of explosions that polluted the entire battlefield. Boom! 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 A shriek was cut off before it could finish. It was accompanied by all those around it, voices of those whose lives were incinerated like waste when a single drop of the explosion's mana touched them. Geralt roared. His eyes turned red as he recklessly charged. Yet, instead of aiming for Arish as he originally seemed to do, he slammed his axe into the ground with all his strength. Boom! The skill's name was long, but its effects matched its length. A golden barrier of light spread from Geralt's axe as he wielded it. The barrier spread for several hundreds of thousands of kilometers, separating Arish from the main battlefield. However, the 3 branch managers were trapped alongside him. Ah, this entire ordeal is so amusing. It seems you've trapped yourselves in this barrier with me. A perverse grin spread on Arish's face as his mana raged forth. Come then. Chapter 828 war 4. Rumble. Boom. The sound were harrowing just by themselves. The people of Heaven's army absolutely couldn't imagine the type of battle that was taking place beyond the barrier. The previous event was terrifying. Countless thousands had died from the explosions, but there was no time to mourn them. Now that the branch managers were fighting the main commander, the rest of them needed to eliminate the enemy before they came back. Squad 1, support Squad 13 on the left. Squad 20, move west and meet up with Squad 6. Orders were still being given out by high-ranking officials, and they were still being followed as best as possible. The various squads moved with vigor and fervor, desperate to survive the battle and become stronger so they could save their universe. With every universe denizen that died, a Nox would die too. Even if it was a hopeless situation, these soldiers would rather detonate themselves than allow another Nox to live on. At least, most of them. A man crouched, bloodied on the ground. A hole had been punctured in his heart just moments prior. Ha ha, little long. The reason is simple. It is impossible for us to win against the strength of the great lords. If we do not succumb, we will die. Little long, if you had just joined me back then. The man trailed off, looking at his dying friend with pity. However, the dying man merely spat blood on his old friend's boots. No matter how choppy his sentence was, he ended it firmly. And in the next moment, shing, a crisp sound floated through the air, and the traitor's head floated into the air with it. The dying man looked up at the killer with weak eyes. A smile hung on his face. Even if he died, it was great to see that the traitorous scum got his ending as well. Suddenly, a bright white light covered his body. The blood pumping through his veins boiled as his heart pumped once more. The wound was closing. The man's shocked expression was frozen on his face like it was a still frame. By the time he managed to look up at his savior, the man was already gone. Hero, the thought stuck in the newly revived man's mind. In fact, it was a thought that reverberated through the army. This was the heretic executioner's 5th round of cleanup. In the past hour of war, he'd already taken care of tens of traitors who'd snuck their way into the army. The man was praised in the hearts of many as a hero, but he himself didn't feel any joy. His brows furrowed as he moved, decapitating yet another traitor. And even more concerning, what if there were stronger ones? Damien gritted his teeth. He hated traitors even more than the Nox. He hated people who gave up without even trying, succumbing to a fate that they could change with their own hands if they just put in the effort. It was deplorable, disgusting, and absolutely scummy. The Roaring Dragon cavalry has been mostly maintaining the back line and pressuring the enemy, but the front line isn't doing so hot. Damien's attention went upward. He suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from the sky. That is, the blackness of the abyss and the space of grand heaven's boundary seemed to be merging. Damien's frown deepened. He returned to formation with the Roaring Dragon cavalry and took a back seat in the battle for a few moments as he observed space and tried to understand what was happening. The root cause is, he traced the origin of the fluctuations that were disrupting space, leading him past the golden barrier separating the Nox commander from the main army. The space on Ion is so strong. Even demigods can fight here without totally collapsing the atmosphere and causing a phenomenon like this. This is the same reason why Ion is called a desolate land without opportunity, since it's nigh impossible for circumstance to alter the environment. Whatever was happening, Damien didn't have enough knowledge of Ion to interfere or even understand. All he knew was that he definitely didn't like it. I'll have to keep my eye on that as I fight. At that point, everyone would die. Damien's eyes narrowed. He spread his awareness to take stock of the entire battlefield. To the side, the fierce and wild clash between the lesser Nox and third-class beings continued. It looked as though the number on Heaven's army side had already been reduced by around 100,000. As for the Nox, there's too many of them. That alone qualified the secondary battlefield as Heaven's army's disadvantage. The main battlefield was far more stable. The death toll on both sides remained relatively equal, but that still wasn't a good thing. Sacrificing every single troop they had for the sake of this battle wasn't worth it at all. Just as Damien was going to return his focus to the battlefield, he was stopped by yet another realization. For space to be disrupted to this degree, the attacks within the barrier can't merely be utilizing other laws. There was a spatial expert beyond the barrier. The only question was which side they were on. It's definitely not the Iron Fortress or Sanctuary Guild branch managers. I caught a glimpse of their attacks before the barrier formed, so I can guess their affinities quite easily. Between the Hope Organization branch manager and the Nox commander. At the end of the day, it didn't matter. It was said that the Sanctuary branch manager was the strongest of the three. as long as her strength wasn't hindered. "Captain, I received an order directly from the branch manager." He shouted. "Haha, no worries. Come back to us when you're free." In classic Ezio fashion, the man responded as if Damien was a retiring co-worker rather than a comrade in war. Damien smiled. He really wished he could spend more time with a cozy and tight-knit group like this one. Sadly, he didn't have that kind of freedom. Damien swerved his air bike and veered away from the cavalry unit, dismounting the machine only after getting several thousand kilometers from the battlefield. Here, the only traces of war were the fierce sounds and mana fluctuations, as well as a domineering golden barrier. Damien placed his hand on it. He slipped through unhindered. Shaking his head in incredulity, Damien pushed his hand out. Why he could enter the barrier didn't matter. All that mattered was that he'd done it. Now, a spatial fluctuation traveled the entire length of the barrier, and even further. In the next instant, space locked, and a mountainous suppression bore down on all those existing within it. Chapter 829 war 5. Bang, bang, bang. Terrible explosions rocked the air, shaking space, and even causing it to shatter in certain areas. Massive collisions took place countless times every second, making it impossible for any organism to survive within a several thousand-kilometer radius of the battlefield. Bang! A great axe swung through the air, attempting to bisect its enemy completely, but the current enemy was simply too snake-like. Every time the axe came near him, he'd turn into a puff of smoke and reappear several kilometers away. The same thing happened this time. The gray-skinned man's body faded as if it never existed. However, when he reappeared, there were an array of surprises waiting for him. Boom! 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 Spheres of strange water surrounded his body, shooting out tendrils like iron wires to confine him in a single spot. If this attack was merely water alone, it would have been impossible to suppress the man who could escape from far worse unscathed, but Rilia was prepared. Every water affinity expert would evolve as they grew in strength, developing their own quality of water that matched their fighting style. Some would have poisonous water mana, while others had water that could heal. Rilia's specialty was suppression, and she'd been working to incorporate the qualities of gravity into her mana since a very young age. When she attacked with the intent of forcing an enemy into a corner, there was nigh anything that could stop her. A heavy suppression bore down on Arish's shoulders like a mountain. For the first time during this fight, he gritted his teeth. His eyes scanned the three enemies in front of him. Individually, he could kill each of them without much trouble. However, it was different when they combined their power. They couldn't kill him with personal strength, but they could definitely prevent him from landing fatal hits on each other. The three-point defense they created was almost impossible for him to penetrate with simple moves. However, the reason he gritted his teeth wasn't pain but annoyance. I have come here to find the heavenly demon candidate's killer, but the search has been too inconclusive. These three beings are the only ones capable of killing the previous candidate. However, their mana signatures do not match the traces left at the scene. Arish narrowed his eyes, twisting his body at an impossible angle to dodge a massive bloody axe that once again aimed to chop him into pieces. Arish hid within the folds of space and observed his opponents. The woman with the power of suppression was the most troublesome enemy, as her aid allowed the other two to attack freely. Without her, they would barely even be able to touch him. His body flashed away, appearing behind Rilia in an instant. His arms slashed through the air, a thick and murky death mana covering his hand as it approached Rilia's neck. The hair on her body raised in foreshadowing of danger. Her senses pricked up, ringing alarm bells in her head. She spun around with widened eyes and raised her staff, erecting a makeshift mana barrier to protect her from the surprise attack. Shing! Shatter! Pieces of the mana barrier fluttered to the ground. The second Arish's hand passed through the flimsy barrier. It was broken into countless pieces. A mouthful of blood flew from Rilia's mouth as she was sent flying. Arish's eyes locked onto her like a predator, his body appearing at her position within the same instant. Clash! Just as he went to deliver the final blow, his outstretched hand collided with something metallic. A large claymore had blocked his path. As for the wielder of said weapon, Arish exclaimed with excitement as Jean's visage was revealed. What a masochistic monster, anticipating your own death with such fervor, Jean commented in disgust. Gerald's booming voice came from behind. He stood with his great axe coated in gold aura. His eyes glowed like sunbeams as he roared into the sky. The axe came swinging down. Before it even reached halfway through its swing, the ground caved in from its pressure. By the time it sliced into the earth, boom! A wave of golden mana roared through the environment, cutting a massive gorge into the blood-drenched wilderness as it moved to eclipse all those in its path, including the other two guildmasters. Jean's eyes narrowed. In the split second Arish was distracted by the incoming attack. He grabbed Rillia's arm and threw her out of the blast radius. In the next moment, he jumped back and readied his sword. "Ha ha! What is your role? Preventing my escape?" Arish exclaimed arrogantly. It was clear that he'd mistaken the reason for Jean's actions, but that was even better for them. The Knots commander stuck his hand out in front of him, as if motioning the wave to stop. Ru'o'er. The wave soon encompassed him. On both sides of his body, the massive gorge continued forming, the slash leaving behind an abyss thousands of kilometers deep. Arish, on the other hand, completely avoided the effect of the attack. A thick black cocoon covered him from head to toe, acting as a turtle shell to shield him from the impact. However, crack, 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 hairline cracks spread across the cocoon's surface from the pressure. Arish glanced at these cracks with surprise. "Oh, you are far stronger than expected, giant." Jean's voice came from behind. The man closed his eyes and swung his sword in a strange arc-shing. The sword's blade traveled its arc, and as it reached its pinnacle, a miracle happened. The extreme tip of the blade, the indescribably small point that signified the absolute end of the blade, barely came in contact with the golden mana wave. Ding! A sound like a bell being rung resounded. All things froze for a second. Arish's eyes widened. The words signified the completion of Jean's attack. The golden wave that was furiously rushing past him a mere moment ago defied all reason to change its course an entire 180 degrees, rushing to swallow Arish for a second time. Arish made a quick decision. He put his hands together and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Damn his body! It does not matter. His hands came together in a praying position and then separated by barely a few inches. Clap! Arish brought his hands together and clapped once. Space seemed to change. It contracted endlessly into a point before expanding again, and then finally, clap! A second clap rang out. This time, space itself popped. Whoosh! A massive suction force leaked from the portion of the chaotic void that had been released. The entire golden wave of Gerald's War God's Fury attack was swallowed by this newly born black hole. Arish's gaze snapped towards Rillia, who'd gotten back up and was preparing for a major attack. He grinned. His fingers snapped. Space popped a second time. A new black hole opened near Rillia's position, and from that black hole, a massive wave of golden energy leaked like a tsunami, enveloping Rillia's body in an instant. Boom! Chapter 830 war U6. Boom! As soon as Rillia's body disappeared amidst the explosion, the two male branch managers charged with fury in their eyes. Gerald's actual elemental affinity was unknown, but his unparalleled achievements in weapon arts were showcased clearly in this battle. His axe rarely reached Arish due to the latter's insane movement capability, but the fact that he was even able to pressure a spatial expert with pure weapon skills was amazing. The fact that his axe existed wasn't something Arish could ignore. There was a reason he dodged every attack instead of taking them head-on. After all, even if he was far more powerful in terms of pure force and law comprehension, he didn't have an absolute advantage. Gerald's axe could wound him if it was allowed to hit, so he naturally couldn't allow that to happen. It was frustrating. Gerald had always been able to solve his problems with his fists. He was a man who made it to his current position by walking the path of an Azura, littered with the blood and corpses of his enemies. This was the first time he'd met an enemy he couldn't reach no matter how hard he tried. But still, he gritted his teeth and kept fighting. His hope was that he'd be able to improve through this experience so that it never happened again. Besides, at least this time, he had comrades by his side. Jean's blade was as fast as light and just as incorporeal as well. It held a strange property that directly scorched Nox's mana and purified it, which made him a deadly force to normal Nox. However, even his speed couldn't catch up to instant transmission. Even light needed a measure of time to travel from one point or the next. This amount of time might have been negligible in any normal situation, but here where every fraction of a second counted, the minute loss of speed Jean experienced by using light as a medium rather than space was seriously affecting his battle capacity. Ha ha ha! It has already been over an hour. For a fight between experts to last this long, if we cannot swiftly take him down, we will end up fighting until our mana reserves are depleted, and if that happens, then they were goners. It was obvious who had the highest mana capacity among the four of them. We need to suppress his spatial movement. Just as Jean, Geralt, and the currently incapacitated Rilio were unable to touch Arish, Arish was unable to seriously injure them. They simply didn't give him the time. However, that means nothing if we cannot interfere with his teleportation. Spatial experts were both respected and feared once they reached a certain level. After all, when they achieved that milestone, it meant they were essentially untouchable. As Jean lost himself in the impossibility of the situation, a change took place. Rumble. Space suddenly became heavy and murky like molasses. The change was so sudden that even Arish, who wouldn't normally be so affected by the situation, was directly forced out of the spatial layers. The suppression itself wasn't strong. Rather, it was something Arish could normally shrug off without a second thought. But in this situation, where space was his absolute weapon against these experts who couldn't interfere with it, how could he expect said weapon to revolt? Jean didn't even take a second to consider the situation. All he knew was that the enemy was unguarded. His body moved slower than it should have, but the difference was marginal. He reached Arish just a few fractions of a second later than he usually would have and swung his sword in a strange pattern. The white plum tree was a strange tree that existed on Jean's homeworld. Many a sword practitioner would arrive at this tree's trunk every year to observe its swaying leaves and try to comprehend the mysteries behind its existence. Sadly, it was impossible for all but one. Jean was the first to comprehend the white plum tree's mystical sword dances, and in the coming days, he was forcefully made the last as well. That world was destroyed by the Nox, and Jean was its final survivor. The lifelong resentment of such. A truth fused itself into the plum blossom sword dance, the final memoir of a fallen world. Huh! Jean let out a spirited shout as he pushed his sword with everything he had. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 4 slashes, 16 slashes, 256 slashes. The number of sword movements exponentially increased with every spark of a second, and the compounded impact of these slashes continuously barraged Arish's body. The Nox commander held back the blood in his mouth and desperately spread his awareness to find a way out of the situation, but it was looking impossible. Jean's strange sword dance didn't just attack, but also suppressed. No matter what direction Arish tried to escape in, he could sense a fatal blow waiting for him. And even without this layer of suppression, Geralt was just waiting for his turn to take over and give his axe the bloody feast it had been desiring this entire time. If that wasn't bad enough, Rilia's form became visible on the horizon. She was battered and bloody, and her clothes were ripped in multiple places, but she acted as if nothing happened as she raised her staff to join the battle. Damn it! Arish shouted in a rage. His eyes turned red, and the mana in his body began to boil. I am the son of the Void Lord. Click! Everything halted. Jean's eyes widened. The aura on his sword was dispelled instantly by some mysterious force. Arish looked up with pitch-black eyes lacking any sort of sclera or pupils. Thick black smoke floated up from his mouth and formed a dome around him, Gerald and Jean. Standing on the outside, Rillia's face paled. The power Arish showcased wasn't power he should have had. The intensity of the laws was far too powerful for any fourth class to comprehend regardless of their level. Rillia bit her lip in worry. This must be one of his final trump cards. She flew to the edge of the black barrier and slowly reached her hand out to grab it. Huh! A larger hand grabbed hers before it could reach its destination. Rillia's eyes widened. She slammed her staff in the direction of the voice, but the owner was long gone. He stood calmly a few meters away with a wry smile on his face. Can you not look before you smack? Rillia's eyes widened. The being who she couldn't sense wasn't an enemy. Rather, it was a young human man she'd never seen before. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. This man was definitely not someone who should have been interfering at this moment. Chapter 831 war U7. Damien grasped his chest in shock. He never expected that today, in a battle against an enemy so powerful, he would catch a stray. Don't be so rude to your savior, he pompously declared. Rillia glared at him suspiciously. She didn't care about his strange personality, but his entire existence in this moment was confusing her. She asked. Damien sighed and introduced himself. Well, you could just call me Damien. As for my reason for coming here, just call it simple curiosity. Damien glanced over at the strange barrier as he spoke the last sentence. The power fueling the barrier was magnificent, and the breath of space emitted from it was so sophisticated that even Damien felt like he could learn something from it. I never expected there to be a spatial expert among the Nox demigods. This barrier is strange, but it's definitely not something you or I can touch, Damien said without waiting for Rillia to speak. However, it isn't all bad. A barrier of this level definitely can't be maintained for long by a lower existence. I see. Rillia nodded her head without questioning him. The only way for someone weaker than her to evade her perception was indeed to utilize space to a terrifying degree, so she didn't have any mind to question him. She asked as if testing him. Damien's brows furrowed. He looked off into the horizon as he spoke. Damien nodded. Right, it looks like something big is going to happen soon. It was invisible to other people. Damien could only smile wryly at their blissful ignorance. If they could see the same scene as him, they surely would have fled as far as possible already. Well, that's not to say that I'm not interested in what's happening. He'd already taken care of the traitors on the battlefield, so unless there were extraneous circumstances, his help on the main battlefield wasn't necessarily needed anymore. It'd be great if I could see inside the barrier. Damien glanced back over at it. He felt like he could just barely perceive the fluctuations of battle taking place within, but it wasn't enough for him to understand the situation. But if there was one thing he did know, it was that the current situation of the two trapped guild branch managers couldn't be good. Asterisk, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Gerald's booming voice sounded within the explosions. Jean immediately moved backward, narrowly avoiding a strange, formless intent that tried to tear through him. Gerald appeared before him in the next instant, great axe in tow. Hiya! Gerald roared with all his strength and spun the great axe on its one axis, turning it into a rotating saw with terrifying cutting power. Screech! As the spinning axe came in contact with the formless intent, the sound of metal clashing against metal rang out strongly. Sparks flew in every direction, and if one looked closely enough, one would be able to clearly see the axe being slowly ground to nothingness. Gerald swallowed back the blood pooling in his mouth, refusing to move. Jean, it's up to you, he roared. Jean gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring at the corrupted form of the Nox commander before him. It had already been half an hour since the barrier was erected, and the situation wasn't optimistic at all. Both Jean and Gerald had sustained heavy injuries from the space around them. Now, they'd finally acclimated enough to deal with the invisible attacks, but that didn't mean they were safe. Arish no longer looked humanoid. No, he'd completely embraced the monster within him. He had 8 sharp legs like a spider and the upper body of an ape. The massive black holes acting as his eyes were constantly wide open, and the roars coming from his mouth were enough to pierce one's eardrums. So this is the true nature of demonic providence, Jean thought as he winced in pain. He stood up off his knee, clutching his bloodied left shoulder. I can't move this arm anymore, but it shouldn't inhibit my mobility too much. Jean's eyes focused on Arish's form with utmost precision. He burned his mental power, trying to find a gap in the monster's defenses. But no matter how he looked, it seemed impossible. The spider legs gave Arish extreme mobility and flexibility, while his abdomen was mammalian and scaled, offering him armor-like protection. At this moment, Gerald finally made his move. His muscles bulged like they would explode as Gerald slammed his axe to the side, redirecting the force of Arish's formless attacks. Boom! His body shot forward like a meteor, the golden aura around his axe coalescing and compounding on itself. Along with a spirited shout, Gerald made his attack. He wielded his axe like it weighed nothing at all, swinging it through the air and even forcing it to twirl to match his attack pattern. Keek! Arish exclaimed zealously. He whipped his legs through the air, causing dozens of formless spatial attacks to charge towards both Gerald and Jean. Gerald's eyes narrowed. He didn't stop moving. Clash! The axe made heavy contact with the spider monster's carapace. After the first time, tens and even hundreds of strikes followed. A golden light began to form on Arish's body. At the same time, the formless intent reached Gerald. Piu! 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 It sounded like silenced bullets. The strange intent entered through one side of Gerald's body and exited through the other, littering the man's body with coin-sized holes. And one of those holes was only mere centimeters away from his heart. Gerald let out a sound of pain, but didn't halt his movements. The axe moved and moved and moved, and seeing Gerald's refusal to move, Arish began targeting him more seriously too, a slash that severed the chaotic void. This was the next attack aiming for Gerald's head. Rather than formless like its predecessors, this slash was glittering as if it was filled with countless stars. But despite its beauty, Gerald knew that this slash would spell his death. His eyes hardened. Jean, do not mourn for me. He grinned madly. I, Gerald, have always been a warrior. The light on his axe concentrated on its blade. The golden line on Arish's body shone with splendor. And finally, the two forces met. Chapter 832 war 8. Boom! The ringing of the explosion signaled the beginning of a single second that Jean considered more important than his entire life leading up to the moment. Gerald's axe made contact with the golden line he'd drawn on Arish's body. The two forces resonated, and by some means unknown to anyone but Gerald, a terrifyingly massive force was emitted by their meeting. The explosion rang out because of this. Rampant waves of energy spread in all directions, and while most of the formless intent in the air was destroyed by these chaotic fluctuations, one attack continued its trajectory unhindered. Jean watched it move in slow motion. Its flight path was perfectly blocked by Gerald's neck. Bastard! Jean gritted his teeth. He had to move. Otherwise, even if Gerald truly died here, his sacrifice would mean nothing. The claymore in his grip felt heavy. With one hand, it was far more difficult to wield, but the responsibility on Jean's shoulders was far heavier. His eyes opened wide. His attention focused on the chink Gerald opened in Arish's defenses. He readied his sword. Mana swirled within and around his body, forming a natural barrier that pushed away any external force in his vicinity. The mana and sword became one. A beautiful holy aura covered Jean's sword as his eyes slowly closed. Yet the environment around him was clearly reflected in his vision. He moved, his body blurred, becoming a force that space couldn't impede. Hi-ya! He roared like a wild beast. The blood vessels in his neck bulged and pulsated from the pure amount of spirit he was putting into the shout. He arrived next to Gerald in an instant. His eyes moved to look at his old friend. Gerald was smiling. It was the same bloodthirsty and wild smile he held whenever he enjoyed a battle to its greatest potential. Jean sighed inwardly. His sword began its swing. Then, as the second came to an end, multiple things took place at once. The terrifying spatial slash finished its flight path. A head went flying into the air. A sword pierced through the tiny chink in Arish's armor. A wave of foreign mana clogged the Nox commander's systems and aggravated his injuries. Blood spurted, and a spider leg moved to pierce through another body. Vumum! A strange, energy-like sound resounded. The golden barrier separating the main battlefield from Arish and the guild branch managers flickered and faded, becoming almost negligible. Damien's eyes narrowed as he looked back at the barrier. Damien gritted his teeth. My spatial suppression feels insignificant, but it's doing a good job balancing the fluctuation of that strange prison realm. However, it looks like it's about to be much harder to maintain. Damien was essentially forcing the chaotic spatial aura to stay inside a box of his creation. However, this box only had 5 sides. The 5th was substituted by an already existing wall. This wall became an important support pillar that allowed Damien to expand his influence to a greater range without worrying about leakage. And now that it was collapsing, the rampant spatial mana has begun spreading into the main battlefield. Damien teleported away without paying any mind to Rillia's exclamations that followed him. He arrived where the massive golden light barrier once stood and spread his arms. His mana raged like a tsunami. For the first time in a long time, Damien put his entire mana capacity to use. Boom! The pure quantity of mana tore a hole through the atmosphere. Damien then forcibly turned the newly formed back hole into a medium for Devour, recklessly taking everything that couldn't be contained by his barrier into his own body. Damien bit his lip in pain. The foreign spatial mana raged through his body like a pack of wild bulls. Despite his calm thoughts, Damien was actually quite surprised by the situation of his body. Rather than the damage, he was curious about the slow reaction of his void physique. Even if its processes were no longer totally automated, it was still second nature for Damien. To cleanse his body with void mana whenever a situation like this occurred. This time, however, the mana was allowed to rampage on its own for a few seconds before it was tamed and recycled by the void. This fucking hurts. Damien glanced back at the battlefield behind him with a wry smile. Well, at least you guys can fight without worry. Just remain blissfully ignorant for now. A shout of rebuke snapped Damien out of his cynical thoughts. HM. The person who appeared was none other than Rillia, and, with her level of strength, she could clearly see what was happening to Damien. Saving people? What's the use of saving people if you die? Rillia yelled. I'm not dying, though. Rillia gritted her teeth and moved behind Damien, placing her hands on his back. No, listen to me. I'm really not DY, Damien sighed. It seemed Rillia wasn't planning to listen to him. Well, I'll take this kind of refusal to cooperate over any other. Damien shook his head wryly and continued regulating the energy as best he could, but it was simply impossible for him to perfectly control energy that leaked for millions of kilometers with his current strength. Rumble. Damien's face turned dignified. He stopped his actions and moved away from Rillia. He was able to protect the main army before the event itself took place, but now... Crack! 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 The black sky split into countless pieces and shattered. Crash! Pieces of the glass ceiling rained to the ground. As soon as they touched, the earth rose into several dozen pillars that formed a strange pattern if viewed from above. This is... Damien studied the symbol with furrowed brows. From it, he could feel the fluctuation of all elements, yet at the same time, there was no fluctuation at all. At this time, the situation experienced another change. The earth pillars lit up like a rainbow of various colors, shining like beacons that painted the sky in a splendorous hue of iridescence. By this point, all sounds of battle had halted. Those with spiritual intelligence couldn't take their eyes away from the mystical phenomena, and even those without it were enamored by the strange fluctuations emitted by it. Damien's eyes widened. The shattered sky, wasn't it swirling like a portal? Ugh! An inhuman bellow emitted by an object rather than a being. A horrifying suction force appeared. A light spread as far as the eye could see and made it so the eye could see nothing at all. And when the light disappeared, all those existing within several thousand kilometers of the phenomenon disappeared from the face of the earth. The only thing remaining in their wake was a strange, swirling sky illuminated by beacons of multicolored light. A man watched this happen from a distance. His eyes turned cold. It seems that Ian will become active again for the first time in many years. He turned around and began to leave. How rare, how rare. Chapter 833, Void Corridor. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of light blurs streaked through the air, delivering a rain of hell to those below. After Damien's departure, the Roaring Dragon Cavalry took a central role on the battlefield, and Ezio took command of a majority of the troops to bring them to victory. The air bikes were the core of the new army formation. After the Roaring Dragon Cavalry set up a canopy to both injure and confuse the enemy, the second wave of aerial troops would follow to land killing blows. Any that were left afterward were left to ground troops to finish off. This strategy was much better than the disorganized mess that the battlefield had turned into for a moment. But even with this, it was difficult to secure the win. The Nox troops are too many in number. For everyone we take down, another 10 pop up. Ezio narrowed his eyes and observed the battlefield from above before handing down his command. The Nox were currently fighting in small groups rather than as a whole entity. Without the oppression of a Nox commander to keep them in place, their unruly and independent nature came out in full force. This was extremely advantageous for Heaven's army, as it made it far easier to cope with the pure number of enemies. Roar! Scree! The cries of beasts resounded as the affiliated cavalry units made their move. The battlefield itself spanned for several 100,000 kilometers. At this time, the cavalry units covered that entire circumference with their forces as if to confine their enemies. Countless beasts roared and let loose their strongest wide-area attacks. Ezio focused his mind to its maximum potential and peered into the preceding explosions, observing the Nox within. There are 160 that act as leaders. Still, 160 was a large number. Ezio's body jolted. He rapidly swerved his air bike to the side and abandoned it. In the next instant, a terrifying projectile swerved to follow him and directly collided with the bike. Boom! The machine exploded on impact, making Ezio shed a tear as he regained his balance in the air. However, before he could even properly mourn the loss of his baby, the projectile charged through the explosion, headed straight for him. Ezio gritted his teeth and galvanized his mana, setting up a fortified defense. At the same time, he gathered mana in his arms and enhanced his strength manifold, pulling his fist back in preparation to receive the hit. Boom! Ezio's fist came in contact with the yellow light. He coughed out blood as he was sent by the force. The yellow light, on the other hand, merely halted in its tracks. Ezio rapidly readjusted and grabbed his shoulder in pain as he glared at the light. Ezio's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, he recognized the force that attacked him. His face turned pale. The yellow light expanded with the passing of time, revealing its form as a beautiful orange-gold phoenix that was emitting a fierce, killing intent. Ezio gritted his teeth and pushed his mana. Damn it! The phoenix in front of him wasn't a Nox being. Rather, it was a beast who'd been corrupted by them. And its entrance meant, everyone attention, focus on the 160 targets I've marked. Ezio immediately relayed the order and refocused on the phoenix. It's a late-stage 4th-class beast. Since it arrived by itself, I'm sure there won't be other beasts as strong as it in the coming tide. As long as I can get rid of it, there was no need for further thought. Ezio pushed his mana to its furthest and shot at the beast. Earthly mana covered his fists and turned them into terrifyingly dense, blunt weapons that he swung with the weight of stars. Boom! The impact of his fist on the air rang out, sending an ear-piercing clap into the surroundings. The phoenix, however, sensed the attack's danger from the start and dodged perfectly. The beast bared its talons and flapped its wings powerfully, making an impossible maneuver to fly into Ezio's blind spot and slash him. Shing! The sound of flesh tearing was loud. Ezio's blood went flying into the air, forcing him to grit his teeth to force. Down the scream building in his chest. The beast's talon ripped almost all the way through Ezio's body before he could respond. But in that final moment, Ezio had no plan of remaining idle. He grabbed the beast's outstretched leg with all his strength, his muscles bulging as if to increase their power to aid him. His earthly mana blazed into the surroundings unlike its usual peaceful appearance, and under Ezio's strict control, it directly pressured the phoenix and attacked its wings. Boom! 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 Scree! The phoenix was forced to back away to avoid the attack. Ezio grinned, ready for his counterattack, when, shio! The world seemed to turn white. Ezio barely moved his head in time. A thin red line appeared on his neck, dripping blood onto the rest of his body thereafter. A cold sweat poured down his back. He almost died. Ezio's pale face turned a shade whiter. If this beast was able to arrive, then rumble. His worst fears came true. The sound of the earth quaking was so loud that it felt like Ion was on the verge of collapse. A plethora of powerful auras expressed themselves from the distance, intimidating their enemy into submission far before their arrival. The phoenix and the newly arrived flying panther beast both looked at Ezio with a look of contempt, as if mocking him. They didn't attack during this time, clearly enjoying the feeling of despair spreading through heaven's army. Ah! The first scream signified the start of a slaughter. The third classes on the subsidiary battlefield were the first to die. Under the rampaging force of countless fourth-class beasts, how could they stand a chance? The screams of agony that entered Ezio's ears felt like scars in his heart. Every single one of them was another comrade lost in battle. Ezio smiled wryly. What shame, I just found a great successor candidate, too. He grinned in lament and took a fighting stance. If he was going to die anyway, he was going to take as many enemies down with him as possible. Ezio lifted his injured body and began gathering power, but before he could even make a move, his mana was disrupted and canceled. He almost gave up all hope, but at that time, he realized that the screaming stopped. He looked down, and then he followed the gazes of those below to the sky. His eyes almost fell out of his skull. His thought wasn't even allowed to end before he disappeared off the face of the earth. The beast tide, the Nox, and the remains of Heaven's army all disappeared with him. A figure watched it take place from the distance. This figure existed millions of kilometers away from the battlefield at the peak of a mountain in a completely different section of Ion. He smiled. He curled his fingers, giving way to many black wisps that melded into the air for reasons unknown. The man's lips curved into a malicious smile. As expected, you came here. Someone the Lord appreciates cannot be average. Damien Void, enjoy the gift I prepared for you. Chapter 834 Void Corridor. A void corridor. The news of its existence was far more valuable than what was originally taking place in the blood-drenched wilderness. Within a single day, all forces within several hundreds of millions of miles were made aware of it. Somewhere 300 million or so kilometers from the blood-drenched wilderness was a territory known as the Misty Wildlands. The forces here were far stronger than those in the blood-drenched wilderness. Several Ninth Revolution experts headed the top forces, and even a few demigod avatars were present. Demigod avatars were extremely rare. They were the product of universe denizens observing and deconstructing the Nox technique of avatar creation and attempting to replicate it. Sadly, Nox techniques were almost exclusive to the Nox. Those demigods who'd succeeded in creating avatars were rarer than colored people at a clan meeting. Nevertheless, the strength of forces congregated in the Misty Wildlands was evident. Among these forces, one of the strongest was Arcadia, a small guild consisting of only 20 members. However, every member was an extreme peak powerhouse, and the weakest was a fourth revolution master. Currently, in the guild headquarters, a commotion was taking place. Void Corridor? A woman shouted unwittingly before covering her mouth. The girl in front of her nodded her head profusely. Right. I heard that there was a big war going on, and the collision caused a void corridor to open. Go. Of course we'll go. The woman immediately jumped out of her chair and sent a talisman to inform the rest of the guild of her movements. They would surely catch up to her once they received the transmission. The thought she had was shared by countless people, almost everyone who heard the news. After all, the existence of a void corridor was too rare. It was common knowledge that Iron was a place lacking in opportunities. Due to its closeness to the abyss, it was impossible for secret realms or other alternate spaces to exist, and it was even less likely for resources to naturally appear in Iron's terrible climate. Void corridors were a concept that completely went against this reasoning. Void corridors could be considered top 10 on a list of the rarest phenomena in the universe. In essence, they were secret realms, but in reality, they were far greater than just that. Void corridors were strange portals that led to even stranger and more mystical realms completely outside of the universe's jurisdiction. The treasures found within were non-existent elsewhere, and the opportunities were even greater. There were even records of void corridors opening the way to god-level inheritances. The cause behind their existence had yet to be realized after countless years. In the past few 100,000 years, only 3 void corridor openings had been recorded. It was obvious how important the current opening was. The 2 women from Arcadia were both powerful experts, with the stronger of the 2 being at the 6th revolution, but they were only small characters in the grand scheme of things. Forces were gathering towards the blood-drenched wilderness at a rapid pace, and a mass migration raised questions in territories further from the source of information, which eventually led to their involvement as well. Ion's ring spanned the entirety of Grand Heaven's boundary. It was possible to walk its length and make it from Soul World to Hephaestus, one side of the universe, to the complete opposite, and back by merely walking forward. And the forces moving towards the void corridor consisted of those from an entire half of this ring. Sister, we're finally here. A feminine voice rang out in the void, followed by the appearance of a mature woman. She looked in her late 20s with short brown hair and green eyes. Her figure wasn't amazingly proportioned, but she had a toned body that was built from countless years of battle. The beauty she held was undeniable. This woman was named Alexandra, a 6th Revolution expert from Arcadia. The woman who traveled with her was her younger sister, Alice, a 5th Revolution Master. Both were several thousand years old already, but it seemed like Alice would never mature. Even after all this time, she still clung to her big sister like a child. Alexandra smiled wryly as she spread her awareness. 3 days had passed since the news originally spread. Even with the fastest personal teleportation devices in hand, it still took them this long to arrive. And now that they had, it was clear that they were many steps too late. The numbers were easily in the millions. From the most common foot soldier to Ion's top experts, anyone who was close enough to reach this place before 3 days passed was present. As for the rest, they had no chance at all. Alexandra's eyes narrowed as she further inspected. There are at least 6 Holy Land-level influences present, and an even greater number of those that are just below that level. Her attention shifted past the denizen forces into the blackness of the abyss. With the number of forces convening in the area, it was impossible for the Nox to not realize the situation, but their response was fast, almost too fast. There are several High Commander and Executioner auras in their ranks. If it's a Supreme, then I am not yet qualified to feel their presence. Alexandra could sense the chaos that the current event would stir, and her feeling only became stronger as she got closer to the crowd. With so many Heaven's army and Nox forces in one place, was peace even an option? It was a laughable thought. Anyone with sense understood that the importance of this void corridor didn't merely lie in its benefits. No, the true importance of this void corridor was the opportunity it created. How long had it been since the denizens and Nox met with such gusto? How long had it been since the 2 sides clashed without worry about tactics or consequences? The Void Corridor was a pathway to an unknown land, a land separate from the universe. It was the perfect location for a purge, that is, the atmosphere alone was enough to prove it. The two sides didn't even need to meet. Only one would be exiting. If the other side wasn't completely purged, leaving the Y-known realm was pointless. Alexandra and Alice reached the Heaven's Army base camp and walked in, saying their greetings to the familiar experts within. While Alice trailed off halfway through the walk to take care of her own business, Alexandra continued until she arrived at the largest tent in the vicinity. Walking in, she was immediately struck by the disorientation of entering a spatial expansion, but it didn't take any time at all for her to readjust with her level. Finally, her eyes caught sight of what she came for. The sources of the strongest auras in the camp, the leaders of the strongest forces that had congregated in the blood-drenched wilderness. This was where they gathered to discuss their plan on how to proceed. Chapter 835, Void Corridor. Alexandra's gaze panned around the room, taking note of the most important characters present. By her observation, the forces of roughly 15 to 20 territories had come. Even taking the entirety of Ion into perspective, this was a massive force unlike anything that had been assembled in the past. Among the territories of Ion, there was a sort of unspoken hierarchy that one would learn as one grew. For the most part, this hierarchy followed strength and influence alone. Therefore, of the forces present, only 5 truly mattered, and even among those 5, Alexandra's eyes widened as a certain emblem came into view. The Ancient God Clan. The Ancient God Clan was one of the most mysterious and powerful forces affiliated with Heaven's Army. In truth, their people had remained in Ion for countless eons, protecting the universe from outside threats even before the Forgotten War 100,000 years ago. It was rumored that they held an innate bloodline that gave them mythical power and the ability to grow far faster than their peers. Their eyes were said to see through the mysteries of reality. As such, their younger generation was always the greatest, and the oppression of their experts couldn't be denied. Alexandra's ears perked up as a man approached the Ancient God Clan elders that were sitting quietly in the corner of the room. The elders, who refused to give anyone face, actually opened their eyes to look at him. The plans of our young master are not for you to know. Just know that we will not participate in your silly scheme. Ha ha, elder, you jest. How could I push anyone to their death? The man's smile almost cracked. Behind his plastic expression, he was seething in fury. A vein popped in his forehead, but nobody called attention to it. After saying their piece, the elders also closed their eyes and returned to meditation. Alexandra watched the man storm away with curious eyes. He should be the leader of Azuran Gate. As she continued observing the surroundings and the interactions between the many forces, she managed to pick up a good deal of information about what happened before she arrived. Firstly, Azuran Gate was seemingly attempting to organize all present forces under their command to attack the Nox within the unknown realm, but they were having a difficult time convincing those forces who couldn't be suppressed with force. It seems he was so angry because the Ancient God Clan is his last hope. Alexandra shook her head in disappointment. It's not like the idea is bad, but the entire execution is off. Aside from Azuran Gate, this was the topic that gained the most traffic amongst the experts present. The Ancient God Clan was already a mysterious existence, but their young master was even greater. Their form had never been witnessed by outsiders before, and their strength was wholly unknown. Even the fact that the Ancient God Clan had a young master was only confirmed after a dozen years of effort. Now that it was almost confirmed that such a personage would be entering the Void Corridor, how could people not get excited? The atmosphere turned strange as 2 different intents took prevalence: alliance and murder. Alexandra's eyes narrowed. With a sigh, she stood up and exited the tent. I thought there would be some sort of discussion, but it's merely the usual sophistry. Every force is attempting to take control, and as a result, they've divided themselves even further. For what she heard in the tent, the Void Corridor was still unstable after its initial formation. It was likely that a majority of those who were originally sucked in by its force were shredded to death by chaotic spatial storms. The stabilization process was supposed to take 3 days, and now that it was already the 3rd day, it looked like the process would come to an end at any time. Alexandra was part of a guild, but their guild acted more like an extended family than an organization. She was far from used to all the sophistry of the upper class, especially since she'd reached her current level through blood and sweat. Alone, she was born and raised in Ion. I guess I'll take a stroll and try to find Alice for now. Alexandra did exactly as she intended and took a casual stroll around the camp, surveying the forces while also taking note of the Nox force that had gathered several thousand kilometers away. Our two forces don't even need to interact to enter the Void Corridor because of its size. Whether or not conflict will begin before we enter the realm depends on others, but both sides will likely prioritize benefits over slaughter for now. There were far too many powerful Nox gathering. Dealing with them was already a problem, but if they were ever killed without being truly exterminated, they'd merge into a truly terrifying monster, not much worse than a demigod in power. I'll keep note of them for now. At that time, an exclamation rang out, drawing Alexandra's attention. She exclaimed as she turned around, her eyes widening in the next moment. Alice returned in one piece, which was a relief considering her usual luck, but she'd brought with her a strange companion. "This is Shinue." The girl named Shinue bowed, slightly upon introduction, the stoic expression on her face never changing. Alexandra smiled wryly. Alice jumped back like a startled cat. How could I do something like that? Huh. Alexandra rubbed her forehead as she looked over at Shinue. Shinue, right? Are you okay? Alice didn't take you against her will, did she? Shinue quirked her head. No, it's not common. Absolutely. Alexandra covered Alice's mouth as she spoke, refusing to let the latter make excuses. Shinue nodded understandingly. I see. Alice is bad person, but strangely good bad person. Yeah, I guess you could say it like that. If she isn't troubling you, then it's not a problem. Alexandra scratched her head in embarrassment and held her hand out for a handshake. As for Shinue, she quirked her head once again as she looked at the hand. Chapter 836 Void Corridor. Alexandra asked hesitantly. Seeing Shinue shake her head, she sighed. Taking a second look, this Shinue was quite the beautiful girl. She didn't look a day older than 19, with pale skin like white snow. Her body wasn't overly proportioned. Rather, her bust and waist were perfectly curved to match her slim figure, which actually added a greater charm than large assets ever could. However, the divinity of her body proportions wasn't her greatest feature. Looking at her, Alexandra's attention was immediately drawn to her hair and eyes. Hair so beautifully white that no snow could match its purity, and eyes sparkling blue like diamonds. They were piercing yet comforting, making one uncomfortable from the overload of sensation one would feel if they stared for too long. Alexandra quickly got acquainted with Shinue and moved with her and Alice to a different location. As she spoke more, she noticed that, rather than being reserved as she'd initially thought, Shinue was instead extremely naive and indifferent. It was as if she'd truly grown up under a rock. But if that was so, how could she gather the strength to participate in this operation? While pondering the question and familiarizing herself with Shinue, Alexandra slowly passed the time until finally, the air began to swirl. Shinue's sparkling eyes went up to the sky. Alexandra shook her head. Instead of responding, Alexandra pointed to the sky. Already, the forces of Azuran Gate and the other 3 great influences besides the ancient god clan were standing in the air. At the helm was the man she saw earlier, Lucas Stream. He was now donning a set of ferocious black battle armor, pointing his spear at the Nox in the distance. Vroom! The mana around the void corridor raged, barely resisting the suction force that was beginning to form. At the same time, a commotion broke out within the Nox camp. A man floated into the air, standing on equal grounds with Lucas. The Nox High Commander said mockingly. Lucas slashed his spear through the air, whipping up terrifying windstorms that flew at the Nox High Commander. However, the latter merely swept away the attack with a single hand. The Nox asked again. Lucas grinned. Right, that's it. Without another word, Lucas charged into the void corridor. His forces followed right behind him, vanishing from existence entirely. I guess we can go now, Alice said. Alexandra corrected. She grabbed Xinyue and Alice's wrists without hesitation and flew into the air with all her power. It only took her an instant to vanish into the void corridor with her companions. However, that instant was life-saving. Rumble. The Nox High Commander in the air felt something strange about the previous interaction. He turned around to look at his own force, and his killing intent raged. The spear wind that he'd casually blocked earlier had diverted its course and struck the Nox army. Several million lesser Nox, and even a few higher Nox were killed by its impact. The High Commander growled through gritted teeth. I see. Good. Traitorous humans dare to act like they are the greatest. You are no better than dogs. Boom! The High Commander's mana blazed into the surroundings, burning a hole in space. His cold gaze was like a predator eyeing its prey. He turned towards the camp where countless Heaven's army troops were still beginning to enter the void corridor. He grinned. It was a malevolent grin that seemed to freeze the atmosphere. As the Nox army flew into the air to enter the void corridor, the High Commander switched places with them and returned to the ground. His figure flashed. He appeared in the Heaven's army camp in an instant. His eyes panned over the surroundings. He grabbed hold of the first person he saw and crushed their throat in a single move. Without hesitation, he moved on, beginning a killing spree that could no longer be stopped, as all of the experts had already entered the portal. The High Commander laughed maniacally. Ha! Just like that, the Void Corridor event was kick-started by slaughter. And it wasn't just outside the unknown realm. Even when the forces of both sides made it inside, they realized that they heavily underestimated the reality of these unknown realms. This place, while it was truly filled with opportunity, it was also a hell on earth surpassing any other. Ha! Alexandra winced in pain as she opened her eyes. The surroundings were smoldering. It was so incredibly hot that even a 6th Revolution Master like her felt like she was melting. If you guys can hear me, move toward my voice. Alexandra grunted as she pushed against the ground. She'd taken Alice and Xinyue into the void corridor before the tragedy she was expecting happened, but when she came back to her senses, she was stuck in a strange crack in the earth. Damn it. Boom! Alexandra slammed her fist against the ground and shattered the earth around her, jumping out of the crack with ease. At this time, Alice's call could also be heard from far away. Alexandra smiled and opened her mouth to reply, but just before she could speak, her face paled. Boom! She slammed her foot into the ground and took off with acceleration force that instantly surpassed the speed of sound. Fuck! Alexandra cursed endlessly in her mind as she sprinted away as fast as she could. Before long, she came up on Alice and Xinyue. Big sis, Alexandra grabbed Alice and Xinyue under both her arms and continued sprinting without a single break in her flow. Alice asked in a panic, but Alexandra didn't have to answer. Xinyue let out a small exclamation and pointed her finger in the direction Alexandra came from. When Alice's eyes arrived there as well, a piercing shriek left her mouth. Shut up! Alexandra yelled in a panic. And for once, Alice shut her mouth as she was told. After all, she saw it. A magma geyser dozens of hundreds of thousands of kilometers high was spewing burning mana and lava everywhere. Every blob of mana that impacted the ground from that height was like a nuclear missile. And this geyser just so happened to be opened by a certain heavy impact force hitting a crack in the earth. Thus, the current situation. With her 2 companions under her arms, Alexandra ran as fast as she could to escape the magma hell around her, all while lamenting her luck that landed her in such a situation. Well, if there was one thing that was certain, this unknown realm would not be a boring place in the slightest. But if she wanted to experience it, She had to escape the wrath of the spewing magma hole first. Chapter 837 Void Corridor. The rough breathing of two women echoed through a small cave in which they rested. After a full hour of running, they were finally able to escape the blast radius of the giant geyser. Alice was the first to speak, and she said exactly what was on everyone's minds. "It truly is strange," Alexandra added. She looked outside the cave, but her vision was completely blocked by a blizzard, roaring winds, and snow turning the air into abstract art. The blizzard started exactly where the geyser's blast radius ended. The switch from heat to chill was so rapid that the bodies of the three women almost failed to adapt, leaving them with several internal injuries that they were forced to rest to heal. "Strange realm, very big," Shinyue muttered. The other two nodded in agreement. They knew this principle as well as anyone else. It was just a shame that after escaping the harrowing natural phenomena, they didn't get any rewards at all. There have only ever been 3 void corridor openings recorded in history, so there is nothing confirmed about this place. What? Alice immediately exclaimed in shock. Alexandra cracked a small smile. "Relax. Even if the method to leave is unknown, we at least know that leaving is possible. Whatever the case, it was impossible for there to be a fixed exit in this realm due to its size. Either all living beings remaining within after the time limit would be automatically ejected from the realm, or new gates would spawn to aid their exit. The latter added far more risk, since anyone who couldn't find a gate would be trapped inside the realm. But neither was something the group could worry about at the moment. Leaving the realm wasn't something they had any plans to do at the moment, so rather than mulling over it, it was better for them to gain their bearings within the realm and start searching for opportunities. Alexandra suddenly asked. Shinyue shook her head in denial. Alexandra rubbed her chin in thought. "It's the same for me and Alice." Receiving their confirmation, Alexandra stood up from her position and stretched. "Good. Big sister, we've been ready for forever." Alice responded excitedly. Alexandra grinned. "Great, but be prepared." Alexandra didn't wait for her sister to finish before picking her up like a sack of rice and throwing her over her shoulder. Alexandra asked teasingly. Shinyue quirked her head. Alexandra smiled wryly. Shaking her head, she walked to the exit of the cave and stared out. Hush! The wind roared with such fervor that one would believe a god-beast resided in this tundra. The flakes whipping through the air were merely snow, but each one was incredibly sharp and had enough momentum to easily bisect anyone below mid-stage 4th class. And Alexandra stepped into this chaos without hesitation. Bang! 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 She charged mana into her legs and jumped, using the force of each leap to go further with the next one. If anyone saw her at the moment, they'd be hard-pressed to not compare her to a frog. Shio! 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 Alexandra covered her face with her arm. The further she went into this biome, the fiercer the winds got. She could feel the small lines of blood dripping down her face from the cuts formed by the empowered snowflakes. Sister. Alice's weak voice came from behind. Alexandra turned to look at her sister, only to find the girl covered in multiple bloody wounds. Alexandra cried. She had been holding Alice the entire time, and made sure to protect her under an umbrella of mana. How did all of these snowflakes manage to cut her? Sister, keep going, Alice said weakly. Even she was unaware of what happened. The cuts all happened at the same time, instantaneously. But Alice was an extreme peak 4th class master in her own right. Even if her combat capability wasn't the highest in terms of vitality, she wasn't lacking at all. Alexandra's eyes hardened as she realized her sister's intentions. I can't let her sacrifice herself for me. Also, I can't safely proceed forward without knowing how Alice got wounded. Alexandra spread her awareness to its limits and scanned the terrain in search of a cave to hide in. Shio! 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 The terrific snowflakes continued to attack her as she moved, piercing her mana shield and brushing past her body with ease, leaving small cuts littering her form. By themselves, these cuts were nothing, but when accumulated, Alexandra suddenly exclaimed. She changed course and dove at the ground, aiming for a cave she'd sensed on the periphery of her perception. Shing! The sound of something swiftly moving through the air was prominent, but only in Alexandra's ears. The slash felt like a devil's whisper, and following it could only be the devil's touch. Alexandra's body jerked. Blood sprayed into the air. Just as it happened to Alice a few moments prior, Alexandra's body was suddenly assaulted by thousands of small cuts that compounded on her previous injuries and caused far more fatal wounds to form. Alice's panic cries were the last thing that graced Alexandra's fading consciousness before it completely succumbed to darkness. The pair of sisters plummeted to the ground. The winds whipped around them, tearing their clothes and slowly encroaching on their bodies, evidently with the aim of tearing them apart before they could touch ground. But the winds weren't granted such an opportunity. Boom! A divine blue light shield suddenly encompassed the two women. As the winds struck this shield, it was soon made clear that they didn't have the slightest ability to penetrate it. Bang! 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 The furious winds became fiercer, almost exclusively attacking the divine blue shield and ignoring all else in the surroundings. But the winds weren't nearly strong enough to accomplish their goal. Clash! Scree! The wind screamed like it was sentient, but in the end, it was unable to do anything. The blue light shield descended to the ground and floated gracefully into the nearby cave that Alexandra spotted earlier. Once it entered the cave, pop! The shield popped like a bubble and dispersed, leaving the two sisters on the cave floor, unconscious. However, all of their wounds were gone. They'd been healed to the point where one would believe they'd never been in a single battle before in their lifetimes. And as time passed with no signs of the caster's appearance, Alexandra's eyes finally fluttered open. Chapter 838, Void Corridor. Alexandra groggily rubbed her eyes. For some reason, she felt like she'd just had the best sleep of her entire life. But wasn't she in the middle of something? The memories came rushing back to her like a tidal wave. She shot up but wobbled and fell back to the floor. She was still too disoriented to move. Luckily, she spotted her sister sleeping on the cave floor not too far away before she did anything drastic. Considering their previous predicament, both of them should have been dead. Alexandra and Alice both fell unconscious near the end, so protecting themselves and reaching this cave was absolutely impossible. If so, it was proper to be extremely wary at the moment. Such a powerful force who waited until the sisters were on the brink of death before saving them. It was normal to doubt their intentions. Alexandra sighed and sat down. Environment damage? Fatigue? The events she'd experienced so far made Alexandra feel like a newbie adventurer just setting off on their path to greatness. It was a thrilling feeling, but it was also terrifying. After all, after so many years, she'd forgotten this feeling. Alexandra clenched her fist, looking down at the cave floor absent-mindedly. Her thoughts swirled. She felt like she was on the verge of epiphany, about to realize something crucial for her future progress. A voice suddenly rang through the cave. Alexandra's eyes shot open. She jumped up and stood before her sister's unconscious body. Her aura flared. Under Alexandra's sharp gaze, the figure revealed themselves. She sighed in relief. Alexandra plopped onto the floor and sighed again. Alexandra nodded in understanding. It was easy to lose track of people in the almost negligible visibility of the blizzard, and considering that this was the only cave present for several 100,000 kilometers, it was completely normal for Xinyue to find them here. Only, others would have just as easy of a time. Xinyue, did you find any secrets to the blizzard on your way here? Xinyue rubbed her chin in thought, imitating Alexandra's movements. Average storm. Xinyue raised her thumb cheekily, but the lack of change in her expression made the gesture a bit strange. Alexandra laughed unwittingly. Really, in a tense atmosphere like this, Xinyue's accidental comedy was a great pick-me-up. All right, since you say the eye of the storm is safe, I'll trust you. Xinyue quirked her head. This is I. Alexandra's face fell. It was bad news, extremely bad news. If that was the case, how were they supposed to escape? The eye of the storm was the safest place for them, but it also put them furthest from any possible exit. The journey was definitely not something Alice could handle with her injuries. Shit, I need to think of something. Alexandra's awareness spread once more, but before she could even do anything, Shinua moved. She walked to the back of the cave and crouched on the floor, feeling the soil with her hands. In the next instant, bang! She slammed her palm down, causing the floor to shatter entirely. A hole several meters wide was revealed, and within, a staircase descended into darkness. New path, Shinua said with an air of accomplishment. Nice, Alexandra responded with a grin. She didn't know where this strange passageway led to, but anywhere was better than remaining in this cave. After all, there was no way to tell when the blizzard would end, and before it ended, staying in the cave was suicide. If so, then the opening Shinua created was likely an inheritance or at least a treasure site of some sort. Alexandra smiled. It would definitely be dangerous below, but it was better than nothing, especially if there were reward involved. Alexandra let out a small grunt as she slung Alice over her shoulder again. I'll take care of her until she wakes up. Shinua nodded, and the two women immediately made their way down the stairs. Rumble. As they vanished into the depths, the cave rumbled slightly. The rocks began to move, rearranging themselves until the floor became one piece again, indistinguishable from its previous appearance. However, there was indeed something different about it, because under this floor, there was only solid rock. It was incredibly damp, almost to the point where it felt like the inside of some creature's stomach rather than an underground area. Atop that, there was no light at all. Even mana lost its light in this darkness, forcing one to descend the seemingly endless staircase blindly. But that was only the start. Alexandra was an experienced fighter, so moving without her eyes wasn't difficult at all. Around 100 steps down, however, she felt something change. 20 steps later, she realized she could no longer smell the damp air around her. Her eyes hardened. She tightened her grip on Shinue's hand. If anything happened, this grip was her assurance that she was still alive. 200 steps down, another change took place. Alexandra's mouth was already numb due to the lack of olfactory input to her brain, but that numbness became complete at some point, helping Alexandra realize that her sense of taste had also disappeared. Besides her eyes, the two senses she'd lost so far didn't affect her perception much. As long as she could still use her perception, taste and smell were inconsequential. Their loss, however, didn't bode well for the future. As Alexandra expected, as she passed the 300th step, she could no longer hear the sound of her and Shinue's footsteps. The only confirmation she had of the latter's existence was the firm grip she felt on her hand. And despite knowing the hell that she was about to descend into, Alexandra kept moving. She closed her eyes, even though they were useless at the moment. She focused on the feeling of Shinue's cold hands in hers. She focused on the feeling of Alice's warm body on her back, and the movement of her chest as she breathed. 100 steps were crossed in what seemed like an instant. Alexandra's foot stepped on the 401st step. Or did it? She had no way of knowing. Was Alice still in her hand? Was Shinue's hand still entwined with her own? She had no idea. She couldn't feel it at all. She could only trust in object permanence and keep walking forward. Or at least complete the action she believed was walking forward. However, at this moment, even the weakest beast could kill Alexandra. She was left completely defenseless, forced to descend the endless staircase mindlessly in hope of some sort of salvation. Chapter 839 Tomb. How long had it been? Time was incomprehensible without the five senses to send input to the brain. Even with the mystical abilities of a practitioner, being completely deprived of sensation made it difficult to perceive the outside world. After all, the perception of a practitioner, the awareness that all beings possessed, was an ethereal sense developed with the five bodily senses as a basis. What would happen if one was made to forget what those base sensations felt like? Naturally, They wouldn't be able to properly perceive the sensory input they gain through awareness, making the skill more harmful than helpful. Alexandra found herself combating this problem far sooner than she expected. Even without senses or perception, she didn't expect her body clock to distort so rapidly. Then again, she had no way of knowing the time in the first place. For all she knew, it might have been years since she started walking. Total silence. Total darkness. Without a sense of direction or feeling, Alexandra didn't even know if she was still walking. However, there was nothing she could do besides continue. If continuing couldn't help her regain her senses, she'd eventually descend into madness. Focus. Alexandra's thoughts were loud, as if she was speaking them. They were her only company, and her only measure to maintain sanity. Focus, concentrate, try to feel the surroundings. Alexandra focused her mind on a single invisible point of her choosing. She didn't know what exactly she was doing. All she knew was that it made her feel more secure. This point, this is my lifeline. Time passed. It was like an eternity, filled with absolute nothingness. At some point, Alexandra's thoughts stopped altogether. Her mind fell into a sort of stasis as her consciousness traveled out of her body. Flicker. It was the sound of a tongue of flame whipping lightly through the air. Alexandra exclaimed inwardly. Even though the sound was extremely quiet, it resounded in her ears like booming drums. The light from the flame blinded her eyes in the next moment. Her nose burned from the sudden influx of sensation, and even her mouth started tasting sour as the sensation from her nose rebounded. Ha ha ha! Alexandra panted heavily as she tried to acclimate to the senses she'd long forgotten. At the same time, she observed her current state. I'm not truly present, she wondered. After many minutes passed, and her senses finally readjusted completely, she finally got the chance to understand the surroundings. That single torch with the dancing flame atop, it was merely one of many lining a long hallway with no end. In the opposite direction, one could see the staircase Alexandra was originally on, the one she still believed she was descending. Her attention finally went to the floor. Her face turned pale. There were 3 bodies there. Xinyu and Alice were immediately noticeable by their features, and it didn't look like they'd taken much damage. Alexandra, on the other hand, her body was a mangled mess. There were several large holes in her body, and her stomach was completely torn open. Her organs spilled out onto the ground below and formed an especially gruesome image. And as if the damage to her body wasn't enough, her skull was cracked as well. Her head was bleeding in multiple places, and the skin and muscles of her face were drooping like melted plastic. Alexandra went into a slight panic. In any normal circumstance, it would have been strange to even consider her alive at the moment. But wasn't she alive? If not, then had she become a ghost? The pale color of Alexandra's face became impossibly whiter. Impossible. As long as Alice was still a young girl at heart, she couldn't die. She couldn't leave her only family alone in this world. Then, there was nothing she could do with her abilities to heal her body. However, she was currently in a strange ethereal state. If she could enter whatever treasure site was beyond the hallway before her and find a miracle treasure, she might have a chance at healing herself. Good. Alexandra's eyes hardened. She immediately moved to traverse the infinite hallway, but before she could move, a confused voice came from behind her. Oh no! She panicked once more. If the 2 girls woke up and saw her body, how would they react? There's no way for them to see my current form, but I need to assure them of my safety. Alexandra slowly turned around while trying to figure out how to solve this dilemma. Xinyu was the one who woke up. She sat on her knees and curiously looked at Alexandra's corpse without any aversion. And then, her eyes turned to the spirit form. It was just a single word, but it hit Alexandra like a truck. Yes. Double quotes. Alexandra backed away in shock. Was this the same Xinyu she'd gotten to know over the past few days? For some reason, her aura seemed far different from usual. And so, Alexandra shook her head in defeat. I don't know. I was doing focus exercises to keep hold of my sanity in the sensory deprivation state. and somehow ended up like this. Xinyue put her hand over her mouth and thought, "This place is too strange to be a regular treasure cove. It must be the inheritance of some great emperor." Alexandra furrowed her brows in confusion. She had absolutely no clue what Xinyue was insinuating. However, the latter didn't give her a chance to ask questions. "Our first priority should be healing your body. Come with me. Let's explore this inheritance site and try to find some healing medicines." Xinyue began walking, but was quickly stopped by a spirit who intercepted her path. "Wait," Alexandra said solemnly. Xinyue glanced over at the unconscious Alice. "She's a good person, but she lacks grit. Even if she is a healer, she needs to develop her physical ability to protect herself," Alexandra demanded. Xinyue shook her head. "I mean only what I have said. I appreciate Alice's personality. She has allowed me to experience many things I didn't know beforehand. However, I do not wish for her to die." Alexandra frowned. She wanted to argue, but she couldn't say anything. The other party's critique came from good intentions alone, despite the coldness in her tone. And truthfully, Alexandra knew she was right. This problem can be dealt with later." Xinyue swept her hand through the air, causing a current of mana to envelop Alice. Through its guidance, she vanished completely, no trace of her left in reality. "She can rest in my spatial treasure for now. Spirits like you are easy targets for those who specialize in spiritual intent." Xinyue walked forward without waiting for Alexandra's response, entering the infinite hallway with confident strides. Alexandra watched her back for a moment and sighed. She didn't know what provoked Xinyue's change in demeanor, nor did she understand the latter's strange abilities. But at least she knew that the snow-white goddess was on their side. Fine. Alexandra's spirit form soon caught up to Xinyue, trailing behind her ever so slightly as they walked. Within an instant, the power dynamic of the small three-person group completely shifted. Chapter 842. Top, top, top. Xinyue's footsteps echoed through the silent hallway. Time had been passing slowly for so long already, yet she never stopped walking. Alexandra was forced to doubt her intentions. We've already passed several doors with powerful auras behind them. Along with that, there were 3 ancient steels and even a law comprehension area that could massively boost one's abilities. How could she not be confused? Even the most stalwart genius wouldn't be able to sit still in front of such a grand array of treasures. But no matter how much Alexandra wanted to ask, she couldn't find the courage to do so. Something about the current Xinyue rang major alarm bells in her head. Alexandra suddenly remembered Xinyue's words from before they entered this hallway. "Right now, anyone skilled with spiritual intent can kill me like a chicken." Alexandra's eyes moved to Xinyue's cold and indifferent back figure. Her body shuddered at the thought, but it didn't seem like an unlikely possibility, especially since Xinyue could see her spiritual form and even knew so much about spirits in general. Events would change depending on one's perception of them. So far, Alexandra had only viewed Xinyue as a friend. She was a friend who was willing to protect Alice, and even accompany her in search of medicinal treasures to heal her body. But if she swapped the lens with which she viewed the situation, Xinyue currently had Alice hostage in a spatial treasure under her command. She was possibly a spiritual master who was aiming to kill or even enslave Alexandra for her own benefit. Alexandra found herself in a dilemma. Which of these sides was she to adhere to? Before she realized it, Xinyue had halted her steps. She stared at a large monument. It was a figure of a domineering man covered in bloody battle armor. Headless corpses littered the ground around him, and the heads that belonged to them decorated his spear tip. The spear itself pointed towards the heavens, as if declaring war on them, after killing all of its enemies. "Sky Emperor vu Montak Xinyu Mutat?" Alexandra asked. He is an important figure in our universe's history. He was a human genius that played an immense role in the Forgotten War that took place 100,000 years ago. In the end, the Sky Emperor was declared deceased, and an empty grave was erected in his honor. Xinyue's eyes and tone didn't carry a single hint of expression, But Alexandra felt like there was something hidden beneath that indifference. Only, she wasn't in a position to find out what that was. She asked, "It should be," Shinue confirmed with a nod. Single quote. Shinue walked up to the base of the monument and placed her hand on the small plaque decorating it. She pushed a trace of mana into the plaque, and immediately it went alit with bright blue splendor. Rumble. The statue quaked slightly, and unexpectedly, its stone eyelids fluttered, giving way to two orbs of divine light that substituted the statue's eyes. Entrance identified. A booming voice rolled through the air, causing the wind to tumble. The statue's neck twisted, causing debris to fall off and crash against the floor. Its head turned to look down at Shinue and Alexandra. The skies stand second to the heavens. The words were powerful, so powerful that they sent the mana in the atmosphere on a chaotic rampage. The chaotic mana swirled around Shinue and even the ethereal Alexandra. Their bodies turned light, and the scenery around them shifted like a movie playing in fast-forward. When the nauseatingly blurred surroundings cleared, they'd been moved to an entirely different location. "Stay wary," Shinue warned. Alexandra nodded and prepared her defenses. Even if she was weakened in spiritual form, she wasn't weak. She wouldn't be a burden to anyone. The duo walked forward together, and the scenery around them began to change. The surroundings had no face at the beginning, but as she continued walking, Alexandra started to see many familiar scenes. The happy memories she shared with her guild mates, the peaceful life she lived before the start of the war, and a family of 4 resided happily in a mountainside cottage in the middle of nowhere. Their faces were decorated with pure smiles, unlike anything one would see in Ion. "Father, mother." The sky turned red. Demons descended onto the world and began to wreak havoc. The biggest kingdoms and influences fell first. Their rulers and experts were executed down to the last. But the demons didn't end their rampage after taking over the world. No, the inhabitants of the world were a scourge they couldn't stand. Even a small family living quietly in the mountains wasn't spared. 2 little girls no older than 10 and 4 returned to their small cottage only to be met with the reeking smell of blood. It splattered across the cottage walls, it pooled in the well, it stained the grass crimson. From a small tree that the 2 girls used to swing from every day, a body hung, lifeless. The man was a husk of his former self. His body was hardly even human anymore, and the expression of frozen insanity on his face made it evident that his death wasn't a good one. Further into the house was a woman. Her body was in better condition than the man's, but her expression was dull, as if she'd had her spirit sucked out of her. A knife protruded from her neck, leaking blood onto the bedsheets. She'd been defiled and impregnated by the demons. Unable to bear this weight, she chose to kill herself rather than let the corrupted child be born into the world. The couple's 2 daughters were only 10 and 4. The younger of the 2 was too young. She'd forgotten a majority of the event's details as she grew older. The elder sister, however, never forgot. The incident was stained in her memory for eternity. Alexandra's eyes went red. Her mana flared unwittingly, pushing fierce winds into the surroundings. "Ha!" A crisp slap landed on her cheek. Her incorporeal state didn't seem to hold any weight against this slap. Her eyes cleared from the sheer shock of the impact. The first thing that came into view was Shinue's ice-cold gaze. "Focus." Alexandra's body shuddered. That was all just an illusion? It was so real that she couldn't resist its pull even with her 6th revolution strength. And the scene it decided to show was exactly the scene that would provoke the greatest reaction from her. She couldn't imagine merely shrugging it off as if it never existed. She floated in the air behind Shinue, keeping her attention on the ladder's back so as to not fall prey to illusions. But seeing how steady she was walking, Alexandra was forced to wonder, just what was Shinue seeing? And just how could she remain so indifferent? Chapter 841 Sky. Before anyone knew it, the illusion trial was over. It was just long enough to leave a lasting impression on those who experienced it, but not quite long enough for them to completely adapt to it. As such, it formed a small scar on their minds, as they moved on to later trials. The number of trials was unknown, but as Xinyue and Alexandra progressed through the tomb, they found themselves facing an impossible number of challenges. Trials of the Mind seemed much easier once the illusion trial ended, but it was nothing more than a facade. The preceding mind trials were extremely dangerous on a far subtler level, setting up this illusion. For instance, the fifth trial that the duo faced was a mind trial. The air gave off a nostalgic scent. The atmosphere made one think about the past and reminisce. However, the longer they thought about the past, the more their past was erased. If a challenger was unable to control their thoughts and suppress the reminiscence, they would eventually lose their memories entirely and become blank slates before descending into insanity. Compared to the physical trials, the mental ones were far worse. Physical trials could be resolved through strength, and especially for Alexandra, who currently lacked a physical body, getting through the body trials was like cheating. Conversely, the mental trials affected her far worse than they would any normal person. If it wasn't for Xinyue's help, she would have gradually chipped away at herself until she went insane from these trials. It was truly an unfortunate experience. Alexandra wanted to cry. It had been many hours already, and the duo had passed through over 20 trials, yet they hadn't been granted a single reward. She lamented inwardly. With the passing of time, 25 trials were completed. The number continued to climb until finally, the trial count surpassed 30. Alexandra and Xinyue stood on an isolated trial ground. Their surroundings were desolate besides a single statue a few meters to their front. As they entered the area and began to investigate, the statue slowly moved and opened its eyes. Challengers identified. The mechanical voice rang out, and immediately after, it was replaced by a booming and lively bellow. Challengers who have reached this point, rejoice, for the general trials have ended. From this point forth, you will be considered successor candidates for my legacy. As long as you can complete the final 10 Sky trials, you will be qualified to inherit my techniques, law comprehension, and even a portion of my true strength for yourself. Rumble. The ground rumbled. The statue sunk into the earth like it was trapped in quicksand. However, even with the disappearance of the statue, the rumbling of the ground didn't stop. Xinyue coldly panned her gaze across the barren land and furrowed her brows. Despite the grand earthquake that was taking place, she couldn't see or sense anything coming from the distance. In that case, her attention moved to the ground below. Her eyebrows knit slightly. In the next instant, bright blue mana surrounded her legs as she pushed off the ground below, flying into the air. Boom! The pressure of her step cracked the ground below. However, the damage was negligible. After all, directly after Xinyue jumped, bang! The ground burst apart as a massive organism broke through the surface. Its terrifying mouth was like a pit of hell filled with several tens of thousands of sharp teeth. With the creature's size, even swallowing a building in a single bite didn't seem impossible. It flew up into the air, propelled by the massive momentum it accumulated below ground, and chased Xinyue's flying form. Its circular jaw pulsated menacingly as it tried to swallow her. Snap! Whoosh! The jaw snapped closed, missing Xinyue, but emitting a fluctuation of wind that snapped the air and caused it to explode. Xinyue clicked her tongue as she was pushed back by the force. Her eyes remained trained on the ground below, taking into account the movements below the surface. Her eyes narrowed. She flipped in the air, using her momentum and mana to force herself to fall vertically without a single variation in angle. Xinyue became a meteor crashing towards the ground. Just as she reached the halfway point, bang! The ground shattered once more, giving way to a new sandworm with its massive jaw agape. Xinyue didn't back away at all. Instead, she pushed her mana even harder and loaded power into her leg, raising it above her head with peak flexibility. A streak of blue light fell through the air like a shooting star. Its brightness eclipsed the sun, and when it finally made impact with the being below it, bang! Boom! 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 It didn't matter the sandworm's size. Xinyue's heel came down like a divine axe and slammed into the creature's head, immediately sending a shocking amount of force spreading through its internals. The first impact was only an appetizer. What followed was a series of massive explosions that spread within the sandworm's body, caused by Xinyue's expertly controlled mana sneaking its way into the worm's important life organs. The splat sound of the worm exploding was particularly gruesome. Dark green intestinal fluids and stomach acids flew into the air along with bright red blood, painting the desolate landscape in a myriad of colors. Xinyue jumped in the air and flipped backward, stabilizing herself a few meters away from the hole that the second sandworm burst from. 10 total. Xinyue moved like lightning, zipping across the battlefield so fast that even Alexandra only saw a streak of light. Her legs were like hammers and axes of the highest order, cleaving apart enemies with ease. Her fists were weapons of mass destruction that couldn't be unveiled casually, lest all things be destroyed. 10 sandworms had gathered in the area, a number that was especially difficult to handle because predicting their movement path was nigh impossible. With a large number of sandworms below ground, their movements formed an entangled web that would confuse a practitioner's awareness. Therefore, even if one was able to sense them, sensing their attack took incredible skill. Xinyue, however, seemed immune to this problem. She confronted the sandworms before they could confront her. She shattered the earth before they could exit, showering them with a rain of debris and fooling their senses into believing they were being attacked. She used the habits of sandworms along with her own strength to dominate. Alexandra didn't even get a chance to move before the battle was over. Trial of Sky, much simpler than expected, Xinyue muttered to herself. She walked into the distance, ignoring everything around her in the process. Alexandra trailed behind with mixed feelings, but at this point, there was nothing she could do besides follow and observe. Nevertheless, the duo continued making progress. Eventually, 9 Trials of Sky were completed altogether, and only the last remained. Chapter 842 Sky. 9 Trials of Sky. While the first was a mere matter of battling enemies, the trials became extremely difficult as time progressed. And the content of the trials was even stranger. There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to the order or identity of the trials. The third trial was a matter of the arts. If one wasn't skilled in at least one of the 4 arts, it was impossible for them to pass this trial. Among them, Xinyue was particularly skilled in music. She was professionally taught to play the zither and guqin from a young age, making it simple for her to pass. Alexandra had a harder time due to her current state, but she wasn't at a major disadvantage in this trial. Due to Alice's continued insistence, she'd picked up painting as a hobby outside of battle long ago. After she was given the means to complete the trial, actually doing so was a breeze. The 5th trial was a strange one in that it didn't seem to have any particular purpose. The trial objective was simple: endure. The challengers were subjected to an unholy level of pain that came from nowhere. Their bodies were broken and healed over and over again with the aim of driving them to insanity. An endurance trial was understandable. Wanting to test a challenger's perseverance was actually far more normal than it was abnormal. But it took passing 34 trials to even reach this trial. So wasn't it a bit counterintuitive? That's what Alexandra thought as she lamented while enduring the trial's pain. However, as time passed, she began to slowly and wholeheartedly accept the pain. Alexandra was currently a spirit body. As such, the level of pain she experienced during the deconstruction and reconstruction process was far worse than any normal person. She felt the pain of her soul tearing to shreds countless times only. Xinyue couldn't help her this time, and after several minutes of torturous pain, she truly almost went insane. But it was at this same moment that she realized the benefits of the trial. Her soul was being strengthened immensely, a benefit she wouldn't have received if she'd come physically. The soul was a concept unexplored by even extreme peak 4th-class masters. While they were aware of the soul's importance, they couldn't touch upon its mysteries until crossing the final threshold to divinity. For Alexandra to receive a soul strengthening at this juncture was amazing. Regardless of the pain she had to endure, Alexandra forced herself to do so quietly. With the addition of incentives, it was like she became a completely different person. The ninth trial was the next oddity after this one. After all, there was no trial at all. Xinyue and Alexandra merely waited. They stood in place, and, as they recuperated and recovered strength after the eighth trial, they suddenly received the message that they passed the ninth trial as well. There was no mention of a trial task, or even a sign that the trial started, only a message that it ended. And after everything was finally over, the duo stood ready for the final trial of Sky. It was quiet, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop several thousand kilometers away with ease. Heaven and earth seemed to come to a standstill, the trial grounds becoming a sacrosanct location that none could intrude upon. However, there were two beings ruining the sanctity of the environment. The sky rumbled. It wasn't an exaggeration or a figure of speech. The sky truly rumbled. It shook as if it was a physical concept. It quaked as the earth could quake, and almost as if an illusion, debris began falling from the sky in the form of comets and meteors. Boom! 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 As the meteors fell and exploded on impact with the ground, Xinyue and Alexandra tried to move and leave the blast radius. But at that moment, they found that their movement was completely restricted. Whoosh! The winds whipped past their face as the smoldering heat of the explosions enveloped them. Heat surpassing the lava area of the void corridor almost melted the duo on the spot. However, it was clear that this heat wasn't the main trial. After all, the sky was falling. The rumbling of the heavens continued, and the sky came lower and lower to the ground. The clouds became tangible, scraping across the earth as they meandered in their usual manner. Boom! An immense pressure descended on the two challengers, almost instantly crushing them. Xinyue fell to her knees, and Alexandra's spirit body crackled unstably. This was their reaction to the mere introduction of this pressure. Ugh! The air seemed to bellow with the force of the wind. The sky came in contact with the ground, and those who interrupted the reunion of two lovers would only meet death. Xinyue and Alexandra were no different. Alexandra screamed out as she slammed her arms up at the sky. She felt like she could touch it. She felt like each cloud was a mountain that she had to destroy if she wanted to survive. Xinyue was clearly the same. Her arms were by no means muscular, but the force she exerted through them was enough to crush stars and sunder worlds. Xinyue's expression was fierce. It was a massive change compared to her usual stoicism, but sadly, Alexandra couldn't be bothered to notice. Xinyue felt something within her burn as the sky collapsed atop her. Her eyes felt like they would spew flames at any moment. The bright blue irises that decorated her sclera like gems shined with iridescent light, directly clashing with the sky above and lessening its pressure. She did her best to control her breathing, but it was impossible. She tried to fight the sky, but it was impossible. Her strength wasn't enough. Even with the assistance of her eyes, she could only hold on for a few minutes longer. Rumble! The sky quaked again, and the clouds changed form. They blackened and became thicker. Lightning snaked through their interiors, sparking between clouds and creating a dangerous lightning field in the air. Xinyue gritted her teeth as the sparks of lightning collided with her body. Despite the pain she was experiencing, she refused to back down, and she refused to show the emotion that was desired of her. Her eyes blazed with determination, but her face remained indifferent. Alexandra lost control first. Her spirit forms sparked and dissipated. She screamed with everything she had. She clashed against the sky, but she couldn't change her fate. As she faded from existence, her last thoughts were regrets. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live longer and build a happy life for her sister. She was unresigned, but at least she wouldn't be going alone. Xinyue fell only moments after her. In the end, she wasn't able to hold off against the pressure, but she didn't react the same way as Alexandra. She stared death in the eye coldly. She faced it with utter indifference. If she died, then she would die. However, death was only acceptable if it was inevitable. In this situation where she was suppressed and oppressed, it was impossible for her to fight back more than she already had. She just couldn't win against the enemy. She was unworthy of strength, therefore she was dying. This unfeeling thought was her last. Her body splattered into blood mist and meat paste a mere instant later. Chapter 843 Sky. Xinyue's eyes shot open. Her body shot up, and her mana mobilized as she spread her awareness and scanned her surroundings. The confusion set in first. Hadn't she just died? The sensation of encroaching death was still fresh in her mind, and though the pain of being crushed only lasted for an instant, with Xinyue's perception, she was able to feel every spark of it clearly. Her body shuddered involuntarily before she forcibly stopped it and righted her posture. Her senses slowly acclimated to her new surroundings, and she slowly accepted the fact that she was still alive. The spirit woman who'd been with her all this time wasn't present in the small room with her. Other than the bed she was currently standing on and a small table on the side, there was only a door leading further into whatever structure she was currently in. Xinyue realized with a frown. She widened her eyes, causing them to glow brightly, but even then she couldn't see anything. For her eyes to fail was an incredibly rare circumstance. It either meant that there was an immense opportunity behind that door, or an even greater danger. Xinyue gritted her teeth and steeled herself. Regardless, she wasn't willing to stay in the room. She carefully walked up to the door. She circulated her mana calmly so that every part of her body was energized in case she needed to move instantly. And when all her preparations were made, she flung the door open. Bang! She was met with quite the anticlimactic scene. The room she was in was part of a small, nondescript cottage without many standout features at all. Just to be sure, Xinyue even thoroughly swept it with her awareness, but found that, besides her room, the rest of the house was completely normal. Her next steps took her outside. She was met with the same silence as before, a beautiful yet empty green plain splayed out in front of her. She wondered out loud, "This is my domain." A booming voice echoed through the wind from every direction. Xinyue's guard went up immediately. Her mana was already prepared. She just needed to find the enemy. However, the voice was a step ahead of her. "Qualia mana. I have no physical form." Xinyue's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She asked coldly. Xinyue muttered with some shock. After ruminating about it for a while, she realized that there really wasn't any other possibility. As she had died in the Sky Emperor's trial ground, the only culprit for her resurrection was the Emperor himself. To be able to pull such a stunt, one needed at least an Emperor's strength. Xinyue bowed her body slightly and cupped her fists in respect. Considering your identity, this much respect is expected. At least, compared to that person, you are far better. Xinyue questioned. You will meet them soon. Xinyue nodded in understanding. About the whims of higher existences, she couldn't say anything at all. Nevertheless, she still had a few questions. She wasn't an ungrateful person. I participated in the trial with a spirit woman. I do not see her now. She asked. This matter is simple. In the final trial, only you were able to pass. In the face of death, you remained stalwart with no regret or grievance. Your companion is currently resting elsewhere. The Sky Emperor answered. I understand, Senior. However, that woman's physical body was destroyed at the entrance of this tomb. Xinyue suggested. Oh, the Sky Emperor questioned curiously. Xinyue nodded her head and answered. Alexandra has not yet broken the shackles of existence and ascended. A complete soul at her current juncture would only harm her progress rather than fuel it. Ha ha! The Sky Emperor's laugh shook the air. Come, follow your heart, and you will arrive at your destiny. The Sky Emperor didn't continue the previous topic, and after giving Xinyue a final piece of instruction, his presence disappeared entirely. Xinyue thought to herself. The Sky Emperor was long dead, but a wisp of his soul had managed to survive and maintain his legacy until people managed to arrive to claim it. It had been at least 100,000 years since the Sky Emperor's existence. Just how powerful was his soul for him to accomplish such a feat? As she pondered on this, Shinue began to move without any specified path. Just as the Sky Emperor's soul wisp suggested, she walked as her heart desired. Only, her heart was void of desire. It was better to say she walked aimlessly, knowing that she would eventually reach her destination. If the Sky Emperor wanted to start the final trial, he couldn't do so without her presence. Unfortunately, she didn't quite follow the trial rules. She didn't possess the heart's desires that she needed for it. Actually, the void in her heart was the reason for her amazing performance in every mental trial she'd faced so far. She saw nothing from the illusion trial but blackness. She had no desire to reminisce during the memory trial, and even in later mind trials that intrinsically dug into one's psyche, she experienced nothing. It was such a rare situation that even the Sky Emperor hadn't accounted for it. Nevertheless, just as Shinue expected, she eventually reached the gates of a gargantuan palace, the place where her so-called destiny was kept. She walked through the kilometer-tall open doors and traversed the halls until she finally reached the throne room. With a push of her hand, she entered the trial location, which, as she was just learning, doubled as a treasure cove. Shining jewels and golden antiques littered the floor like trash. An array of artifacts ranging from the most common F rank to the impossible-to-attain God rank was piled up in one corner, and spanning from there to the other side of the room was a vast hill of resources and materials that could greatly strengthen several tens of thousands of people. Finally, on the other side of the hill of resources was a mound of spiritual fruits and other edible treasures. Shinue even spotted several fruits with the effect of directly boosting levels. Fruits that could do so for when fourth-class beings were one in a million treasures that one could never expect to see in their lifetime. The stunning image these fruits produced, however, was entirely ruined. Ruined by a man who sat atop the treasure mound and shoved those ultra-rare fruits in his mouth like a monkey. Chapter 844 Sky. Shinue stood silently at the throne room entrance, literally speechless. The first emotion that resonated with her was rage. She uttered icily. She couldn't believe that some random man was squandering the resources here. Fruits that increased one's level could only be eaten effectively a few times before they stopped working. Yet in the span of a single second, this man actually dared to eat 6. These were resources that, if taken out of the Void Corridor, could strengthen the entire Heaven's army to a new level, giving them an edge on the Nox. The selfishness of humans never ceased to baffle her. The man, hearing her words, lifted his gaze lazily. When he saw her form, his brow raised in interest. Shinue almost attacked when she saw the man's penetrating gaze, but restrained herself after considering the environment. The man scanned her from head to toe, his perception easily piercing her defenses to inspect her internal body. I see. So that old guy has finally found a proper successor. He was so unresigned with me being his successor that he added a new bullshit condition about how 2 people need to fight for the seat. He spoke, more to himself than anything else. Shinue's eyes were colder than ever before. This man seemingly had no consideration for her presence at all. He completely ignored her question and moved at his own pace, endlessly making her want to break her indifference and explode in rage. Snap! Something within her snapped. Shinue's eyes glowed as her mana flared. Do you not understand how pathetic your selfish behavior is? Instead of sharing benefits to save the universe which birthed and houses you, you would instead carelessly eat fruit that cannot provide you with anything? She began to walk forward slowly. She didn't know this man's strength yet, so she couldn't lash out, but she couldn't tolerate him either. But the man disregarded her behavior entirely. He asked casually. Shinue replied with clear hostility. Matters. Of course it matters. Sky Emperor? Huh, I didn't know that guy had such a cool title. But yeah. Shinue's eyes narrowed, and she slowly retracted her hostility. Judging from the man's causal behavior alone, it was clear that he didn't see her as a threat. Aside from that, he had information on the Void Corridor, something she needed more than vengeance. Xinyue furrowed her brows questioningly, but still answered. Haha, 3 days, huh? Xinyue repeated. The man nodded. Right, I knew the distortion was big, but I didn't expect it to be that big. Xinyue, I can call you Xinyue, right? The man sat up from his previous lazy posture and leaned forward, placing his head in his hands with a sly smile forming on his face. Xinyue backed away slightly. Actually, just as the man started talking, the atmosphere changed. A heavy pressure descended from the sky. The Sky Emperor's booming voice roared. The man covered his ears in annoyance and yelled back, Old fart, stop putting on a show and get on with it already. The Sky Emperor's grand momentum instantly faltered. It's been 3 months since you trapped me here already. 3 months, I say. Ahem, your stay here is of your own choosing. Bullshit. You forced me into the heavenly suppression chamber and killed me 3,752 times. TCH, minor details. Regardless, I must test my successor, and you are a perfect being to carry it out. I'm not your gladiator, old dog. Besides, can't you see the difference in our levels? The man and the Sky Emperor argued like a pair of old enemies, forcing Xinyue to take a supporting role as she watched them without knowing what to feel. The esteemed image of the Sky Emperor she'd built in her mind collapsed instantly, and even her image of the man changed. The time span he mentioned stood out. Clearly, he had been here for a considerable amount of time. The lifespan of a 4th-class expert could reach tens of thousands of years, but it definitely didn't reach the hundreds of thousands. If so, just when did he enter the Void Corridor? And, aside from that, didn't he say he was weaker than her? If so, couldn't she have directly beaten him until he spat out the answers she desired? She really wanted to slap him for acting like an expert when he wasn't one. Yet, I truly cannot feel a hint of aura from his body. Xinyue's eyes widened. Her irises swirled gently as she activated her power. Her perception was instantly enhanced. Her gaze was like a godly force that no information could hide from. Everything about every treasure in the room was revealed to her, and as she panned her eyes over to the man, he looked back at her. BZZT. Sparks burst in the air. Xinyue covered her face with her hands as she experienced backlash for the first time in her life. Tears of blood dripped from her eyes. The man said with a smile, Don't hurt her too much. Nonsense. Do you know how many subordinates I have? The two resumed their conversation as if nothing happened, but Xinyue couldn't match their casual attitudes. She experienced something that should have been impossible. Somebody blocked the ability of her eyes. No, that man had the same ability as her. Her eyes hardened. A light of utter solemnity reflected in her cross-shaped pupils. They were unique pupils among the common people, but the man in front of her shared the trait. Her thoughts whirred. Chapter 845 Sky. The Ancient God Clan. Their numbers weren't very large at all, but in terms of strength, they were at the peak of the universe, using a small group of elites to rival the largest Holy Land influences. Besides their innate talent and the strange power they inherited through their bloodline, the trait that propelled the Ancient God Clan to their current position was one. All-seeing eyes. They were eyes that could pierce the veil of reality and reveal all things to the user. As long as it was within one's eyesight, its identity and information would immediately be sent to the user's brain. Using this inherent power, the Ancient God Clan members were able to comprehend laws countless times faster than others, and when it came to connection with the universe, they were also one of the greatest. Essentially, as long as they could gain enough battle experience and levels, their path forward was guaranteed. The usual comprehension gateways that people got stuck at were negligible to them. However, the all-seeing eyes were the Ancient God Clan's greatest secret. While the strangeness of their eyes made it evident that they had some sort of ability, the outside world merely knew it as a slight increase in perception and mental ability. The fact that the all-seeing eyes were the greatest truth pupils in existence was a fact that would bring the downfall of their clan if it was known to the outside world. For this reason, the Ancient God Clan never allowed those outside their boundaries to marry into the clan. Even if they needed to resort to inbreeding, they wouldn't hesitate for the sake of protecting their clan. Xinyue was a rarity amongst ancient God clan members due to the fact that her bloodline was pure, untainted by the twisted practices that the clan was forced to adopt. At the same time, she was born with all-seeing eyes that were infinitely close to their final evolution. The potential she had was mind-boggling. It was for this reason why, despite her being born to a branch family, she was taken as the ancient God clan's young master and trained since young to inherit the clan in the future. As long as she'd lived, she'd only heard praise from others. Her pupils were a matter of pride for her, a symbol of the status she was born with and the potential she represented. She was the spirit of the ancient God clan. Yet, today, her entire worldview was crushed. A man she'd never seen before had the same all-seeing eyes that she did. And on top of that, his pupils weren't much weaker than hers at all. Just how is this possible? Did someone from the ancient God clan break the ancient rules and give birth to a child outside of the clan? Naturally, this was impossible. The ancient God clan kept a strict eye on their members' activities, and after eons of effort, they were able to create a treasure that could detect the ancient God clan bloodline anywhere in the universe. If the man was truly a member of their clan, he would have already been killed. Xinyue couldn't wrap her head around it. "Old ghost, your pupil is a bit strange." The man's voice suddenly rang out, breaking her chain of thought. "Huh!" An audible sigh reverberated through the air. "Since when were you not the problem?" The Sky Emperor replied with such a deadpan voice that his eye roll was practically tangible. "Huh!" the man exclaimed. The Sky Emperor rebutted. Xinyue sighed and hardened her heart. The identity of this mysterious man was too strange. He claimed to be weaker than her, yet he could block her perception. On top of that, he was on such friendly terms with a character at the level of the Sky Emperor. Evidently, he wasn't some small personage. Xinyue sighed. "I have nothing to say, Senior. I was merely thinking about some things." The man raised his brow, but shrugged it off as if he didn't care. As for the Sky Emperor, his bellow shook space. "Since you have steeled yourself to accept my legacy, then I shall transport you into the final trial grounds." After his words ended, the Sky Emperor's aura swirled through the air and enveloped Xinyue. In the next instant, her body turned light and shot into the air like a beam of light, disappearing soon after. Left in the palace were only the man and the Sky Emperor's soul wisp. He asked casually, sinking his teeth into another spiritual fruit. The Sky Emperor was silent for a moment. After some thought, he finally spoke. The man smirked slightly and stood up. Well, it can't be helped. She just got here, after all. Me, on the other hand." He swept his hand through the air, creating a holographic screen on which Xinyue's form appeared. Currently, she just landed in the trial location. Looking at her observe the surroundings warily, he smiled. The Sky Emperor's final trial was both simple and extremely difficult at the same time. On paper, there was nothing to it. It was merely a survival challenge where one was dropped into a hellish environment and forced to survive for a set period of time. However, this type of trial had a benefit that not many others had. It was comprehensive. Endless battle would both test one's strength and refine it. Endless battle would wear down one's mentality and force them to fortify themselves. Endless battle would allow one to deepen their law comprehension and grow accustomed to manipulating natural forces, progressing them through the fourth class. All in all, this format was both simple and efficient. For the Sky Emperor, who tested his inheritors every facet separately in 40 trials before the final trial, this type of test gave a final assurance to his inheritor's character and power level. The time Xinyue needed to survive in this trial was a month. Her next 30 days would be filled with pain and torture, both mental and physical, to the point where she'd likely prefer death over continuing. But if she could make it past those 30 days, the benefits she gained would be immeasurable. Regardless of the trial's difficulty, Xinyue had no thoughts of backing out. After all, she had a new reason to get stronger and survive through this trial. There was a suspicious existence who somehow obtained the legacy of the ancient God clan. Until she could verify his identity and invite him back to her clan, she couldn't die. And past that short-term goal, Xinyue's thoughts caused the air to stir. The blood-red air around her reeked, but the scent only inspired her determination further. Rumble. The earth shook. A beast tide was coming. Xinyue clenched her fists and walked forward. This time, she would meet the threat head-on. Chapter 846 Sky. 15 days passed in an instant. In the Sky Emperor Palace, a man sat calmly in a reclining chair with a bowl of spirit fruits in his hand. His whole attention was focused on the screen in front of him, depicting the valiant battle of a powerful heroine. He exclaimed lightly as the heroine slashed through another beast. She'd been doing an extremely good job so far. She struggled at the beginning and faltered more than a few times, but she never allowed her momentum to completely die out. This way, she was able to find her second wind, third wind, and every wind after that until she eventually controlled the winds themselves. Compared to me, she's still a bit worse, but it's just a matter of combat experience. He smiled at the thought. Unexpectedly, that old fart emperor was able to find a superb successor. That guy's legacy is a bit low level, though he was too greedy in life and didn't leave behind many strong techniques for his descendants. It was a silly thought, but the Sky Emperor's soul wisp was actually far more noble than the person himself. It's clear that we have some sort of fate, so it wouldn't hurt if I passed a few things to her. In fact, with the number of techniques and skills he'd obtained recently, he was forced to build a library to house them all. It had been an entire 2 years since he first arrived in this realm, but as he'd learned a few days back, only 3 days passed in the real world. This kind of deviated time difference was only possible in a place like a void corridor. The abyss influence weakened the universal law, giving way to strange natural phenomena such as this. It's only been such a short time in the outside world. Will it be another 10 years before the realm opens up again? With his abilities, escaping a secret realm had never been difficult, but for the same reason that the strange time dilation existed, he couldn't easily leave this realm. His attention returned to the screen just as the heroine slammed her foot into the ground, generating ice spikes that annihilated several tens of enemies in front of her. She wasn't the only one who noticed it. He as well was someone who never expected to find someone else who shared his trait. He smiled lightly, shoving another spirit fruit in his mouth. How interesting. His expression soured in the next moment. Damn it, old man. These fruits aren't even ripe yet. Meat, give me meat. In the face of his rage, the Sky Emperor remained entirely silent. There was absolutely no way he'd waste more power on that brat. He knew full well that it'd only end with his mental defeat and descent into insanity. Truly, he was a brat that made people unable to decide how to feel about him. On one hand, he was an arrogant man with no consideration for others. He created the flow wherever he went and forced others to follow it. He had the makings of an emperor, but at the same time, he was more annoying than any sly old fox. Yet, for people like the Sky Emperor, he held an irresistible appeal. Those who remained in these legacy tombs were all remnant souls of old emperors. Despite their current state, they clearly remembered the wars they participated in. They clearly remembered the terror of the Nox that even the strongest masters couldn't defeat. They still remembered the universal destruction that was wrought while they remained helpless. To them, this man was a godsend. He was the universe's final effort. He was an unparalleled genius with unlimited growth potential. And with his speed of growth, it wasn't impossible for him to bloom into his potential before the Nox could suppress him. For these experts who'd tasted defeat and ended up trapped in the void corridor until their inevitable deaths, this man was the true vessel through which their legacies could return to the world. Only, he wasn't a simple person at all. Tricking his eyes was impossible. Trying to scam him was even more impossible. It was like he could directly see into one's soul and extract their deepest secrets. Through whatever strange method he used, he conquered the legacy tombs that could be conquered and stole the legacies of anyone he deemed worthy of being reintroduced to the world. Those who had insidious personalities in life would not be allowed to corrupt the new generation as long as he was watching. The Sky Emperor sighed. In fact, he could be considered lucky, because his current personality was so different from when he was alive. he was able to befriend this terrifying genius. But from what he'd sensed, several of the remnant souls guarding other legacy tombs had been extinguished. No trace of their auras could be felt anymore. It made the Sky Emperor shiver in fear. He couldn't even rely on his previous standing to frighten this young genius, so all he could do was coexist peacefully. Unfortunately, that brat is a grave robber. Not only did he allow Xin Yue to participate in the Sky Emperor's trial despite knowing that she wouldn't gain any major benefits from it, he even tricked the Sky Emperor himself into transferring control of the entire legacy tomb to him. In some sense, it could be said that this man was the one controlling Xin Yue's trial. It was his legacy that she was preparing to inherit. Yet, was that truly a bad thing? The Sky Emperor sighed. In the end, he could never decide how to feel about the young genius. However, after the past 2 years, a certain name spread through the wild continent. Every emperor both feared and hoped to meet the genius who possessed purple eyes. And to honor his achievements, they granted him a title. The conqueror of the wild continent, the demon who terrorized fallen divinities. These remnant souls could think of no better title for him than Blight Rat. Everywhere he went, he brought a scourge that robbed divinities of their treasures and even sometimes their lives. He was a cancer that polluted the peace of the wild continent. Achoo! Who could possibly be thinking about me at this hour? I'm a pure man, you know? The plague demon's murmur echoed through the palace. The Sky Emperor's incorporeal body shivered. Of course, everything he'd been thinking properly was thought with the best intentions in mind. In fact, Blight Rat was a powerful name, and anyone who heard the name would agree that it was the greatest possible compliment. Adding these statements at the end of his thoughts would save him from the plague demon's wrath, right? Well, at least that was how the Sky Emperor calmed himself while eagerly waiting for his inheritor to complete the trial so he could finally kick this demon out of his house. An incorporeal tear dropped from his incorporeal eye. Truly, he couldn't wait. Chapter 847 Library. A sigh rang through an empty battlefield. Aside from the woman who voiced it, there were only corpses littering the ground. Hundreds of thousands, no, millions of corpses surrounded the body of a single woman as she stood and bathed in the bloody light of the red sun. 30 days. It felt like an eternity, but now it was finally over. This hell, she never once thought she would experience something like it. Even in Ion, she'd never seen such a situation where a single being was forced to face the onslaught of countless enemies with similar strength to them. If it wasn't a trial situation that wasn't inherently trying to kill her, Xin Yue was sure she would have died. But did she regret accepting the trial? It was a definitive answer. Through the past month of battle, the most valuable thing she gained was experience. This level of battle experience was impossible to earn without strenuous situations to promote it, and since Xin Yue was always sheltered as the ancient god clan's young master, despite her power and ability, she never truly had the chance to risk her life. This time, she saw a comprehensive increase in strength, ranging from her physical body to even her law comprehension. And as if that wasn't enough, she even felt like she was touching upon something greater, albeit faintly. Now that she'd squeezed the benefits out of this place, there was no reason to stay. Her body turned into a beam of light upon her declaration, and in the next instant, the bloody smell she'd gotten so used to disappeared. What greeted her was instead, "Ha ha! What a show!" The call of a strange man. Xin Yue's face fell. She almost forgot about this man's existence during her time fighting. The small goal she'd made with him in mind held no stock against her true ambitions, after all. She asked. She didn't want to deal with this man more than she had to. However, he smiled slyly in response to her question. "That old man?" Right. Xin Yue's face fell even further. "No, don't misunderstand me. Senior Sky Emperor, help me." The man yelled with so little enthusiasm that it was hard to take him seriously, especially since he didn't move from his slumped position even once. Nevertheless, he didn't leave Xin Yue to seethe for too long. After his little stint of teasing was over, he calmly explained the situation to Xin Yue, allowing her to understand the truth behind this legacy tomb. Despite the fact that she was the one asking the question, she knew full well the answer. Merely, she was in such disbelief and rage that she had to ask again. Xinyue coldly uttered. The air fluctuated as if the Sky Emperor's soul wisp twitched in response to Xinyue's changed opinion. But Xinyue didn't care at all. She was irked, but she wasn't too offended. After all, the trial she'd endured was far more valuable than any technique the Sky Emperor could have given her. Merely, the man's voice rang out again, breaking her out of her thoughts. While that old fart can't give you anything, aren't I still here? While I'm not some great emperor, I don't have any problem sponsoring a genius. The man lifted his body and smiled lightly as he looked at her. There couldn't have been a more untrustworthy expression to use at this moment. Every fiber of Xinyue's body was telling her to reject the offer purely because of this man's connection to it. However, he somehow got his hands on all-seeing eyes, a feat that should be impossible. The decision was made in a split second, causing the man to smile. Good. I like decisive people like you. Ah, come on, Xinyue. I don't even know your name, let alone how you are as a comrade. The man grinned slightly. His body vanished, reappearing before Xinyue before she could even react. Was that the only problem? Well, solving that is simple. The man's arm flashed. His hand was gripping Xinyue's shoulder before she could even process the sensation. As her eyes widened, as her mana flared into the surroundings. What are you? A current of mana covered the duo, and they disappeared from the Sky Emperor Palace altogether. Not even a trace of their existence remained. Xinyue's body lurched forward suddenly. Unable to react to the sudden change, she tripped and fell to the floor. The scent of grass filled her nose. She sat up, wiping the mud that stained her face. Xinyue's eyes widened as she shot up. Her awareness spread into the surroundings, allowing her to witness a truly mystical sight. A continent that spanned the entirety of her awareness filled with beings of many different races. The architectural style was a mix of extremely futuristic designs and more ancient classical themes. And due to the fact that elves lived in this place, the architecture was built into nature rather than overriding it. This created a truly unique atmosphere unseen in any world. The strength of beings was nothing much to brag about, with a majority of them being third class, but there were still at least several thousand fourth-class troops present on this continent. Xinyue and Damien were standing at the edge of the continent, one of the rare pieces of land that remained purely natural. Looking down upon civilization from this point, Xinyue didn't know what to think. She asked, baffled. Without explaining further, he started making his way down the cliff, entering the city below. Without any clue what else to do, Xinyue followed. The duo made their way through the city, allowing Xinyue to witness the pure innovation of this new society. As several very different races lived in harmony, civilization saw a huge boost and evolved into something great. Whether it was for technology, politics, economy, or even social issues, this place seemed to have sorted out a system to deal with them all effectively without leaving anyone dissatisfied. It was an impossible society. Xinyue followed Damien through the city for almost half an hour before they reached the city center. Here, along with various skyscrapers, was one smaller building that took the very central position of the city. Seeing it, Damien stopped and looked over his shoulder with a smile. Welcome to the Void Library. This is the greatest store of knowledge in Thevel, and also the source of your opportunity. Chapter 848 Library. While the Void Library definitely had a name that many longtime friends of Damien would criticize due to the laziness that went into naming it, he truly defended its name more than he did everything else that he somewhat lazily named. After all, unlike those abilities, this library was named after the Void Corridor, the place where all of its contents were plundered from. This library was specifically built when Damien amassed far more resources than he felt like keeping with him constantly. Since he had no need for said resources, he established this space to pass them to his subordinates. Of course, there were several procedures that went into guaranteeing loyalty and comparability before techniques were handed out, but it was still true that the library gave equal opportunity to all Thevel residents, from the original elves to the newest refugees from Calypto. It wasn't just learning resources that Damien gained, though, and the library represented a second purpose as well. It was a big, juicy carrot that everyone wanted to take a bite out of, especially since the sticks seemed to be taking a vacation. The resources and materials that could be used for practice were all stored within the library, and a reward system had been established to hand them to those who earned them. Through the gains he'd made during his 2 years in the Void Corridor, Damien was able to create a system that could stably build the strength of his army while slowly guaranteeing their absolute loyalty to him. Usually, he only visited this place to cure his boredom and watch over those within, but today, he'd brought a guest with him. The Void Library has several legacies at the demigod level and even a few god-level inheritances within. Damien explained as he took Xinyue through the entrance to the library. You can pick one inheritance and 3 techniques from any part of the library. However, I'll only give you 10 minutes to make your decision. Don't delay, don't hesitate, and don't overestimate yourself. The two walked through the library entrance unhindered, the security guarding the place acting like they didn't see the duo at all. Damien flashed a small smile at the front desk attendant as he escorted Xinyue into the main building, causing her to smile and lower her head. A smile from the Sovereign. Just how much was that worth? She almost wanted to scream like a fangirl at that moment, but she knew she had to contain herself in front of the Sovereign. He was a kind and humble man. He saved everyone who lives in Thevel today, and afterward, he allowed them to live on their own without trying to oppress or control them. Honestly, if it wasn't for the 5 emperors constantly praising the Sovereign and reminding the denizens of his existence, they would have forgotten that this was his world. However, he was always helping them from the shadows. Even this library was something he built so they could grow stronger and fight the oppression that forced them into Thevel in the first place. It might have been strange from an outsider's perspective, but to the denizens of Thevel, doubting the Sovereign or questioning his authority was a crime above all others. Still, he never tried to use his power over them to harm them, so they also acted respectfully about his preferences. As he walked into the library and causally took a seat on a beanbag chair, those around him subtly gave him space and didn't disturb him. Xinyue observed this reaction with a strange look on her face. She couldn't understand why everyone in this place seemed to revere the annoying man she'd been interacting with so far. Yet, their feelings were not the reason for her visit. She asked. She remained indifferent on the surface, but Damien could clearly feel her excitement. Of course, Damien responded. Xinyue nodded, and without hesitation, took her first step. She dashed into the library and spread her awareness, but as soon as she tried to spread it more than a few meters, she found her senses blocked entirely. Her eyes glowed blue. The strength and intensity of her awareness greatly increased, and her vision expanded to 360 degrees. She rapidly intook all the information she possibly could. Her eyes widened into saucers and continued to pop further and further out of her head as she read through the different manuals that were present on the shelves. Even the usually stoic Xinyue was forced to exclaim from the sheer quality of material. It suddenly dawned on her how short 10 minutes truly was. All of a sudden, her pace massively increased. She stopped reading through the technique descriptions and only focused on their names and creators. This way, she was still able to sort them without wasting as much time. She practically kicked up a dust storm in the library with her speed. Even the others that were currently studying within were forced to evacuate. At the moment, they crowded behind Damien like children complaining to their parent. He smiled when he saw their expressions. Don't worry, she'll only be in there for 10 minutes. Even if she stays past her welcome, I'll drag her out. The denizens nodded hesitantly, but didn't move from behind Damien. After all, what were they supposed to do for these 10 minutes? It was too short of a time frame to leave and come back, but too long for them to simply wait around idly. Damien shook his head wryly. He snapped his finger lightly, and the scene changed. Several tables appeared from nowhere, and the space expanded to accommodate them. After the chairs and utensils were all set, Damien snapped again, summoning several dishes onto the table. All right, everyone, I don't come here often, but I have heard that we've established a stable beast population apart from just livestock. The denizens stood quietly for a second before. Raucous cheers filled the area as a lively atmosphere descended. The denizens rushed to the tables and started filling their plates, happily indulging in the impromptu party that their sovereign was throwing. Around 6 minutes in, an unexpected guest arrived. A beautiful woman with flowing green hair walked through the entrance of a library. The celestial appearance she held along with her heavenly voice that soothed the soul and calmed the heart made it impossible for these regular denizens to not be infatuated with her. However, for them, she was untouchable. The crowd immediately got on their knees to show fealty, but were waved off by Elvira, who never took her eyes off Damien. Damien smiled. It's been a while since we've seen each other. Aren't we in public? Elvira smiled and sat down behind Damien on his beanbag chair, her body very clearly touching his. Damien closed his eyes and leaned back. Elvira smiled lightly as she brushed her hands through his hair. Progress has been smooth thus far. The militarization plans are especially progressing speedily since there is no small number of volunteers. Elvira furrowed her brows. As you know, we have sufficient numbers. What we lack is power. With your recent achievements, it won't be difficult to produce several experts, but they need time and space to grow. Damien nodded. As expected, mass-producing fourth classes was far more difficult than doing the same with third classes. Thevel was developing rapidly now that it had a world core, but it still needed time for these changes to saturate. Elvira smiled and nodded. With such a considerate sovereign ruling them, who could those beneath him not fall for his charms? When they first met, this man was ambitious yet incompetent. Yet over the years, he'd shown his grit time and time again, growing into someone she could truly be proud to follow. She was content with her current life, or at least for the most part. Chapter 849 Growth. Thevel's main problems at the moment all stemmed from its youth. If there was sufficient time to develop, of course, all of these problems would solve themselves, but with the outside world situation worsening with every day, time was something they simply didn't have. Thevel's population was mainly made up of those from the 3,000 Beast Mountain range. Aside from them, the second largest group was the Calypto refugees, and the rest were stragglers Damien picked up during his travels every once in a while. With this distribution, controlling the population was still easy. They were all either completely loyal to their respective leader, or they held absolute respect and reverence for Damien. This factor was what united the world and allowed it to exist without internal conflict, but Elvira was sure that such issues couldn't be avoided in the future. While she wanted to find a way to solve this problem, was there truly one? Other than mind control, there was no way to have such an absolute control over a population. That's what's bothering you? These were the words her sovereign said to her when she told him her worries. He sat there, his head in her lap, his posture relaxed to the utmost, and merely snapped his fingers. She asked in astonishment. Done. Well, to some extent, he replied calmly. I just altered Thevel's world laws a bit. Attacking another denizen directly or indirectly with hostile intent is now impossible, so at least violence will be quelled. He explained his thought process to Elvira. His main goal was the safety of the population. At least now, it was impossible for the common people to be taken hostage or cruelly mistreated in the event of political conflict. Other similar acts could also be prevented, which meant that the consequences of suppressing threats were minimized by a large margin. Elvira's eyes widened. After living in Thevel so long, she'd become accustomed to focusing on the political side of things. It was difficult for her to think of a solution like his, but at the same time, she never would have given consideration to such a nonsensical solution. After all, wasn't what he just claimed to accomplish an impossible feat? He said, looking up at her with a smile. Elvira looked away and replied, It's not that I don't believe you. Merely, this kind of phenomenon is unheard of. In the end, you just want a demonstration, right? Damien checked the time. There were still 2 minutes left before Shinue's time in the library ended. Knowing this, he grabbed Elvira and teleported elsewhere. When the two emerged from the folds of space, they were on a vast field on the western continent. Here, several beast packs roamed, and hunters commonly came to kill them for food and training. Currently, there was a team of hunters fighting a ferocious boar. They worked as a unit and slew it with ease. However, a conflict arose soon after. "What do you mean?" A man roared. "Haha, did you think I'd agree to that?" His companion roared back. "Oomph." The second man drew his sword and covered it with mana. He kicked off the ground and slashed his sword at the other man. A barely audible bell sounded. The man's actions were halted. He stood frozen in the air, completely unable to control his body. The first man's eyes widened, but he wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He grabbed his knife and swung at his incapacitated enemy when he encountered the exact same situation. Beasts are not classified as denizens unless they develop intelligence and pledge fealty to one of you five, and you five are not classified as denizens either, as your rulers. Other than these few, everyone else will be subjected to the same punishment. Damien's voice sounded in Elvira's ears as she watched the situation take place. She turned to face him, her brow quirked in curiosity. "Well, it's not right to completely limit people's freedom. There are a few more loopholes that promote conflict, but none of them are unregulated." Elvira watched Damien's back as he spoke. His mindset was truly not something that many people could possess. She didn't know what he'd experienced for him to promote violence for the sake of strength with such determination, but she understood how beneficial his mentality had been for his growth. She couldn't necessarily refute his reasoning, nor did she want to. She also faced death and conflict countless times to gain the strength she had. Without it, she may not have ever become the Elf Queen. "I'll look at the time," Damien suddenly said. Elvira asked. Damien smiled and patted her head, something the dignified Elf Queen had never experienced before. Elvira smiled warmly and nodded. She understood his intent. After all, her disciple had been eagerly awaiting his return as well. It was only right for them to meet before he left. The duo left the field in an instant, leaving the two frozen men to save themselves from their predicament themselves. Just how long would it take them to learn that the key to escape was dropping their hostility? Regardless, Damien and Elvira arrived back in the library and passed the lively party that was still ongoing. Damien opened his eyes wide and used the all-seeing eyes to scan the library, finding Xinyue's tray soon after. He muttered. He vanished from Elvira's side, reappearing with a woman slung over his shoulders. She barraged him with ice mana in a bid to escape, but how could she hurt him? He was invincible in the sanctuary. Rolling his eyes, Damien put her down, placing a spatial wall between her and the bookshelves to prevent her from trying to re-enter. "So how did you like it?" he asked teasingly. Xinyue glanced away with a strange look on her face. "Huh," she sighed, as much as she didn't want to confirm this man's ego. Several things. The library's contents made her throw away a bit of her pride when she spoke to him. Chapter 850 Growth. Damien smiled lightly and looked through what Xinyue took from the library. Stagnant Universe Divine Canon, Temporal Freeze, and Trait Enhancement. The first was an Ice Law manual created by a supreme genius of the Forgotten Era. The man who created the technique was evil and insane to the extreme. His aim was to freeze the universe and keep it as a showpiece in his collection. However, the technique he created to do so wasn't inherently evil. Rather, on his path to freeze the universe itself, his first discovery was how to freeze space-time. The Stagnant Universe Divine Canon was exactly this technique. The first skill that Xinyue chose was also an ice skill relating to time. However, its use was more local. The manual and skill were equivalent to macrocosm and microcosm. These were all skills that Xinyue had a great affinity with, so it wasn't surprising that she chose them. What surprised Damien was her final choice. Rather than a skill, Trait Enhancement was a single-use technique that could intrinsically increase the grade of a trait, as suggested by the name. This technique was useless to most, and since it was single-use, not many consider it worth learning, but for Xinyue, it would yield an immense harvest surpassing anything else she could have obtained from the Void Library. The All-Seeing Eyes were already an evolvable trait. With a qualitative boost from Trait Enhancement, they would become a true force to be reckoned with. This was the skill Damien believed would be best for Xinyue, but he didn't know whether or not she would look past the short-term benefits of some more powerful techniques to choose it. Seeing that she had, he couldn't help but smile. Good. Since you've made your choices, there isn't much else to do here. Xinyue questioned. Damien smiled slyly and glanced at her. Hasn't a large Nox army come to explore the Void Corridor? Xinyue's eyes widened. To view an army of several 100 million as a feast. Xinyue was never sure of a thought in her life. Thevel was home to many different biomes, reflecting all possible environments one could imagine, but the most prevalent had to be the beautiful, luscious plains that spanned great lengths of almost every continent. These fields were the epitome of nature, representing Thevel's budding life, as well as the vitality that the New World held. Among the various environments of the world, this one was the elves' favorite. They nurtured the flora, raised fauna, and turned these empty fields into thriving prairies filled with life. Within one of these prairies on the central continent, a little girl ran free without a care in the world. She looked about 13 years old. Her long black hair and big eyes gave her an irresistibly cute appearance that provoked almost everyone in Thevel to spoil her. Compared to the environment she'd been born into, the environment that killed her family, the environment she'd grown up in for the past 8 years was like heaven and earth. And compared to the naive child she was 8 years ago, she was now a willful teenager who was starting to become her own person. She exclaimed as Damien's figure materialized in the field nearby. She ran over and launched herself into his arms, clinging to him like a koala. Damien smiled wryly. Schwer, you're already a big girl. Schwer lifted her head off his chest and grinned widely. Tisich, excuses, Damien muttered with a smile, flicking Schwer's forehead and peeling her off of him. Have you been doing well? He asked. Sue shook his head furiously. Of course not. If it wasn't for teacher, I wouldn't have been able to talk to my spirit friends so well. Oh, so you care about your teacher more than your big brother now. Damien glanced back at Elvira, who he'd brought with him, and raised his fist in defiance. It was also at this time when Schwer recognized the existence of the two others who'd come with Damien. Teacher, Schwer said, quirking her head as she scanned Xinyue up and down. Xinyue looked away uncomfortably without saying anything. In the first place, she'd only been brought here, so she couldn't raid the library while Damien was busy. While she chose not to enter the conversation, Damien furrowed his brows in mock anger. He scolded, sending a fierce karate chop to Schwer's forehead. She exclaimed. Damien declared smugly, "Oomph, I'm strong now too, big brother." Schwer put her fists up as she spoke, and, surprisingly enough, a current of mana flowed from her body and flared into the surroundings. Damien smiled slightly as he blocked the punches that followed. Looking at her now felt surreal. Time was truly an incomprehensible thing. While experiencing it oneself, it didn't feel like anything at all. However, witnessing a change as drastic as a child's growth grounded the concept and forced one to realize its passing. Damien was currently experiencing this feeling. When did that little Schwer become so big? She was already up to his stomach in height, and even though she still displayed willful innocence, he could clearly see a light of maturity growing in her eyes. He'd been so busy over the years that he'd never truly had time to take her growth into account. That is until 2 years ago. 2 years ago, when Damien realized that he would be trapped in the Void Corridor for a considerable amount of time, he took a moment to enter the sanctuary and rest his mind. Unlike his previous small vacations, this one lasted an entire week. During this time, he truly realized that Schwer was no longer a child. It was time for her to make a decision for her future. Whether or not she wanted to be a practitioner, Damien felt he knew the answer ever since he first saw her interacting with spirits. Regardless, he had the conversation with her, and he received that obvious answer directly from her mouth. From that point for two, Schwer became Elvira's disciple and began studying mana and spirit control seriously. The growth potential she'd showcased was something even Damien didn't expect. It had only been 2 years, yet Schwer had progressed far past her first class, and at this time, she let out a fiercely cute war cry as she slammed her palm through the air. A colorful swirl of mana and spirits formed before her and shot at Damien like cannon fire. This attack was termed Swirly Beam by Schwerer and was a skill she earned upon promotion to her second class, a class which she was already halfway through. It was unfathomable. A future 14-year-old third class being. Just what kind of monster had Damien picked up from the trial world?